Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Naruto Gained 9 Wishes? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Noon, Konoha. Hokage-sama, we have a situation. An ox-masked Anbu shouted as he entered the Kage's office. Tsunade startled awake at her desk, a sheet of paper dangling from her face. "What's the problem, Ox?" she asked, pulling the page off her face. "The gates, Hokage. Namake's Naruto is at the gates," he exclaimed, causing the blonde Kage to leap to her feet, her chakra flaring as she summoned an ANBU squad. "Ox, head to ANBU headquarters and pass this message on to Yamato. Have all squads prepared for battle. Cat, take your squad and do the same with the Jonin and Tunin. Have all genin ready to evacuate civilians at the first sign of danger. If any of you see Jiraiya, tell him to head to the gates," she ordered, receiving nods from her shinobi. As they prepared to head out, a massive explosion rocked the village, causing them to stumble. Turning to her window, Tsunade gasped in shock. "Oh Kami!" The giant gates of Konoha and the surrounding wall had been reduced to rubble. The massive trees, grown by the Shodaime himself, burned with dark flames that surrounded the entire village, trapping all the inhabitants within. "Ignore my previous orders. Head straight to the gate and send any civilians and genin to the shelters," Tsunade commanded as she turned, the Ianbu vanishing with their body flickers. 10 minutes ago. Standing at Konoha's main gate, Team 8 was signing out for a mission, a simple patrol around the village and area. Due to the threat posed by Naruto, most teams had been confined to missions within Fire Country, as the Hokage and Council deemed missions outside the country too dangerous for all but the best. As they prepared to leap into the trees, an area of space a few feet away from the gates seemed to ripple before opening into a dark void. A cloaked figure slowly emerged from the void, making its way toward the gates. Kurenai was the first to regain her bearings, the two gate guards completely stunned by what they were witnessing. Taking a step forward, she confronted the approaching figure, doing her duty as a Konoha shinobi. "Halt! State your name and business, or we will be forced to detain you," Kurenai shouted, fully prepared to act at a moment's notice. The figure ignored her and continued to walk toward the gate. "Hey, didn't you hear what she said?" Kiba shouted, fangs bared aggressively. Before they could react, the figure's arms snapped up, fingers splayed open. Universal pull. With a silent pulse of chakra, Shino found himself flying across the distance and into the figure's outstretched hand, his team completely caught off guard. Turning around, the figure threw the surprised Aburame into the dark portal, which sealed shut as the shinobi vanished within. With a suppressed gasp, Shino tumbled out of the dark void and landed flat on his back, the world spinning dizzily around him. Quickly regaining his bearings, he looked around and noticed he was in a seaside village, most likely Wave Country, based on the large bridge stretching out behind him. Confirming the name of the bridge, he smirked beneath his collar. This was indeed Wave Country. "You must be one of Naruto's friends," a voice grumbled off to the side, drawing Shino's attention. "I suppose he's begun his attack then." Turning around, Shino came face to face with an old man dressed in expensive-looking robes, several villagers standing behind him. "Greetings, I'm Tazuna, daimyo of Wave Country," the old man spoke, nodding in greeting. "You will be allowed to stay here for as long as you want. We promised Naruto that we would take care of any people he sends here." "Thank you, Tazuna-sama," Shino replied, bowing respectfully. "If you don't mind, I will wait here for the rest of my clan, as I believe they will also be sent here by Naruto-san." "Do as you wish. I'm just helping that brat out, least we could do after he saved our country," Tazuna grumbled, the other villagers nodding in agreement. "Be sturdy," Kiba shouted, claws outstretched angrily. "What did you do to him? Bring him back." As the others shifted into offensive stances, the gate guards came out of their station to assist, while the large dog next to Kiba barked loudly, drawing their attention. Looking at Kiba, he barked out a short message, indecipherable to all but an Inuzuka. "What do you mean that's Naruto? He looks completely different." Kiba shouted, his eyes wide with shock. Hearing this, everyone at the gate stiffened, an ANBU squad dropping down from the shadows at the exclamation. Ox, report this to Hokage-sama, a hair-masked ANBU ordered, the rest of his squad forming up around him. Yes, Captain, the ox-masked ANBU replied, disappearing in a leaf-style body flicker. With one of their number gone, the remaining ANBU members stepped in front of the other Konoha, their positions shifting to protect those that stood behind them. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, surrender peacefully, or we will resort to force, the hair-masked ANBU commanded, his chakra spiking in warning. Naruto chuckled in amusement. It's only been a little over a year, and you fools seem to have forgotten what happened the last time I was here. Naruto sighed, eyes flickering over their faces. Let me refresh your memory. Raising his hand once again, his index finger outstretched, Naruto created a ball of glowing blue power. The ANBU surged forward, hoping to stop the attack, only for Naruto to simply wave his other hand. Almighty push! The three masked shinobi were sent flying back, the wave of invisible power sending them crashing into the large village gates. As the three ANBU flew by, Kiba and Akamaru charged ahead while Hinata followed behind them, Kurenai vanishing in a genjutsu. Man-beast ultimate taijutsu, Fong over Fong. Kiba shouted, he and Akamaru leaping into the air and becoming rapidly spinning cyclones. Same old Kiba, rushing headfirst into battle against a superior opponent. Naruto sighed, waving his hand once again. Almighty push! The two cyclones were blasted apart from the middle, sending them flying into the woods to the left and right, the Fong over Fong plowing through trees and foliage. Hinata charged through the gap created by Naruto's technique, her palm glowing blue as it slammed into Naruto's chest. The massive amount of chakra put into the attack detonated on contact, sending shockwaves through the area. Turning around to the astonished faces of the gate guards and recovering ANBU, Hinata scoffed smugly. Fool, believing he could stand up to the might of the Hyuga clan. She sneered, her tone heavy with arrogance as she began walking back. Fool, believing it was already over. The arrogance of the Hyuga main branch never ceases to amaze me, Hinata heard from behind, her eyes widening in shock. Spinning around, she gasped as a hand clamped around her throat, a hand belonging to the very man she thought she had defeated moments ago. Glancing over Naruto's shoulder, she watched as the two halves of his body shimmered before disappearing, along with the remnants of the battle. Pouring more chakra into her palms, her Byakugan eyes glaring angrily, she prepared to strike him again before her body suddenly went limp, arcs of lightning pouring from Naruto and paralyzing her. Thousand birds, current. The bolts of lightning kept the others back as they attempted to rescue Hinata, the overwhelming technique carving trenches in the ground while only incapacitating the girl in his grasp. Holding his other hand over Hinata's mouth, Naruto absorbed some of her blood and chakra before tossing her into a new portal, barely sparing a glance at her before moving forward. Hinata! Kiba and the invisible Kurenai shouted in unison. Hinata slammed into a wall as she emerged from the portal, a loud thud echoing through the room as she dropped to the floor. Shakily getting to her feet, she took in her surroundings and frowned. She was in a large room with no windows, the only light coming from the torches outside the prison bars. Reaching for her chakra, she prepared to break down the bars and escape, only to find that she couldn't feel her chakra at all. I wouldn't bother. The room is sealed to prevent the use of chakra. You cannot escape, a voice spoke, its owner melting out of the shadows outside the prison, causing Hinata to gasp in shock. Uchiha Itachi, she whispered, her face pale with fright. Welcome to Amigakure, Hyuga-sen. You and any others Naruto takes prisoner will remain here until he decides what to do with you, Itachi said, stepping back into the shadows and disappearing once more. Pulling a blade from her pouch, Hinata lashed out at the prison bars with all her strength, but there wasn't even a scratch. Slumping to the floor, she sat and waited. You coward! Kiba screamed once more, charging at the red-haired teen, his vision clouded with rage. Dodging around the Inuzuka's blows while evading Kurenai's attempts to ensnare him in a genjutsu, Naruto concentrated on absorbing Hinata's chakra and DNA, integrating the Byakugan into his own dojutsu. With the addition of the Byakugan, his eyes began to change once more, taking on a new form as he added the last of the 3 great dojutsu to them. With the integration of the Byakugan, his scara transformed into bands of lavender marked regularly with a red tomo, 2 on the left and 2 on the right of the pupil. His iris and pupil both vanished, leaving only a pitch-black diamond in their place. As they came closer to the diamond, the bands darkened in color, transitioning from a pale lavender at the edges to a deeper lavender at the center. As the gate guards, Anbyu, and Akamaru rushed forward to assist Kiba, Naruto slipped into a familiar stance that caused their eyes to widen. 8 trigrams palm rotation, 1,000 birds current, Naruto intoned, spinning on his heel. A dome of spinning, electrified chakra erupted from his form, slamming into the shinobi and throwing them all back against the village walls. How is that possible? That's a technique of the Hyuga clan. Kurenai's disembodied voice shouted, echoing from all around due to her concealing illusion. You saw me absorb Hinata's essence. I gained not only her knowledge of the gentle fist style but the abilities of the Byakugan as well, Naruto replied, glancing at his eyes in a nearby puddle. I think I'll call them the Kodai no Mi, Eyes of the Emperor. With the added abilities of the Byakugan, no one can hide from my sight. Deciding to test his newly upgraded dojutsu, he swiveled his vision around to lock eyes with Kurenai, hypnotizing her with the Sharingan's powers. He forced her to walk through a newly opened portal. There was a larger chakra drain to hypnotize her this way, but it was barely noticeable with his vast store of chakra. The Byakugan is quite a useful tool. This addition makes my eyes the most powerful in this world, Naruto mused, turning his gaze back towards the gate. The Konoha were still lying on the ground, staring at him with hate-filled eyes. The 1,000 birds, palm rotation mix had not only thrown them back but left them temporarily incapacitated. Raising his hand once again, Naruto recharged his earlier attack. There was no one to stop him this time. Hollow flash. A beam of blue chakra shot from his finger, racing down the road and overwhelming Kiba and the other Konoha as it plowed through them and slammed into the village gates. The ensuing explosion destroyed the massive village gates and a large portion of the surrounding walls. All around the village walls, multiple shadow clones received their signal and began their assault, dark flames leaping from their eyes and igniting everything in sight. In a blur of movement, waves of shadow clones streamed over the walls and into the village, prepared to carry out their secondary objectives. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and several squads of Anbyu arrived at the destroyed gates from different directions, all drawn by the massive explosion. Seconds later, they were joined by several Jonin and Tunin. They found a bored-looking redhead sitting in the middle of the crater that was once their village gates, his eyes half closed as he waited. What's going on, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked, taking in the massive damage. Who's that? It's Naruto, Tsunade answered, recalling the latest bingo book entry for the teen. The toad Sanin's eyes widened in shock. The boy had changed so much since they last met, looking more like his mother than his father now. Worst of all, his eyes reminded Jiraiya of one of the orphans he had trained back in AIM, a bittersweet memory. Well, Jiraiya, I see you survived our previous encounter. No doubt it was due to Tsunade's exceptional skills, Naruto commented, his eyes snapping open as he stood. Naruto, you don't have to do this. There must be some way to bring you back, Jiraiya shouted, his face twisted in concern. Much to their surprise, Naruto's expression shifted from one of apathy to anguish. You still want me back? The teen asked, his voice trembling. After everything I've done? Seeing this, Tsunade smiled. Perhaps there was still some small chance. Of course we want you back, Naruto, she replied, her smile encouraging as the boy began to sniffle, tears trailing down his face. We never stopped wanting you, no. The villagers know you're not a demon. Things can be different. Naruto began to cry as he spoke between sobs, his hair shadowing his face from view. I can't believe that. His sobs grew louder. Boom. As the remaining faces of the Hokage Mountain and the Hokage Tower erupted in flames, Naruto's sobs turned into laughter until he was cackling out loud. That you fools would actually believe that I want to return to this dump. The surrounding ninja snarled in anger, some rushing into the village to find out who had set off the explosions, while others remained held back by a signal from Tsunade. Why would you do this, Naruto? She cried, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. Because it's what you deserve. Naruto snarled, the amusement fading from his face, replaced by anger. Did you think that starting to care now would make a difference? Your precious villagers had 13 years to see the truth, but only now that I'm a threat do they want me back. Only now do they see me as human. Behind the furious redhead, the wall of flames surged to new heights, towering over the village walls. No, I refuse to forgive them yet again. Naruto concluded, releasing pent-up energy with a deep breath. This village will burn. Jiraiya stepped forward, allowing the crying Tsunade a moment to herself. What about the innocents in the village, Naruto? There are many who still care for you or have never wronged you. The Sanin shouted, eyes blazing with rage. Will you just destroy them as well, like some kind of monster? Naruto smirked, his eyes glinting with newfound amusement. Of course not, you underestimate me, Jiraiya. The assembled ninja startled in shock. Naruto hadn't spoken aloud, the comment had come from within their own heads. Many of my abilities lie within the mind, Jiraiya. As we speak, thousands of my clones are running rampant throughout your village, finding the innocent and sending them to safety with my allies. Naruto explained, his voice echoing in their minds. The guilty will face the consequences, the innocent will live, and once Konoha has been dealt with, they shall be offered a place within my new village. Hearing a massive explosion, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi turned from their training ground, their eyes wide as they took in the burning Hokage tower. What should we do, Ko? Moegi asked, her tone wavering with fear. Let's go check it out, Konohamaru replied, his tone cheerful. Maybe Naruto Nizan is back. That seemed to cheer them up, their fear vanishing as they began making their way to the village, only to be stopped by a voice from behind. Where are you three going? Turning around, they came face to face with their sensei, Ebisu. It's far too dangerous for you, Genin. Head for the shelter. Ebisu was cut off as his eyes rolled back, and he slumped to the ground. The three Genin smiled wide as they saw Naruto standing behind their unconscious sensei. Hey guys! Naruto greeted with a wave. Hayashi stared in shock at his compound. He had rushed out of his office at the first explosion, only to be rendered unconscious by an attack from behind. Waking up several minutes later, he was met with the sight of the main branch members strewn about the garden, all the branch members nowhere in sight. Like what I've done with the place? A voice to his left spoke, Hayashi's head snapping to the side to come face to face with a grinning Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the Hyuga clan head snarled. So, you've returned. Hyuga Hayashi, Naruto answered with a cheeky grin. I'm going to enjoy this. All across the village of Konoha, people were vanishing, some being grabbed by red-headed figures that disappeared as quickly as they appeared, while others found themselves falling into black portals that appeared in random places. The village was in complete chaos, with ninja trying to herd all the villagers into shelters and save any that were grabbed, to no avail. Naruto smirked as he observed the shocked looks on his opponents' faces. Do you understand now? You can't dismiss this as the meaningless destruction of a monster. This is a cleansing. Naruto shouted, his voice resonating in their minds. Those who perish here today do so with the knowledge that they are the vilest of creatures. Those who survive will either be innocent or unlucky. Konoha will fall today. Many of the surrounding shinobi grew anxious, some knowing which side they fell on regarding the red-headed Uzumaki, while others wondered where they would end up. With a simple display of his telepathy, along with some subtle suggestion to help his message sink in, Naruto had completely unnerved the Konoha forces, making them easier to capture or defeat. What about your father? You wear his name proudly. Think about what he would want, Naruto. Jiraiya shouted, fighting off the effects of the minor suggestion. He was the greatest Hokage this village has ever seen. Would you tarnish his image like this? Hell yes. Naruto shouted back, grinning widely. The only thing I respect about that man is his power. I've gone over his notes, and I'll admit he was a genius. That doesn't mean I'll forgive him for sacrificing me for this vile place. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down once again. As for wearing his name proudly, you misunderstand, Jiraiya. Naruto continued, smirking confidently. This name serves as a reminder to you all, to remind you of just who I am. You all shout about how my father is a great hero, how he saved your lives. Well, this name serves to remind you of how you repaid his sacrifice, of how you treated his legacy. Conceding defeat, Jiraiya stepped back with his head hung low. There was no convincing the redhead. Fine, Naruto. If you insist on continuing with this madness, then I will be forced to fight you. It is my duty to protect this village, and I will do what must be done. The Sanin spoke, his tone steely and his eyes set with determination. Having regained her senses while the two spoke, Tsunade stepped up and looked into Naruto's eyes, flinching at what she saw hidden within. She could no longer sense the happiness and childlike innocence those orbs had once held. Instead, she saw his anger, his rage simmering behind the dark depths that stared back at her. This realization cemented her decision. The boy before her was no longer the Naruto she once knew. He no longer needed her in his world. You made me take the mantle of Hokage, Naruto. It is my duty to protect these people, and I will defeat anyone who attempts to harm them. That includes you, she whispered, her voice just loud enough for him to hear. Waving her hand, she gave the signal to attack, the small army at her back reacting in an instant and filling the air with hundreds of kunai. As the rain of metal descended on his position, Naruto grinned widely, eagerly anticipating the battle ahead. Finally! The redhead smirked, raising both hands above his head, his massive chakra pools swirling around him. Almighty push! With a loud whoosh, a ripple of invisible power slammed into the hail of weapons, deflecting them and sending them flying. Grinning widely, Naruto leapt toward the waves of advancing shinobi, the army of Konoha following behind Tsunade and Jiraiya. Splitting away from the army, Jiraiya leapt onto a nearby rooftop and clapped his hands together, his eyes closed as if in prayer. Sensing the natural chakra flowing into the toad sage, Naruto smirked and turned his attention back to the mob he was facing. Jiraiya could take all the time he needed. Descending into the crowd of shinobi, Naruto dodged several blows, his hands moving in a blur. The air was filled with chaos as he fought his way through the surrounding shinobi, never stopping or slowing. Coming to a stop in the center of the mob, a path of fallen foes stretching behind him, he flipped onto his hands and began spinning, his legs outstretched. His spinning intensified until he became a small tornado, keeping the Konoha shinobi at bay as his power swirled around him. Storm leg, severing cut. Naruto shouted, his legs snapping out as he spun. A circle of blue energy pulsed from his position, slicing through the air and cutting down everything in its path. Many of the Konoha shinobi managed to jump over or duck beneath the energy blade, but the unlucky ones found themselves caught in its wake. The survivors watched in shock as everything within a 50-meter radius was affected by the attack. As his spin came to a stop, Naruto pushed off the ground and soared into the air, surrounded by the descending shinobi. Dodging various jutsu, he leapt from body to body, moving with incredible speed. As they neared the ground, he grabbed the arm of the closest shinobi, yanking it away with a swift motion and using it to strike down his opponent. Landing on the ground, he ducked beneath a blow from behind and spun around, catching a second attack. Smirking at the astonished look on Tsunade's face, he retaliated with a swift strike of his own, sending her flying. As she soared through the air, she collided with several shinobi and crashed into a building, causing the structure to tremble around her. Leaping back into the air, he backflipped over a punch from Jiraiya, who had finally entered Sage mode, his appearance altered with a circle of red around his eyes. Landing behind the Toad Sage, he dodged a follow-up punch as Jiraiya spun around, only to be pushed back by the natural chakra extending from Jiraiya's arm. Flipping in the air, he landed several meters away from the Sage, a wide grin on his face as he surveyed the damage he had caused. Within the first few minutes of battle, he had taken down numerous shinobi and civilians, injuring many more and destroying several buildings. Those shinobi still able to fight regrouped around Jiraiya, with a fully healed Tsunade appearing at his side. Naruto chuckled lightly to himself, his grin turning mischievous. This is so much fun, he laughed, ignoring the glares directed at him. Why don't we make this more exciting? What are you talking about, Naruto? Tsunade asked, eyeing him warily. In response, he pulled out a kunai and tossed it at Jiraiya, who easily caught it midair. Noticing a seal wrapped around the small blade, many eyes widened as Jiraiya prepared to toss the dangerous weapon away. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Naruto spoke up, causing the Sanin to pause. Look at it closely, I promise it won't hurt you. Against his better judgment, Jiraiya examined the seal, his eyes widening as he recognized the array. This is, he whispered, staring at the red-headed teen in shock. Yes, it is, Naruto acknowledged, smirking smugly. Ignoring the curious looks from the other shinobi, Naruto began forming hand seals, his motions slow and steady. Jiraiya, what is that? Tsunade asked, her eyes narrowing as the other ninjas scattered to avoid whatever jutsu was coming. It's the control seal to Orochimaru's jutsu, Jiraiya replied, gripping the kunai tightly. Tsunade's head snapped toward him so fast he could swear he heard her neck crack. Which jutsu? She asked in a panicked tone, but before Jiraiya could answer, Naruto completed his jutsu. Summoning technique, impure world resurrection. As a brown coffin rose from the ground, the gathered crowd could only gasp as they wondered who Naruto had summoned, many recalling the reports of the revived Shodame and Nidame fighting against the Sandame. As the lid fell and a figure stepped out of the coffin, they all took a step back, eyes widening in fear. Oh Kami no, Tsunade whispered, her shoulders shaking. Naruto stood in the village center, his sweeping gaze taking in the widespread destruction and the chaos around him. Having sent Iruka, Choji, and Shikamaru on their way to Wave Country, he had proceeded to cut his way through shinobi and civilians to the market center to meet with his fellow clones. As the seconds passed, more and more clones dropped into the market center to report successful missions, the group awaiting the next signal from the main body. The signal came at last, a pulse of dark energy flowing throughout the village, signifying the use of the impure world resurrection. Nodding to each other, the clones turned and ran off in separate directions, taking down everyone in their path. As he ran through the village, cutting down fleeing civilians and any ninja that fought back, Naruto's eyes caught a fast-moving blur approaching him from behind. Focusing more chakra into his eyes, the blur seemed to slow until the figure of Rock Lee could be seen, the taijutsu expert flying at him in slow motion. Spinning around, he countered with his own kick, his leg clashing with Lee's midair. A loud crack rang through the air, Naruto's blow winning out and sending Lee flying backwards, his opponent remaining unharmed. Bringing his leg down, Naruto smirked at his new visitors. Across from him were the remainder of Team Guy Lee, Tenten and Guy himself. Team Guy, so we meet again, Naruto greeted, his eyes locking with Lee's. My offer is still open to you. You still have a chance to join me. I'm afraid my answer is still no, Naruto. Your actions are not in line with my values, and I will have no part in them, Lee replied, surveying the chaos around them. A pity. I guess Neji was right, Naruto sighed, hanging his head. I'll just have to defeat you and bring you with me. What do you know about Neji? What have you done to him? Tenten shouted, a pair of kunai appearing in her hands. I've done nothing to him, he chose to join me, Naruto replied, tilting his head. After all, I possess the one thing he always desired. They looked puzzled by his answer, completely confused, before Guy's eyes widened in understanding. You removed his cursed seal, he whispered, causing the other two to gasp. Not just his. The entire branch family of the Hyuga chose to join me in exchange for the removal of their seals, Naruto said, grinning widely. Join me. You don't belong on that side. This village is full of corruption and evil. They don't deserve your loyalty. Stay still, you little pest. Hyuga Hayashi shouted, his hands moving in a blur. Why should I? Naruto grinned, easily dodging the man's strikes. Maybe you need to speed up, old man. Blasted boy, I should have done this a long time ago, Hayashi snarled, chakra flaring from his fingertips. When I get my hands on you, you'll regret this. Naruto's grin vanished, replaced by a deep frown. Which brings me back to the reason I'm here. Tell me, Hayashi, why do you hate me? Naruto asked, swatting aside a powerful palm move. At first, I thought it was because I was a Jinchuriki, but then I figured someone with the Byakugan would see the difference between my chakra and my tenets. So, Hyuga, I'll ask again, why do you hate me so much? Hayashi's only reply was another series of strikes, but Naruto continued to dodge them with ease. You are correct, boy. I knew you weren't the demon. The Byakugan could easily tell that, Hayashi finally replied, falling back into a defensive stance. I didn't hate you for what you were, I hate you for who you are, for who your father was. Unlike the fools in this village, I could tell with a single glance that you were that man's child. You hate me because of who my father was? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow incredulously. I thought you Konohan shinobi were proud of your beloved yandere. Hayashi snarled angrily at that, a disgusted sneer stretching across his face. What many seem to forget is that I, along with Orochimaru and Fugaku Uchiha, were candidates for the Yandere Hokage, Hayashi replied, the veins around his Byakugan twitching angrily. Instead of handing the title to a Hyuga elite like myself, it was given to that bumbling fool. So it was jealousy? Naruto asked, brow furrowed and eyes narrowed. You were jealous that my father became Hokage instead of you? I was one of the strongest shinobi in the village, the most powerful Hyuga in 3 generations, head of one of the village's oldest and strongest clans, Hayashi growled, chakra flaring from his fingertips. The title of Hokage was rightfully mine, yet it was snatched away, given to some clanless orphan with a few flashy tricks. Naruto's face twisted into an angry snarl. You hated me because I was his son? Because you weren't made Hokage? The redhead shouted, his chakra flaring in anger. You took away my first true friend simply because you were jealous of my father? Hayashi's eyes widened in surprise. Did you think I wouldn't remember, Hyuga? That I would forget that day? The only good birthday I ever had, thanks to Hinata? Naruto asked, clenching his fists in anger. She showed me kindness that day. She gave me my first ever birthday present, and you punished her for it. You hurt her in front of me, and turned her into what she is today, a selfish, cruel, arrogant Hyuga. Hayashi frowned at that, shifting into a more aggressive stance. No, Hayashi, I didn't forget, Naruto continued, bluish chakra swirling around him. You took away my friend, made her hate me, made her like you and the rest of your wretched main family. I will make you pay for that, I will crush you. Releasing a sliver of his intense energy, Naruto drove the Hyuga clan head to his knees, an immense and terrifying pressure surrounding them. What is this? This pressure, it's just like the last time he was here, Hayashi gasped, clutching his chest. I need to escape, I need to run, I need to get away from this boy. As Hayashi's mind began to unravel from the sheer terror and immense pressure, Naruto drew his sword and approached the nearly incapacitated man, his blade raised and ready. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Chakra-coated fingers struck Naruto all over his back, his attacker sliding around him and closing his chakra points with each blow. As a powerful palm strike sent him flying toward the courtyard wall, Naruto recognized the enraged face of his attacker, Hyuga Hanabi. As the redhead disappeared beneath the rubble of the courtyard wall, Hanabi knelt to inspect her father, checking for a pulse while her Byakugan scanned him internally. He was unharmed, but despite her best efforts, he lay there, mumbling about fleeing and escaping from something. Hanabi's inspection was interrupted moments later by a fast-moving blur appearing in front of her and lashing out with a kick, sending her tumbling away. Now, Hanabi, didn't your mother ever tell you it's rude to attack someone from behind? An uninjured Naruto said, an amused grin on his face. How are you still standing? The young Hyuga asked, shakily getting to her feet. You're a clone. The first strike should have dispelled you. Naruto smirked at that, wondering why she had realized he was a simple clone while Hayashi hadn't. You're correct, little Hyuga. That strike would have dispelled me, at least if it had actually hit me, Naruto replied, chuckling to himself. While the gentle fist is a powerful style, it has its flaws, especially when it comes to me. Hanabi glared at him, likely offended by the implication about her clan's technique. What flaws? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, for starters, there's my steel skin technique. If you focus, You might be able to see it, Naruto replied, holding up an arm for her to examine. Pouring chakra into her eyes, Hanabi felt them strengthen until she noticed a layer of glowing white light hovering just above Naruto's. What is that? She asked, her Byakugan honing in on the glowing aura. This is my steel skin technique, Naruto explained, dropping his arm. While it's nearly useless for the real me, it works perfectly for clones. It creates a layer of solid spiritual energy that protects them from all sorts of damage. Your gentle fist strikes won't affect my skin, let alone my chakra points. Any chakra you use on me will simply bounce off. Hanabi's eyes widened in shock. Such a technique would render the gentle fist style ineffective. Refusing to accept this, she concentrated chakra into her hands and charged at him, shouting in frustration. A chakra-coated palm slammed into Naruto's chest, followed by a second palm moments later. To no effect. Hanabi stared in disbelief as her attack didn't even faze the clone. Her chakra simply rolled off his chest and dissipated into the air, leaving him unharmed. Looking up at his face, she felt a chill as he smirked, fear replacing the confidence that had been in her eyes. Feisty little thing, aren't you? Naruto chuckled, leaning closer. Hanabi tried to back away but found herself unable to move, her gaze locked onto his as his eyes began to spin, the mesmerizing motion drawing her in. When she regained her senses, Hanabi found herself standing in the same spot, her arms around Naruto's neck, their lips almost touching. She was drawn to him, feeling a sense of affection that confused her. Pulling back, Naruto grinned at the dazed look on her face. It had taken more time and energy than he expected, but his first attempt at altering someone's mind had succeeded. As far as Hanabi was concerned, she had always loved and obeyed him, willing to do anything to please him. He had been looking for a chance to test this technique, and Hanabi had provided the perfect opportunity, not to mention her striking appearance. At its core, the technique involved dismantling parts of a person's mind and replacing them with what he desired, effectively rewriting their very essence. In Hanabi's case, he had shifted her loyalty from her clan to him, transforming her love for her family into love for him, her devotion to her village into devotion to him. Essentially, Hanabi Hyuga was now his in every way. With a smug expression, Naruto opened a portal to one of his hideouts and sent her through, watching as she willingly stepped inside. Turning to the still mumbling Hayashi, he drew his blade and swiftly ended the Hyuga patriarch's life as he moved past, continuing to deal with the rest of the main house Hyuga. Jiraiya and the other Konohanins stared in shock at the resurrected form of their Yondaime Hokage, the blonde man grinning back, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Minato? How is this possible? Jiraiya whispered, his voice echoing across the silent battlefield. How were you summoned from within the Shinigami? That shouldn't be possible. I'm as surprised as you are, the blonde replied, scratching his head sheepishly. One moment I'm in the Shinigami's realm, and the next, I'm standing here looking at you. He paused, tilting his head. Why am I all the way over here? Minato asked, glancing around at the assembled shinobi. Didn't you summon me, sensei? Because he didn't summon you, I did. The voice came from behind him, causing Minato to turn and see the form of his summoner. Naruto, he whispered, shock etched on his face. While his son looked different from what he expected, Minato could still see traces of both his and Kushina's features in the teen's face. Hello, father, Naruto said, infusing the words with as much disdain as he could muster. What's going on here? Minato asked, his eyes wide and face pale. How did you summon me? Why are you attacking our village? Naruto scowled, his anger boiling over. Do you have any idea what your precious village has done to me? Do you know how they treated me after you sealed the Kyuubi within me? He shouted, glaring at the blonde man. Minato looked over at the Konoha contingent, none of whom would meet his gaze, which spoke volumes about the situation. No, you don't. Let me tell you. For starters, there's my godparents, Naruto sneered, glancing at the Konoha shinobi. Your sensei over there decided he didn't want the burden of taking care of a child, didn't want me getting in the way of his research, so he just left me here. He never bothered to visit or check on me. In fact, I didn't even meet him until my first Chunin exam. Minato's gaze shifted to Jiraiya, Disappointment etched on his face, while rage simmered beneath the surface. This was the man he had once considered a father. Naruto continued, ignoring Jiraiya's attempts to explain himself. Then there's Tsunade, who, unlike Jiraiya, had a somewhat reasonable excuse for abandoning me since she was still grieving over her brother and lover, as well as the loss of her best friend, my mother. He stared at Tsunade. Still, after 13 years, she never came back to see me. She just continued drinking and gambling her way across the country, neglecting her responsibilities. Tsunade hung her head in shame, doing her best to avoid Minato's piercing gaze. While one blonde Kage glared at the other, Naruto surveyed the damage his clones were causing to the village. Things were going well. Lastly, there are the people you died for, the people you sacrificed our lives to protect. Do you know how they repaid that sacrifice? Naruto asked, turning his attention back to the gathered shinobi. They saw me as the demon I held at bay. They took their anger out on me, the one who saved them. They demeaned me, starved me, beat me, ignored me, hindered my education, stunted my growth. They did their very best to deny me my humanity. The redhead paused, taking a breath to calm himself. So then, father, he continued, his voice even and calm, do you really need to ask why I'm standing on this side of the battlefield? Minato didn't reply. Hearing how the people he trusted, the ones he protected and sacrificed his life for, had treated his son almost broke his heart. He could only stand there with his head hung low, tears trailing down his cheeks. Naruto scoffed at that, his foot lashing out in a powerful kick that sent the resurrected Kage flying, his form SNG across the battlefield and into Jiraiya's arms. Quit your crying, it's pathetic, Naruto sneered, knocking the dilapidated coffin aside and taking a step forward. Now then, Jiraiya, insert the seal so we can begin. Jiraiya, after steadying his ex-student's form, glanced over at Naruto. Still wanted to apologize to the boy, to beg for his forgiveness, but he knew that wouldn't work. Naruto had turned his back on them. This won't work, Naruto. I didn't summon him, so I can't bind him with the kunai, Jiraiya replied, glancing at the sealed kunai in his hand. Just do it, the seal has been changed so you can use it, Naruto countered, rolling his eyes. Jiraiya nodded. He had noticed a difference in the seal but couldn't tell what it was exactly. Still, the question remained, why did Naruto want him to use the seal? Was he so arrogant to believe he could defeat Konoha and the Yondaime Hokage on his own? The old Naruto may not have, but Jiraiya could see the new Naruto doing so. The teen had challenged many great villages on his own. Why should this be any different? With his face set in determination, the toad Sanin inserted the seal into the resurrected Kage, missing the small smirk that graced Naruto's face. As the sealed kunai was inserted into his skull, Minato decided to plead with his son once more, hoping there was some small chance. You don't need to do this, Naruto. I know the villagers haven't treated you as they should have, but it's not too late. You can still be the better person, Minato pleaded, his cracked skin healing as the resurrection technique was finalized. Forgive them, protect them, and show them the real you, and they will come to accept you. Naruto pretended to think about it for a moment before he broke out in laughter, his head thrown back and eyes shut tight. He laughed for a good minute before he stopped, his eyes glowing with amusement as he stared back at the Yondaime. Forgive them? Protect them? I guess you're a bigger fool than I thought. Naruto chuckled, eyes shining as he sensed the last part of the seal activating. That makes what I'm about to do so much more satisfying. He had lied about the seal Jiraiya was using. While it was different from the original, he had misled them about what that difference was. Normally, the seal could only be used by the original creator as it was tied to their chakra and blood. This had been easily circumvented by his use of Jiraiya's chakra and body while creating the seal, causing it to recognize the Sanin as the summoner. The true difference was a trap in the seal, one that only activated once the resurrection technique was finalized. As the trapped portion of the seal activated, Minato's eyes glazed over, a pitch-black aura surrounding his entire form. In a flash, the aura leapt from the Yondaime's form and onto Jiraiya's, surrounding him for several seconds before it vanished. What was that? Jiraiya exclaimed, gripping his chest in worry. Kukuku, Naruto cackled, drawing their attention from the worried Sanin. I can't believe you actually did it. What a riot. What did you do to them, Naruto? Tsunade shouted, glaring darkly at the redhead. His laughter dying down, Naruto returned her glare with an amused stare. Tell me, Tsunade, the teen began, a grin stretching across his face. Did you know that it's nearly impossible to summon a soul from the Shinigami's stomach? All eyes snapped toward Minato and Jiraiya, who both nodded in acknowledgement. The two then shrugged when asked how Minato had been summoned. Then how did you summon Minato? Tsunade asked, returning all attention to Naruto's form. It was quite easy, if I must say so myself, Naruto replied, looking proud of himself. You see, he built a failsafe within my seal. The failsafe was that a part of his soul would reside within the seal, and should I attempt to free the Kyuubi or use too much of its chakra, the yondaime would appear within the seal and stop me. Minato nodded to confirm this was true. This would have worked too when I released the seal, except my own spiritual power was great enough to overpower and contain the soul fragment, keeping it sealed within my soul until I found a use for it, Naruto continued, ignoring the look of horror on Minato's face when he heard that the demon was free. Using this part of his soul as an anchor in the jutsu, I was able to pull the rest from within the Shinigami's stomach, allowing the technique to succeed where it would otherwise fail. Despite being their enemy, Jiraiya couldn't deny the brilliance of the action. There were few shinobi who could take advantage of such a loophole. As for what just happened, Naruto trailed off, grinning wide at the annoyed looks he received. One doesn't just steal from the Shinigami and expect to get away with it. That would be foolish. So I took some precautions. I added a special seal to the jutsu. It's basically a revised version of the dead demon consuming seal, one that ties the summoned and its summoner together. Once the impure world resurrection is released, the seal will drag both my dear father and Jiraiya into the Shinigami's belly for the rest of eternity, appeasing the death god. The redhead's grin stretched wider as everyone paled, the shinobi registering his words before their faces darkened in outrage. But that's not all it does, Naruto continued, his tone giddy. There's a secondary seal hidden within the first, a space-time seal that will shift the target out of phase, making it intangible and untouchable to anything on this plane. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he reached over, his jaw dropping when his hand passed right through his ex-student's form. This is your final punishment, father, Naruto declared, his grin turning fierce. You will be forced to watch the destruction of the village you chose over me, unable to touch anything, unable to help anyone, unable to even run away from here. You will witness as the village burns and its people suffer. Minato screamed in anguish, rushing at his son's form in anger. Naruto simply laughed as he ran through the man's form and leapt into the crowd of shinobi, taking down Jonin and Tunin with renewed vigor. Without a sound, 3 red-haired clones landed at an intersection within Konoha's clan sector. They had just finished dealing with the clans that had caused their maker much pain, only missing a few members who were in the main village. As they prepared to head off to the village, they found themselves frozen in place, unable to fully control their bodies. With hesitant movements, their necks were forcibly turned to the side, allowing them to see the clan heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. Well, the 3 clones spoke in unison, greatly unnerving their captors. Inuzuka Tsum, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inochi, and Akimichi Choza, just the 4 we were looking for. From the looks on your faces, we can guess you visited your clan compounds. Did you not like what we've done with the place? Quiet boy. Where is the real you? Tsum shouted, her canine partner, Kuramaru, growling beside her. You will pay for the loss of our clan members. You don't approve? The 3 clones frowned, continuing to speak in unison. We were just returning the favor after all. What do you mean returning the favor? Shikaku asked, eyes narrowing in thought. Do you really think you'll get away with this? Yes, we do, the clones replied, their tones confident and smug. As for what we meant, this is payback for all the times you attacked me as a child. The eyes of the clan heads widened in surprise. You thought we wouldn't remember? The clones snarled, their faces twisted in anger. We wouldn't remember all the times you took turns attacking us simply because you had Inochi wipe our minds afterward? You would be surprised how many members of your clans did the exact same, attacking an innocent child and erasing his memory of the event. It must have been a game for you. All three clones turned to fully face them, breaking free from Shikaku's hold, much to the shock of the four clan heads. Didn't you notice the way your clan members fell? They all met their end in the same ways you four tried to harm me, the clones spoke, stepping forward. Inuzuka's clawed and torn apart, Nara's forced to take their own lives, Yamanaka's driven to madness, Akimichi's crushed under weight. It was the perfect revenge. Enraged by the teen's words, Tsum roared and lunged forward, her partner following closely. Ignoring the cries of her comrades, both she and Kuramaru leapt into the air, becoming a pair of rampaging whirlwinds. Man-beast ultimate taijutsu, Fong over Fong. As the twin whirlwinds neared, two of the clones leapt away while the third remained in place, a confident smirk on its face. With a loud crash, the two twisters slammed into the clone, grinding and slicing into the redhead. Surprisingly, the clone did not dispel on impact, much to the shock of the watching shinobi. In fact, the clone seemed to remain intact as it was sent sliding back, its hands outstretched, holding the two whirlwinds at bay. The three remained frozen in place for a split second, the small redhead managing to hold back the two massive whirlwinds, before Naruto pushed down with a flick of his wrist. Tsum and Kuramaru were immediately slammed into the ground, the impact dispelling their technique and shattering the earth below. Seeing their companion fall, Choza and Shikaku rushed forward to save her, but they were far too slow. In an instant, the two other clones appeared behind the recovering Inuzuka, their clawed hands slicing through the air. Screaming in rage, Choza transformed into a large, fleshy ball and rolled towards the three teens, intending to crush them beneath his bulk. Seeing this, one of the clones rushed towards the massive ball and leapt into the air, its leg wound up for a powerful kick. The force of the blow sent the Akimichi flying, the massive orb SNG across the village and landing amidst the flames. His limbs broken on impact, Choza could only cry out in pain as he faced his fate. "Choza!" Shikaku shouted, his normally blank face twisted in horror and anger. Turning his enraged gaze back to the clone that had harmed his teammate, Shikaku formed a seal and spiked his chakra, causing every shadow in the surrounding area to ripple. The sky turned dark as hundreds of black spikes were launched from the shadows, all of which seemed to lock onto the clone's form before SNG towards the ground. Grinning smugly, the clone simply stared back at the Nara head as the spikes bounced off its steel skin, each one dispersing into a dark mist afterward. "Shadow, eh? Impressive, I suppose," the clone chuckled as the last of the spikes dispersed. "I wonder how your shadows compare to true darkness." Before the Nara could react, Naruto swung his arm forward, an aura of pitch-black darkness appearing around him. Liberation! A wall of blackness rose from the ground, causing Shikaku's eyes to widen. The technique was quite similar to one of the Nara's techniques. Why would he raise a shield? Shikaku wondered, glancing at the dark wall. The Nara was caught completely off guard when a literal cloud of debris exploded from the wall, wood and stone launching through the air and crashing into him, burying him beneath a mountain of rubble. Should one look closer, they would notice various remnants among the debris pile. "Not much better than the rest of your clan, apparently," the redhead scoffed, turning from the remains of the Nara clan and their compound. Walking towards the forms of his clone brothers, the clone raised an eyebrow as he noticed them standing over the lifeless body of Inochi Yamanaka. "What happened to him?" he asked, drawing their attention. Both clones shared a look and turned back to him, speaking in unison as they replied, "He tried to use a clan jutsu to control us. They kicked the body. We knocked it aside, broke his defenses, and shattered his mind." The single clone stared back for a moment before shuddering. "Man, that's unsettling." Standing amidst a field of destruction, Naruto surveyed the aftermath he had caused. Almost all the ANBU and shinobi who had confronted him were incapacitated, their fates sealed by his overwhelming power. Across from him stood the last three survivors of the battle, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi Asuma, the only ones skilled enough to withstand his initial onslaught. He had spent the last few minutes evading them, darting around while they could only watch helplessly as he dealt with their comrades. Off to the side, the Yondaime Hokage knelt, tears streaming down his cheeks as he witnessed the devastation of his village. Unfortunately for Konoha, the last of his clones had dispelled moments ago, revealing that the rest of the village was either lost, captured, or safe with one of his allies. In less than an hour, the population of nearly 15,000 had dwindled to just 3 people. Not even an army of shinobi could achieve such a feat. Well, you 3 seem to be the last ones standing, Naruto chuckled, glancing at the furious shinobi. Any final words? You'll pay for this, Naruto. Asuma shouted, his anger boiling over as he thought of Kurenai. The Jonin wanted nothing more than to confront him. That may be true, Naruto replied, slipping into his Six-style stance. But it can't be worse than living in this village. With that, he launched himself at them. Several miles from the village, Madara stood, head tilted as he stared at the wall of fire blocking his path to the village. He had been scouting Amigakure in search of the Namikaze boy when he sensed a massive release of chakra from the land of fire, a remarkable feat given the distance. Intrigued, he had come to investigate, only to find his way obstructed by the familiar black flames. Who did this? Itachi is supposed to be dead, and little Sasuke didn't possess the Mangekyo the last time I checked. Could there be another Uchiha around? Madara mused, his single Sharingan gleaming beneath his mask. Either way, with Itachi in hiding and Sasuke missing, this might be my last opportunity. This body has nearly reached its limit. An Uchiha with an awakened Mangekyo would make an excellent host. Chuckling to himself, Madara vanished into a swirling vortex originating from his revealed eye. Chapter End. Several miles from the village, Madara stood, observing the flames that blocked his way to the village. He had sensed a significant amount of chakra released from this area and had come to investigate, only to find his path obstructed by the familiar black flames. Who did this? Itachi is supposed to be dead, and little Sasuke didn't have the Mangekyo the last time I checked. Could there be another Uchiha around? And why attack Konoha? With Itachi gone and Sasuke missing, this might be my last chance. This body has nearly reached its limit. An Uchiha with the ability to wield such a powerful Amaterasu will make an excellent host. Chuckling to himself, Madara disappeared into a vortex originating from his right eye. Minutes ago, Minato watched in amazement as his son continued to overwhelm the hidden leaf forces. He had discovered that Naruto could not only sense the life force of everyone around him but also see their spirits as they departed. With each life lost, a white luminescent version of the person would soar into the sky. All around the village, he felt as lives ended one after another. One moment, he sensed a presence in a certain direction. The next, it was gone. At one point, the entire sky was filled with glowing white spirits, and it nearly broke his heart to witness so many lives lost at the hands of his own son. As he turned his attention back to the battle, Minato could sense only 4 people still alive in the village. There were, of course, the faint life forces of Jiraiya and Tsunade, whose old age had diminished their vitality. Then there was Asuma, whose life force was greater than both Tsunade's and Jiraiya's combined. All around them lay the bodies of their comrades, defeated by the man who stood across from them. Minato shivered every time he tried to gauge Naruto's life force. He had expected it to be as high as Asuma's, perhaps a little higher due to age, but what he sensed was incredible. No one in the village even came close to the amount of life force within Naruto. It felt like an endless pool. In fact, he was certain that even the combined life force of everyone in Konoha didn't match what Naruto radiated. What happened to you, Naruto? How did you become so powerful? He wondered. As he watched Naruto rush at the last of the Konoha Nin, Minato felt conflicted. On one hand, he was angry at Naruto for destroying their village. He was disappointed that Naruto chose the path of revenge over forgiveness. On the other hand, he felt regret for believing the villagers would see Naruto as a hero. Yet, he was also proud of his son. Disappointment aside, his own flesh and blood had single-handedly taken down the strongest of the 5 great villages. No matter what, Minato was still proud of his son. Minato was pulled from his thoughts as something flew past him and into the rubble behind. Turning, he found it to be the broken body of Asuma Sarutobi, his head hanging limply to the side. his torso and limbs were covered in various marks, and his chest appeared caved in from a powerful blow. In each of his hands were the bottom halves of his trademark trench knives, the blades cut cleanly through, likely by the sword Naruto wielded against Jiraiya. Looking for Tsunade, he found her kneeling off to the side, one hand pressed against a bleeding wound in her gut. From his vantage point, he could see that the wound went through her front and out her back. She was also covered in multiple scratches, and one arm looked broken. Just as Minato feared she might be out of the fight, he saw patterns cover her body before her wounds sealed shut. He assumed it was the seal he had helped her develop. Tsunade stood and rushed back into battle, creating craters with each blow. He watched as Jiraiya used his Harijizo followed by the Harijigaku. He was stunned when Naruto countered with the same attacks, his needles knocking down Jiraiya's. From the look on Jiraiya's face, he was equally astonished, meaning he hadn't taught it to Naruto. Then who did? That's not an easy attack to just copy. It takes years of study to control the chakra required, Minato pondered. The three engaged in a jutsu battle, with Jiraiya and Tsunade launching elemental attacks at Naruto while he effortlessly deflected them, countering with various jutsu Minato had never seen before. After a few minutes, Tsunade grew frustrated, and when her seal deactivated, she was forced to use her remaining chakra for one final attack. Kuchios no Jutsu. As the smoke cleared, Minato saw Tsunade standing atop the head of the slug queen, Katsu. Before anyone could react, the slug unleashed a torrent of acid at Naruto, another wave following as he leaped into the air. With no way to dodge the incoming flood of acid and no time to switch places, Minato braced himself, fearing the worst. Instead of the sound of acid hitting flesh or cries of pain, he heard something different. What was that? It sounded like static. Opening his eyes, he saw that Naruto was no longer suspended in midair or even near the acid. He was now standing yards away, poised to deliver a punch to the slug's front. How did he move so fast? Was it the Hierophant? I don't see any kunai, and what was that static sound? Minato wondered. Jiraiya had yelled a warning to Tsunade, causing her to jump from the slug's head and land next to the toad sage. As Naruto's punch connected with the slug, instead of being thrown back or dispelled, the slug broke apart into hundreds of smaller slugs that cascaded down on Naruto. This time, Minato witnessed Naruto use an incredible technique. What was that? One moment he's about to be overwhelmed by slugs, and the next he's standing several meters away, without any chakra used at all. That kind of speed should be impossible, Minato thought, increasingly amazed by Naruto's skills. As the slugs reformed behind her, Tsunade jumped onto her summon's head to confer with Katsuyu. Holding his blade, Naruto slid his hand across its edge, cutting a gash through his palm. Seeing Naruto cut his hand, Jiraiya followed suit and used the summoning technique. As Gamabunta appeared, Minato looked to see what Naruto would summon. Instead of summoning, Naruto held his bleeding hand above his head, and a ball of white energy began to form. The ball grew until it was as large as Naruto himself, and from it, several spokes of energy spiked out, resembling a large circular saw from the front. Aiming at the two summoned beings who prepared to dodge, he pulled back and then threw it forward. Gran Rei Siro! Faster than they could follow, the ball launched at them, spinning like a razor. It compressed and decompressed several times due to its sheer speed. One moment, the summons were about to evade, the next, they found themselves back in their realm, severely injured and unaware of what had transpired. Minato gaped at the sheer speed and raw power of the attack. It had vanished less than a second after being launched, leaving behind a long, deep trench that started from Naruto's position. The trench was 2 feet deep at its shallowest point and 12 feet at its deepest, extending from Naruto's position at the front gate across the village, destroying everything in its path. It was even powerful enough to extinguish the Amaterasu flames in its wake. Such power, and he doesn't even look winded. This is unreal. How powerful are you, Naruto? Minato thought. Hearing a groan, he spotted Jiraiya half buried under a mountain of rubble. Across from him, on the other side of the trench, was Tsunade, or at least what remained of her. Everything from her stomach down had been obliterated in the blast, and she had passed before her body hit the ground. Minato slumped to his knees, offering a silent prayer for Tsunade as her spirit drifted farther into the sky. At the sound of flesh hitting cloth, he turned his attention back to Naruto. Brushing off imaginary dust from his sleeves, Naruto turned away from the devastation he had caused and began to walk over to Jiraiya. Standing before the Toad Sage, he frowned as he sensed something unusual. Closing his eyes, he reopened them to reveal a strange dojutsu Minato had never seen before. When Naruto's eyes widened, Minato wondered what could have surprised him, only for the pile of rubble and Jiraiya to explode into a cloud of smoke. In its place stood another Jiraiya with his hands in a clapping position. As quickly as he appeared, Jiraiya reached out and grabbed hold of Naruto. Behind him, a familiar figure began to materialize, causing Minato's eyes to widen as he gazed upon a being he had not seen in 16 years. The Shinigami. He took a step back in fear when the death god set its eyes on him. "I was wondering where you went, Namikaze. I would have come after you had I not been promised another powerful soul in exchange for yours for a time." Minato shuddered as the dead, toneless voice resonated within his mind. Not waiting for a reply, the god turned its attention back to Jiraiya and a smirking Naruto. "I don't see why you're so happy, Naruto. No matter how fast you heal or how strong you've become, you can't defeat the death god," Jiraiya said as the Shinigami turned its head towards them. "It seems you've become senile in your old age, Jiraiya. Do you know the cost of asking the Shinigami's aid?" Naruto asked, his smirk growing wider. Minato's eyes widened as he realized something Jiraiya had forgotten. "Of course I know. He'll take my soul as well as yours, a sacrifice I'm willing to make to avenge the people you killed today," Jiraiya replied. "Stupid old man, how do you expect to pay his price? Or did you forget he already owns your soul?" Naruto's grin turned smug as Jiraiya's expression shifted from grim acceptance to shocked horror. The Shinigami interjected before Jiraiya could respond. "He is correct, human. Your soul is already mine. Unless you have another to offer me, the contract is void, and I shall take your soul here and now rather than wait until you die." Jiraiya hung his head, releasing Naruto and sinking to his knees. "No, I don't have any other soul to offer." Looking up at Naruto with tear-filled eyes, he continued, "It seems you win, Naruto. This was my trump card, and even that didn't work." "Of course it didn't. Why do you think I rewrote the Edo Tensei like I did? My revenge would have been complete with or without that man here. Other than Sarutobi, you're the only other person who knows the Shiki Fuin, and since you Konoha types are so into self-sacrifice, I knew you would use it. Offering your soul to the Shinigami in exchange for Minato's was all for this moment. I had other ways to escape his grasp, but this one seems to have worked pretty well." Naruto chuckled as Jiraiya's body fell lifeless. He waved at the man's soul before it was claimed by the death god. Turning to Minato, the Shinigami floated over and grasped his soul. Minato offered his son a final smile before he followed Jiraiya into the death god's grasp. The Shinigami turned to Naruto and chuckled. "It seems it pays to plan ahead. You have escaped my grasp today, Namikaze. Congratulations." Bowing, Naruto replied, "Thank you, Shinigami-sama. I hope the number of souls I sent your way today won't be a bother." The Shinigami let out what sounded like a sigh. "The paperwork will be annoying, but with the number of wars and conflicts I've dealt with, this will be over quickly." Grinning at the thought of the death god having to do paperwork, Naruto gave one last bow. However, rather than leave, the death god watched him closely before it seemed to ponder something. Finally, it addressed him. "How would you be interested in a deal, Namikaze?" it asked. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. "What would a god need from a mortal such as I?" he inquired. "Tell me, do you know what happens to souls when they die?" it asked. Giving a puzzled look, Naruto replied, "I would assume they go to heaven or hell." The Shinigami chuckled. "Quite right. And do you know where the souls I devour go?" it questioned. "To your stomach?" Naruto answered, wondering where this was going. "Correct. You see, it gets very boring doing what we do, so Kami and I started a contest. The one who can collect the most souls wins. With Yami gone, I used to run his domain, or as you know it, hell. With the number of sins you ninjas commit, I had a nice little lead on Kami. Now, with the ascension of Yamijubi, I lost control of Hell and fell to third place. As such, the rules had to be changed, and the souls were given different values and ranks, with more powerful and famous souls being worth the most. Naruto could only nod, slightly bewildered by the contest. With the souls from Limbo for different Hokage, and now the Toad Sage, I should be in second place, with Yamijubi coming in third, alongside Orochimaru, the Akatsuki members, and several lower-ranking souls. Kami takes first place with the Rikurusen, your mother, and several other souls. Naruto smiled at the mention of his mother. The fact that she was allowed into heaven showed that she must have been the good person he always imagined her to be, despite being a ninja. His thoughts were interrupted as the Shinigami continued speaking. Alas, my lead on Yami will soon be coming to an end. Once the people you confronted today are judged, his score will rise to new heights. As such, I offer you this deal. I know of your second plan to escape my grasp. I will allow you to use it if you grant me the chance to devour Uchiha Madara. A soul as powerful and well-known as his is worth almost as much as the Rikudu Sanin. Once the death god finished speaking, Naruto pondered the offer and asked a few questions. Why can't you just find and consume him yourself? What would I get in exchange for this? He asked, hoping he hadn't angered the Shinigami with his inquiries. The Shinigami chuckled. While I would normally do that, the rules of the game state that if I devour a soul without being summoned to do so, I won't receive the points for it. So even if I consumed Madara, it wouldn't count. As for your reward, I will grant you two things. The first is access to 3 more multiverse realms. Unlike Yamibi, I am owed many favors from several gods, and they will allow you to do as you please with one of their worlds. You can take anything you want and bring it here without fear of consequences. Naruto grinned mischievously as his mind raced through several items he had read about that would help further his goals. Sensing Naruto's excitement at the first reward, the Shinigami continued with the second. Lastly, I will grant you the one ability you were unable to acquire, the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami King. While you may have Ryatsu and the abilities of his Hollow, splitting a soul and forging a weapon from it is an ability beyond your grasp, as you would need to create a separate spirit for it. If not, it would merely be an exact copy of yourself. Accept my deal, and I will forge such a weapon for you. Naruto was surprised that the death god knew what he wanted most. He had ventured into the Bleach universe solely to acquire a Zanpakuto spirit. It was what he desired above all else, someone who would understand him, someone who wouldn't and couldn't betray him, someone with whom he could share his plans and ideas before acting on them. Without a second thought, Naruto accepted the deal, and with a nod of its head, the Shinigami disappeared back to where it came from. As he prepared to leave, Naruto felt a presence enter the village. Pinpointing it with his telepathy, he smirked, recognizing it as the one man he wanted to meet most. Wow, Konoha must have really been disliked by the gods. My luck has only improved since I destroyed it, first the deal, and now the very man I'm looking for comes to me. Turning towards Madara's chakra signature, he took a step and vanished. Madara whistled as he surveyed the devastation caused by the mysterious Uchiha. He couldn't sense a single living being in the area and was sure none would escape the flames of Amaterasu surrounding the entire village. Walking through a large trench left by what he assumed was a very powerful attack, Madara spread out his senses, trying to find the one responsible for this. He stopped walking as he sensed a presence appear behind him. One moment there was no one in a 30-meter radius, and the next, someone stood right behind him. Has he mastered the Sharingan as much as I have? Only the Izanami technique would allow one to erase their presence this close to me, Madara thought. Turning slowly, Madara came face to face with a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, not the black hair and eyes of the Uchiha. Fuming, he decided to question the boy. Perhaps he was hiding his Uchiha heritage behind a complex illusion. He must be a powerful Uchiha to fool even my eternal Mangekyo, Madara thought. Out loud he asked, "Who are you?" Naruto smirked at the founder of the Uchiha clan. "I can't believe you would forget me already, Madara," he said, activating his eyes at their lowest level. "Namikaze Naruto. You daring child. You would show your face to me? First, You free my puppet, then you destroy my organization and take away my next body. I'm going to eliminate you, boy. Madara yelled. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Your next body? You sound just like that snake team. I thought those Sharingan eyes of yours made you immortal? Madara scoffed in response, reaching up to remove his mask, revealing the half-crushed face of someone Naruto recognized. Uchiha Obito? I guess Madara found his body after he died. Shows what you know. The Sharingan is a spiritual ability. All the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan does is keep my mind and soul immortal while my body deteriorates. That's why I invented that immortality jutsu. Orochimaru was only able to recreate a weaker version of it from my notes, which he discovered. And thanks to you, boy, Itachi is dead. With him gone, unless I find Sasuke, I'll have to inhabit the body of a commoner. Because of you, I'll be reduced to living in the body of a weakling. This body belonged to a young Uchiha I found in a hospital in IW. He had been scavenged from a collapsed cave. My current body had reached its limits and was falling apart, and since he was the closest Uchiha, I took his body. Even this half-blind and weakened form would be more preferable to that of a non-Uchiha. Naruto smirked as Madara finished his speech. Now I know where Sasuke got his arrogance from, thinking the Uchiha are so great. You people are so pathetic it's not even funny. Oh, and just so you know, Sasuke is dead as well. If you hurry, you might be able to gather his ashes from what's left of the hospital. Madara screamed in rage, and his visible eye spun as black flames shot toward Naruto. Countering with his own flames, Naruto grinned as his fire overpowered Madara's and surged toward him. He frowned when the flames passed right through Madara's body and ignited the ground behind him. Both fighters shared the same thought about two separate things. What was that? Madara spoke first. How are you able to use Amaterasu? The Namikaze and Uzumaki clans were more related to the Senju than the Uchiha. There's no way you can have the Sharingan, he stated. That's my little secret, Naruto replied with a smirk. Why did my flame not harm you? He asked. That's my secret. You may have somehow been able to copy the Amaterasu, but that won't protect you from the might of the Sharingan. Running at Naruto, he began throwing punches. Naruto avoided all the strikes and countered with one of his own, but was surprised when his hand, then the rest of his body, passed right through Madara. Spinning on the ball of his feet, Madara pulled a kunai and aimed for the back of Naruto's head. Seconds later, Naruto's body faded away as another fist passed through Madara's head. Turning to look at him, Madara seethed. How? How did a brat like you achieve Izanagi? You may have Senju DNA, but you definitely don't have Uchiha DNA. You couldn't survive an experiment to input the DNA, and the fact that you can still see means you don't have a Sharingan. How did you do it, boy? Madara demanded. I told you already, old man, that's my secret, Naruto taunted. Madara screamed in outrage again and attacked Naruto. After exchanging a few blows and several jutsus, he jumped back and called out, Kamui! A vortex opened right in front of Naruto and began to SCK him in. Once half his body was through, it began to fade before another Naruto appeared a few meters away, firing a fire jutsu at Madara. As the flames passed through his body, Madara countered with a fireball. Naruto pierced right through the fireball with a Chidori, attempting to stab Madara, but once again the attack passed through him. Jumping away, Madara yelled out, Susan, you can't win, boy. This is one of the most powerful jutsu belonging to the Uchiha clan. Madara's Susanoo was twice as large as Itachi's. It was the same red color and was protected by a large suit of armor. Instead of a shield and weapon, it held a large two-handed blade in its hands, with 3 smaller blades extending from each side of the sword, giving it 7 branches including the point. Seeing Naruto's eyes on the blade, Madara decided to gloat. That is the 7-headed leech. It has the ability to drain the life force from anyone it cuts and transfer it to the user, healing any injuries they may have. Unfortunately, it can't heal wounds older than a day, which is why I still bear this damaged body. That thing is almost as dangerous as Itachi's. I must avoid it at all costs. Standing across from Madara, Naruto spiked his chakra and called out, Susanoo. Madara's eyes widened as Naruto was surrounded by the cloaked form of his own Susan. Furious at having yet another Sharingan ability taken by a commoner, he attacked with his own Susan. Their blades clashed, and Naruto's shield held firm against Madara's strikes. They continued this way for a while, with Madara trying to break through or maneuver around the shield. Deciding to end it, Naruto swung his Kusarigama at Madara. As the miniature scythe struck the seven-headed leech, Madara's eyes widened in shock as his Susanoo vanished. Jumping away from the descending Kusarigama, he dropped to one knee, racked with pain. "I wouldn't bother if I were you," Naruto shouted at him. Looking up, Madara snarled, "What did you do?" "My Susanoo wields the binding blade. It can bind the chakra of anyone it cuts and seal any attack it encounters. By cutting your Susanoo, I have sealed it away for 24 hours. Any attempts to use it will only result in pain. And don't bother asking how I can use it, that's another secret," he replied. For the third time in less than an hour, Madara found himself shouting in rage. Pouring a large amount of his chakra into his eyes, he shouted, "Amaterasu!" A torrent of black flames slammed into Naruto's shield. The shield absorbed some of the attack before it cracked and shattered, the remaining flames continuing on, destroying the Susanoo and seemingly incinerating Naruto where he stood. A second later, he reappeared a few feet off to the side, hand ped back. Throwing a punch, he hit Madara square in the face, sending him crashing into the side of the trench they were fighting in. Naruto almost laughed at the look of surprise on Madara's face. He had tested a theory and it worked. Assuming Madara was like a spirit, he had coated his fist with concentrated energy. His theory proved correct as he landed a hit on Madara for the first time since the battle began. Dashing to Madara's side, he kicked him, sending him rolling a few feet. Madara jumped to his feet, his surprise replaced by anger. "How do you keep hitting me?" he yelled at Naruto. Smirking, Naruto replied, "That's a secret." "No, no more secrets. I've had enough of this. When I'm done with you, you'll tell me everything you know." "Tsukuyami!" he shouted as the illusion set in. Naruto found himself bound to a familiar black cross in the dark realm of the Tsukuyami. Madara appeared before him with a sword drawn. "I will give you one chance to beg for mercy, boy," Madara said, raising the blade. "You truly are a fool, Madara," Naruto replied. He continued before Madara could attack. "Don't you remember what I said the last time we met?" Seeing the confused look on Madara's face, he continued, "I told you my eyes were created to manipulate the mind. And what did you do? You brought me to where my eyes are at their most powerful, my own mind." As he finished speaking, the sky turned black while the ground turned red. Madara found himself tied to the cross while Naruto stood before him. "Your Uchiha arrogance caused you to disregard my words. You thought your eyes would overpower mine, didn't you? After all, why else would you willingly enter my domain?" Inspecting the blade he held, Naruto began to change it, making it longer with a jagged edge. He could sense Madara attempting to break free from the illusion and smiled. "You can't escape this, Madara. My chakra capacity is far larger than yours, and my chakra is more potent. You won't be able to overpower me." Madara's head dropped as he reached the same conclusion. His head snapped back up, screaming in frustration as the blade cut into his leg. "I am a god in here, Madara. I've heightened your sense of touch. A small cut will feel like you lost a limb and had the wound dipped in salt. By the time we're finished here, you'll wish you were never born. And with the amount of chakra I have, I can keep this illusion running for months." Taking the blade, he allowed himself a maniacal grin as he cut into Madara's arm. That was for controlling the Kyuubi. He spoke over Madara's cries. "This is for my mother. This is for all the people you killed that day. This is for ruining my life." And so it went. Naruto would remember a part of his life that was shattered due to him being a demon vessel, the same demon that Madara had controlled and sent to destroy Konoha. He would cut into the man, causing him as much pain as he could, never stopping, never resting. Madara broke down after the third day within the illusion, while Naruto grew bored after the fifth. Naruto reappeared in the middle of an ash-covered wasteland. Marching toward him were several hundred samurai bearing the mark of the Fire Lord. The army came to a halt several meters away, and a large, muscular man wearing the headgear of an officer stepped forward. "You there? What is your business here? We have received word that Konoha is under attack. This is no place for civilians. Leave the area," he ordered. Smirking, Naruto shook his head. "You and your men are far too late. Konoha has already fallen," he replied. The men behind the officer began to whisper among themselves but fell silent under their leader's glare and spike of killer intent. Turning back to Naruto, the officer frowned. "Did you get a look at the attackers? What village were they from?" he asked. There wasn't any village involved. Konoha was destroyed by one man. This caused further unease in the army. "And you're speaking to him right now." Several backs stiffened as various weapons were drawn. The leader, sneering at him, unrolled a scroll and began to read, "Your actions against the village of Konoha are as serious as attacking the Fire Lord himself. Surrender now, and you shall be granted a swift end." Tapping a finger on his chin, Naruto appeared to contemplate the words. Turning back to the leader, he replied, "Tell your lord that I plan to build a village on top of Konoha's ashes. He can either hire me as his Kage or bow to me as his lord." "You would dare threaten the Fire Lord? That is a declaration of war. The Fire Lord's army outnumbers Konoha's forces 10 to 1. Would you still challenge his might knowing this?" the officer asked with a smirk. Naruto returned the smirk with one of his own. "Without a second's hesitation," he replied. The leader seethed but ultimately backed down. They had been ordered to assess the situation with Konoha, and if this boy spoke the truth, his strength would be a great addition to the country. Writing a quick message, he sent a hawk back to the capital city while some scouts circled around Naruto to verify his claims. Turning back toward Naruto, he shouted, "I have sent your words to the Fire Lord. A reply should arrive in a few hours." Receiving a nod from the boy, he put his forces at ease and allowed them a break. Hearing the sound of hands meeting hands, he turned to see Naruto with his palms together as if in prayer. As the boy slammed his hands into the ground, several men stiffened, expecting an attack. Instead, they watched in amazement as the ashes below him began to rise, hardening until a throne was formed. As Naruto sat, he noticed that the throne included cushions as well. What was that? I've never seen a ninja do that before, the leader thought as he turned back to his men. A couple of hours later, the scouts returned to inform him that there was nothing left of the village, only an ash-filled trench extending for hundreds of meters. Half an hour later, the Red Hawk of the royal family arrived with a scroll in tow. Taking the scroll, the commander began to read. After a few seconds, he waved his arm, and several arrows were fired at Naruto from the back of the army. Without even batting an eyelash, he sat there as the arrows seemed to flow around him and into the ground. Yawning, he looked up at his bewildered audience. "I take it that's a no then," he said. The commander frowned before answering, having hoped this would have ended quickly. "You attacked one of our villages, burned down the forest created by the Shodaime Hokage, and threatened the Fire Lord. That classifies as an act of war. You have been marked as an enemy of the state and will be treated as such. The hawk that just left carries a picture of you drawn by one of my men. By this time tomorrow, you will be listed in every bounty hunter's book, that is if you survive past today," he finished. Smirking, Naruto stood. "Well, I was hoping I would get to test this out soon." As he spoke, a crimson adachi appeared in his hand out of thin air. The experienced members of the army noticed the genjutsu being released. Holding up a hand, the leader brought his men to attention. Looking over at his opponent, he spoke. "I am Lieutenant General Ko, Deputy Commander of the Fire Lord's 3rd Battalion. Tell me the name of the boy we are to confront today," he asked. "Uzumaki Naruto," he replied. With Konoha rightfully punished, he no longer had any use for his father's name. Nodding to him, Ko gave the order to attack. As the army approached, Naruto held his sword off to the side in a reverse grip, the edge facing away from him and the tip pointing behind him. Bringing his arm forward, he called on his Ryatsu and slid the blade backward. It seemed to sink into the very air, sending ripples through the atmosphere as if it were water. A loud click echoed in the area, bringing all the men to a halt as they prepared to dodge whatever jutsu he might unleash. Naruto's voice carried loud and clear in the resounding silence. Unleash devastation on all life, King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. The men watched as the blade in his hands exploded into a brilliant yellow light that caused some to shield their eyes. When the light faded, it revealed his new form. He was now clad in a golden suit of armor with a blue trim. From the outside of each thigh, a red cape flowed down to above his heels. His head was covered by a golden helmet shaped like a human skull. Wrapped around the skull's forehead was a jewel-encrusted crown. Within the dark pits of the skull, they could see the purple glow of his eyes as the red tomo spun. The soldiers stumbled back in fear and awe. He radiated a powerful aura that matched his royal appearance, causing those closest to him to fall to their knees. Surveying the army of samurai, Naruto took a step forward, causing some to back up while the closest cowered further into the ground. I could get used to this, he thought with a grin. You better, it will be happening more and more, he heard a voice within his mind say. Gilgamesh, he thought. A moment later, all movement around him ceased as a person materialized next to him. The man was as tall as Naruto, with short hair spiked upwards. His eyes glowed a dark red as they studied Naruto. He wore black pants with a white V-neck shirt underneath a black coat with white stripes running down the arms. Who are you? Naruto asked. It's me, Gilgamesh. This is my true form. Last time, you hadn't yet passed my test, so all you saw was a copy of you with opposite colors. Now that you've called my name, you can see my true form, he replied. Oh, Naruto said, unsure of how to respond. He continued, what did you mean this is going to be happening more and more? This is one of my special abilities. While the armor will protect you like any other suit of armor, it also releases a presence that makes those weaker than you cower. It's similar to your spiritual pressure and killer intent, but less potent, so they won't be overwhelmed by fear, Gilgamesh explained. Okay, so I can't wear the armor if I don't want this to happen then, Naruto said. No, you will need to learn to control the presence like you do your spiritual pressure. From the moment you unlocked me, the armor became a part of you. Even when sealed, the presence will remain. Now, let me teach you one of my other abilities to deal with these pests. Naruto felt a rush of information enter his mind, smirking beneath his helmet as Gilgamesh smirked back before disappearing. Time resumed, and standing before an army of nearly 400 men, Naruto spoke. Gate of Babylon. Behind him, a line of red light shot into the sky, stopping 20 feet above his head. The ground began to rumble as the light widened, opening like a gate to reveal a glowing red void within. As soon as the gate was fully opened, the void shifted from red to a light gold glow. Ko tried to urge his men forward, but the closer they got to the strange boy, the harder it became to move. They attempted to fire arrows at him, but all the arrows swerved around him, disappearing into the void behind him. He stiffened as the blonde held up an arm, noticing ripples appearing in random parts of the void. As the ripples grew, various objects rose from the liquid-like surface of the void, revealing multiple swords and spears sticking out of the golden wall. Bringing his arm down, Naruto called out his attack, Vault of Heaven. The vault turned from golden to deep red before all the weapons fired out at the army. As soon as the attack began, it ended, returning the blades to the vault. Naruto sealed his blade once more and began walking toward the capital of the Fire Country. Behind him, several birds landed to feast on the scattered remains of the army. An hour of practice later, Naruto had almost mastered his presence. He was able to reduce the range from several hundred feet to about 5 feet around him and regulate its power. It was like using killer intent, but instead of fueling it with anger and a will to kill, he powered it with his ambition and willpower. While he could increase and decrease the range, he would need more practice to reduce it down to his skin. Setting foot once more in Kurong, the capital of the Fire Country, Naruto walked straight through the village toward the large palace built into the mountain range. As he walked, he cast a wide-area genjutsu, causing all the people in his path to move aside, clearing a path for him straight to the palace gates. None of them were aware of this fact as his genjutsu took hold. The palace guards watched in amazement as all movement in the area ceased for a moment before the villagers cleared a path. At the far end, they could see a blonde-haired man walking toward the palace. They observed as everyone he passed fell to one knee before standing and resuming their daily tasks once he had passed. Looking at each other, they nodded, and one guard turned to report this. As he approached the gates, Naruto noticed several guards marching out to meet him. At their front was another man dressed in the attire of a general. They stopped a few feet away, and the general took a step forward. "Halt, state your name and business," he ordered. "How cliché," Naruto scoffed. Perhaps all guards get a list of cliché lines to use when meeting new people. Smirking at the joke, Naruto activated his Kodai no Mi, causing several guards to twitch as his eyes changed and glowed. "Sleep." As the command left his lips, the squad before him fell to the ground unconscious. Walking over them, Naruto stopped in front of the gates. The men in the guard towers, seeing what he had done to the other guards, began to fire arrows at him. All the arrows halted an inch away from his body before erupting into black flames and flying back at the towers, setting them ablaze. Drawing his sword from behind him, Naruto channeled some wind element chakra through it, extending the length of the blade. To the civilian observers, his arm and sword seemed to vanish for a moment before reappearing as he reattached the sword to his back. A moment later, the gate shattered into thousands of small pieces, and Naruto continued his walk into the palace. The 15th daimyo of the Fire Country, Kasai Aruji, was currently holding an audience with his various ministers and head generals. They were discussing the current situation with Konoha. 14 ministers sat at a table to the left, and 8 generals sat across the room from them, while the Fire Lord sat in the center. So what if they were all defeated? This goes to show that the ninjas are inferior to us, Your Majesty. They were defeated by one boy. Instead of rebuilding a shinobi village, we should just increase the samurai forces, one of the generals said, receiving murmurs of agreement from a few others. We need to rebuild Konoha. Our position as the country with the strongest hidden village is at risk. Without it, we will lose clients that wanted ninjas, and it's only a matter of time before the other hidden villages attack, a minister countered. What about the boy who defeated Konoha? Didn't he say he planned to build a village there? With him at our side, we could take over the other countries, another minister suggested. No. He must be made an example of. His actions and comments are an insult to the Fire Lord himself. Our country can't be seen as weak by bowing to the whim of one child. The order was already given to capture him for execution or eliminate him if unable to, another general shouted. The room erupted in shouting and arguments on how to handle the situation until a raised hand from the Fire Lord brought all discussions to an end. Before Kasai could speak, the doors were thrown open as a guard rushed in, breathing heavily. "What do you want? Can't you see we're busy right now?" a minister shouted. "Forgive the intrusion, my lords, but the palace is under attack," the guard huffed out. "What?" several voices screamed as the generals jumped to their feet. "What do you mean we're under attack? How did an army get this close without anyone noticing? And why are there no sounds of battle?" a general shouted. "There's no army, sir, it's just one boy." Eyes widened as everyone in the room realized who was attacking. "And there is no battle, he just walks through the palace. All our attacks miss him, and anyone who gets too close falls unconscious. We have no way of fighting him." Growling, one of the generals marched toward the door and dragged the soldier out with him. "I'll handle this," he said. Less than a minute after the door had closed, it was thrown open again as the same general flew into the room, sailing over everyone's heads before hitting the wall with a thump and falling to the ground. Turning their attention back to the door, they saw Naruto standing in the doorway, glancing around the room. Behind him were several soldiers and workers lying unconscious in the hallway. Finally, his eyes rested on the Fire Lord as he entered the room, the doors closing behind him. The remaining generals rushed in front of him to protect the Fire Lord. "How dare you enter this place, boy? You may have made it this far, but we are the Fire Lord's most powerful soldiers. Reinforcements are already on their way. You will not escape from here," one of them shouted. Ignoring the generals, Naruto continued to stare at Kasai. After a few seconds, he spoke. "I gave you the opportunity to hire me as your Kage, but you spat it back in my face. As I stated before, you will now bow to me as your lord." Kasai frowned before he chuckled. You have quite the big dreams, boy. I am Kasai Aruji, 15th Lord of the Fire Country and heir of the first Fire Lord, Kasai Hanhu. I bow to no man, he stated as the generals drew their blades and the various ministers stood back to avoid the battle. Naruto just grinned. Then let me put it this way. His eyes flashed. Obey me. Everyone in the room stopped moving before they fell to one knee. Yes, my lord, they all answered simultaneously. Smirking at the kneeling figure of the Fire Lord, Naruto turned and opened the door with his telekinesis. Lead me to the throne room, Kasai. Ministers, assemble all court officials. Generals, gather all important military officials. It's time they meet their new lord. Yes, your highness, they all said as they stood and exited the room behind him. Sitting upon his throne with all his new servants before him, Naruto felt a bit disappointed. It had taken less than an hour to seize control of the Fire Country. He would be crowned the Fire Lord in a month's time, giving him plenty of time to build his village among other things. Spending the night in the royal guest room, he contacted Itachi to let him know to continue as planned. The next day, he had breakfast in the royal dining room and had a bit of fun ordering the ex-Fire Lord to wait on him. Leaving Kasai in charge with orders to continue as normal but to spread the word that he was stepping down in a few months, Naruto took his leave of the palace. Stepping out of his Garganta, Naruto was immediately blindsided by a hug from both Mei and Yujito, nearly knocking him over. Smiling at the two, he returned the hug and gave them each a kiss on the cheek. Welcome back, Naruto-kun. We were all so worried about you, Mei said. We really missed you, Naruto-kun, Yujito added. Thank you, Mei-chan, Yujito-chan. I missed you both as well, Naruto replied. A loud cough brought his attention to the other individuals in the room. Before him, at a large round table with a large blue and painted on it, sat Inoki, Gaara, Itachi, and a woman named Guren. She had been chosen by Naruto to run hidden sound for him while he wasn't there. With a few hypnotic suggestions and be watching over her, she had brought hidden sound under her command in under 3 days. Many willingly obeyed her because she was a far better leader than Orochimaru. Others because they had found out she worked for the man who had defeated the snake Sanin. Beside her sat Cheyenne of Demon Country and Princess Koyuki of Spring. Across from them sat Tazuna and Prince Michiru of Moon. The cough had come from as everyone in the room stared at the three of them. Blushing, Yujito and Mei returned to their spots, Mei in her seat and Yujito behind it. Behind each of the leaders stood 2 guards, with B and Yujito for 2 Jonin he didn't know for Inoki, Kankuro and Temari for Gaara. He sent Temari a smile, causing her to blush. He chuckled as she stiffened from 2 bursts of killer intent from Yujito and Mei. Behind Itachi stood Kisame and an AIM Jonin. Guren had brought 2 ninjas he had rescued from Orochimaru's bases, Sujetsu and Yugo. Sujetsu was currently exchanging glares with Kisame while Yugo was playing with some birds on his shoulders. The two had sworn loyalty to him when Naruto had offered to find or create a sword more powerful than that of the 7 swordsmen for Suigetsu, and he had locked away the part of Yugo's mind that craved violence. Cheyenne, Michiru, and Koyuki were accompanied by guards from their respective countries, while Tazuna had Inari by his side. Inari had learned a few ninja exercises and jutsu from Naruto during his visits, and surprisingly, Shino was also there, giving Tazuna a nod. They were currently gathered in one of Naruto's bases within the Land of Waves. After taking his seat at the table, Naruto gestured for to speak first. It's good to see you safe and well, Naruto. I take it the battle went well? Asked. Yes, it did. There were a few complications at the end, but nothing I couldn't handle, Naruto replied. Inoki raised an eyebrow. What complications? He inquired. Oh, not much, just Uchiha Madara showing up, Naruto said, a grin forming inside as their eyes widened. Of course, I had to deal with him at that point, so no problem there. His grin became more pronounced as everyone's jaws dropped. You fought Madara and won after just facing the full force of Konoha? Kisame asked incredulously. Well, I did have a few seconds to catch my breath in between, Naruto answered, examining his nails and ignoring the odd looks from the others. Oh, and Itachi, I learned a new trick for those eyes of yours. I'll teach it to you later. The last Uchiha nodded in response as his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life before returning to its original black. As everyone regained their composure, Gaara asked, "What was the other complication, Naruto?" The others turned their attention back to him. Well, the Fire Lord kind of sent an army to investigate what was happening. I told them what occurred, and they tried to arrest me. He turned down my offer to build my village in his country, Naruto explained. Some frowned at this, but Gaara narrowed his eyes. "What aren't you telling us, Naruto?" he asked. Grinning sheepishly, Naruto chuckled. "Well, I sort of, took over the country." His statement caused everyone's eyes to widen once more. "How did you manage that?" "You know what, never mind. I'm not that surprised considering everything you've done already. Does this mean we're still building this village?" Tazuna asked. "Yes, it does. Let's get on to business then. Why don't you start to—" Naruto said. Giving him a dazed look, they began. "Well, I got a message yesterday from my men and—" "You know what, no. How did you take over a country in one day?" he shouted, with several others agreeing. Activating his eyes, Naruto smirked. "I can be very persuasive," he replied. They all nodded in understanding, and he chuckled a bit before looking down at the page in front of him. "Right then, I had my men send me a status report once everything was finished. According to this, the Hyuga branch clan all arrived safely and had their seals removed. They all swore allegiance to Kumo and moved into their new homes. Everyone was a bit confused about the depressed green-clad teen that came through afterward, but one of the Hyuga spoke for him, and he's currently living with a Hyuga named Niji," he said, giving Naruto a questioning glance. Naruto nodded back. "Yes, that's Rock Lee. I sent him there because I felt it would do him good to talk with his teammate," he replied. Nodding, he continued, "Well, since you've kept your end of the bargain, the council has finalized our alliance. We are ready to send you the men and supplies we can spare at a moment's notice." Nodding, Naruto looked to Gaara, who began to speak next. "Well, we received Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Irika Umino, Konomaru Sarutobi, Moegi, Udon, and several civilians. Anyone who reacted negatively was subdued by my men and is being held in Suna until you can come collect them," Gaara announced. Unfortunately, the Wind Lord chose the day before to drop in for a status report. After explaining why we felt the need to betray Konoha yet again, he grudgingly relented but was quite upset over the whole issue. "However, considering you'll be the Fire Lord, I guess we don't have to worry about any repercussions from the Fire Country," he finished. Naruto smiled as he turned his attention to Inoki. "The people you sent didn't cause any trouble and were given rooms to spend their time in. 2 of the Chunin even volunteered to do gate duty for us," he said, smirking as he figured out which 2 it most likely was. Huffing, Inoki continued, "The contract has been finalized, and we can send what you need whenever you want." "That's good to hear, Inoki. What about you, Mei?" Naruto asked. "Nothing's really changed. Kiri was going to side with you either way. We did, however, receive a letter from Yagura. He's on his way back from his trip and should arrive within the week," she answered. Nodding, Naruto turned to Tazuna. "That's good. With Madara gone, he won't need to worry about being controlled again. How are things on your end, Tazuna?" "Everything went fine. Aburaim was a great help in calming anyone who was upset, and his clan was instrumental in stopping any negative reactions. I have my men ready to leave at any time. We can build a village to your specifications whenever you want," Tazuna said. "That's good to hear. Thank you for your help, Shino." Shino gave him a silent nod. "I recently acquired a gift that will help further my plans. I will need to redo the blueprints for the village, but you and your men should be able to begin in a few days," Naruto replied, fingering his new ring. "How are things coming along in Otoguren?" "Everything is going as planned, Narasama. We have successfully shut down many of Orochimaru's bases, and with both his and Kabuto's notes, Karen has begun healing those in need. However, she has requested more medics to assist her due to the number of people requiring help," Guren replied. "All right, I'll send Shizune and Yamanaka Ino once they have settled down from the excitement," he said. "How about you, Itachi? Any issues with AIM?" Everything has been calm, Naruto-kun. Kisame handled the paperwork while my eyes were healing, and the Jonin managed the missions and patrols. The village is thriving and eagerly awaits the return of their god, Itachi said with a smirk, causing Naruto to groan. As for the prisoners you sent, they are securely locked in the sealed cells you designed, awaiting your arrival. One of them had to be moved to a separate cell, though. She got into a scuffle with the others when they insulted you, Hanabi Hyuga, I believe. Naruto chuckled. Ah, yes, Hanabi-chan. Yujito growled quietly at this. I will head to AIM as soon as possible and speak with them, he said. How about you, Kokiheim? Any complications? She blushed at the title but quickly responded, no problems, Naruto-kun. The people were a bit upset that I would be leaving the country with only 2 guards, but when word spread that I would be meeting the hero who saved our country, they were all but ecstatic. As for the supplies we promised to send, they are ready to leave at any time. I will have them sent to the capital city once I return. That's good, thank you, Ha. How about you, Shine-san? He asked. The land of demons is prepared to lend you any assistance we can. Naruto-san, but I have had a vision about the rebirth of the demon Morio. I will need to spend all my time preparing to reseal him should it come to pass, she concluded. Nodding, Naruto was deep in thought for a few minutes. Very well, I will lend you any assistance I can should your vision come true. I have a few methods for dealing with a demon, so you need not worry about my safety, he replied. Thank you, Naruto-san. Any help you can provide will be greatly appreciated, she said. Turning to Michiru, he smiled. The leader of the Land of Moon looked completely different than he did years ago when he first met Naruto. Thanks to his wife, Michiru had lost much of his weight, now tall and muscular. Any problems with you, Michiru-san? He asked. Michiru chuckled before answering, not at all, Naruto-kun. I will also have the supplies sent to the capital city once I return. It would be nice if you could come pick them up yourself. Hikaru-kun wants to see you again and was a bit disappointed when I didn't bring him with me. Naruto smiled at him. That's quite all right, I'll come when I can. It will be nice to see him again, he replied. Now then, I will also be turning in the bounties for the Akatsuki members to their respective villages. Please have the money sent to the Fire Lord, he said, receiving a nod from the Kages. I will be leaving in a few weeks before my coronation. I need to get as much done in these next few weeks as possible, as the coronation will be in 2 months' time. All of you, along with your respective daimyos and other important political figures, are welcome to attend, he added. Where are you going, Naruto-kun? Yujito asked. Naruto smirked. Somewhere far, far away, he answered, leaving her pouting at his cryptic response. Giving her a smile, Naruto continued, Now then, if that's all, I can send you all back to your villages. With no further additions, they wrapped up the meeting. Promising to visit Yujito and Mei when he had time, Naruto opened several portals and returned his allies and friends to their homes. Once he finished, only Tazuna and Itachi remained with their 2 guards. Turning to them, Naruto spoke. Tazuna, I will have the blueprints for the village ready soon. First, I need to prepare the area for you. The village and surrounding area were scarred in the battle, so I will have to repair what I can first. Receiving a nod from the old man, he turned to Inari and Shino. The 2 of you will be welcome to join the new village as shinobi, and that includes your clan as well, Shino. He received a nod from Shino and an excited agreement from Inari. Opening a portal, he and Itachi returned to Amigakure. Hinata sat in her cell, sulking. Her village was under attack, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. As a member of the mighty Hyuga clan, being beaten so easily by a commoner felt disgraceful. If she ever saw him again, she would make him pay. She was pulled from her thoughts by a giggle from down the hall. Hinata frowned. Hanabi had been acting strangely since her return. She had attacked the others when they insulted Naruto, and after being moved to a new cell, she would giggle every few minutes. It was so unlike the stern Hyuga heir Hinata remembered. What had Naruto done to her? It had been over a day now, and she had no idea what was happening in Konoha. Had they already defeated Naruto? Would a rescue team be coming for her? Did they even know where she was? She sulked more as she concluded that no one would know her whereabouts. Are you okay, Hinata? A voice asked. Looking up, she tried to maintain the blank mask of a Hyuga elite. Of course I am. Thank you for your concern, Yuzuki-san. Across the cell from Hinata sat Yugao Yuzuki. Beside her was her friend Genma Shiranui, who was currently asleep, along with several others in the cell. They had all been sent here after her, arriving individually or in small groups through portals that opened in the roof. Among the few she recognized were Ibiki Marino, Anko Mitarashi, Ino Yamanaka, Shizun, and of course, Hanabi, who was in a separate cell. Other than those few, the rest were mainly newly promoted Chunin and Genin. There were 36 of them in total. Yugao gave a nod and a reassuring smile before closing her eyes, attempting to return to sleep. However, she quickly jumped to her feet as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the air, waking the more experienced ninja as they braced themselves for whoever was coming down. They gasped as Itachi Uchiha stepped through the doorway. Hinata had informed them of their captor's identity, but none of them had truly believed it. "Greetings," he said, stopping in front of the cell. "What do you want, traitor?" Anko asked, her voice breaking the silence and waking the rest of the ninja in the cell. "Ah, that wasn't very nice, Anko-san," a voice chimed in from behind them. They turned, eyes wide in shock, to see Naruto casually leaning against the wall behind them. With a growl, Hinata lunged at him, aiming several strikes at his pressure points. However, she lost her balance as her first strike passed through his form. "Clone," everyone thought as Hinata stood, searching for him. She gasped in surprise when the clone behind her leaned forward and wrapped its arms around her waist. "That wasn't nice at all, Hinata-chan," he whispered in her ear. Throwing her head back, Hinata attempted to smash it into his face, but was caught off guard as her head and body fell through him, landing her back on the floor. Chuckling, Naruto walked past the astonished group, smirking as their attacks passed harmlessly through him. He walked through the bars and stopped at the other end, turning to address them. "It's good to see that you're all doing so well," he commented. A cry of "Naruto-kun" echoed from down the hall, causing Naruto to chuckle. "Please go free Hanabi and take her to a room, Itachi," he instructed. The Uchiha nodded and walked further into the dungeon. "What do you want with us, Uzumaki?" Ibiki asked, studying Naruto closely. "Don't bother trying to interrogate me, Ibiki-san. I'll know what you're planning before you do." Naruto's voice resonated in their minds, making them jump in surprise. "As you can all see, I have telepathic abilities. These abilities are what led me to capture you instead of killing you," he stated. "Why would that matter?" Shizun asked. "Most of you were spared because you are good people who didn't deserve to die for the crimes of others. The rest are here as punishment," he said, glaring at Ino, causing her to flinch slightly. "What are you going to do now?" "Someone will find out we're here and come to save us," Genma said. "Unfortunately, that's not true. Konoha is gone. There are fewer than 300 survivors, and they are all being held by one of my allies. The only reason you're here is that you didn't willingly join me, and I can't leave you alone like civilians," he replied. A few of the younger ninja broke into tears upon hearing this, while the older ones had to take a seat. "What are you going to do with us, then?" Ino asked quietly. Naruto's response was interrupted as Hanabi tackled him, giggling like a schoolgirl. The others watched in wide-eyed amazement while Hinata frowned. "What have you done to Hanabi?" she demanded. "Nothing you need to worry about, Hinata-chan," Naruto replied. He leaned down to whisper a few words in Hanabi's ear, causing her to giggle and nod enthusiastically. Speaking louder, he said, "Go with Itachi-san, Hanabi-chan. I'll come visit you later, okay?" She nodded and gave him a final hug before following Itachi up the stairs. Turning back to the group, Naruto continued. "As for your question, Ino, you all have a choice. Join me willingly or be made to," he said. "I'll give you a chance to think it over and have someone bring you to me one at a time." After an hour of contemplation, he had Itachi or Kisame bring them to his office individually. All the young genin chose to join him, as they were either orphans forced to join the academy or had been told their families had survived the battle. Among the others, only Anko joined him willingly after he presented her with Orochimaru's head and sword, promising to remove her cursed seal. She had tried to leap at him right then, but they were interrupted by Kisame bringing in the next person. He was forced to use his eyes to ensure the loyalty of the rest. While they retained their free will and thoughts, he made them all devoted to him, except for Ino and Hinata. He treated Hinata similarly to Hanabi, transforming her into a love-struck girl. Without the Hyuga brainwashing, she returned to the kind, gentle girl he had known as a child. As for Ino, he kept her because she had matured into a beautiful woman. He altered most of her mind, leaving behind only her basic thoughts and shinobi skills, imprinting her with total devotion and love for him. Unlike the others, he couldn't simply lock away part of her mind due to her clan's abilities, so he destroyed and replaced them. By the end of the day, Naruto had gained 36 devoted shinobi to add to his village. Standing atop the remains of the Hokage monument once more, Naruto looked out over the distance. Itachi whistled beside him as he surveyed the ruins of Konoha. "You really know how to make a mess, Naruto-kun," he remarked. Naruto waved him off. Yeah, just give me a hand with this," he replied, creating a few clones. With multiple cries of "wind release, great breakthrough," the ashes were gathered into a large pile the size of a small mountain. Another wind technique from Naruto spread the ash over a larger area, while an earth technique from Itachi buried it underground. Naruto cordoned off the area with some rocks. "Why didn't we just blow it away?" Itachi asked, noting they could have done it much quicker that way. "Well, for one, there would be ash everywhere, and the people wherever we sent it wouldn't be too happy about that. Also, ash is a great fertilizer. This area will be used for farmland, and the ash should help the crops grow," Naruto explained. "Ash is fertilizer? I didn't know that," Itachi said, surprised. "Not many in this realm do," Naruto replied as he walked away. Itachi chose to ignore the strange response but couldn't help but wonder where Naruto had learned such a fact. No one had ever considered ashes to have a use like that. Itachi watched in amazement as Naruto used several earth techniques to not only rebuild the Hokage monument minus the faces but also to create more mountains on either side, forming a large valley within the mountains with only a few exits. It was a perfect location for a village, easily defensible with the mountains surrounding it. Creating 10 clones, Naruto each bounded off in different directions. Sensing a significant buildup of chakra, Itachi activated his Sharingan, only to see Naruto and his clones channeling their chakra into the ground. The energy flowed from his body, spreading across the area and extending beyond Itachi's sight. A minute later, 10 shouts rang out. "Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten." Itachi watched in amazement as roots surged from the ground, spreading in every direction. They quickly transformed into trees that continued to grow. 5 minutes later, the entire forest had been regrown. Itachi noted that Naruto's trees were at least twice the size of the first Hokage's and would only continue to grow over time. Turning from his forest, Naruto grinned at Itachi, who noticed that he didn't even appear fatigued. Returning to the valley, Naruto created several thousand planks of wood for Tazuna and his men to use. While he could have constructed the village with his wood release, he lacked the artistic skill needed to make it visually appealing. News of Konoha's destruction spread throughout the elemental nations. Many daimyos and village leaders were in disbelief when they heard this, recalling the boy who had once approached them with talks of alliance. After it was confirmed that Naruto was the one who had defeated not only Konoha but several S-rank criminals, offers of alliances and marriage proposals flooded in. All were returned, torn apart, with a note saying, "Too late." Tazuna began construction on the village later that week, surprised by Naruto's vision for its design. The new village would be half the size of Konoha and could only accommodate 800 to 1,500 people, but Naruto assured him that it was all he would need. Tazuna was further puzzled when no shinobi buildings were included in the blueprints, but Naruto simply told him he had a plan and to build it as drawn. Deciding to trust the young man, Tazuna and his men began construction. Due to the smaller size and the number of workers, the village would be completed in just 3 months. Naruto spent a week visiting each of the women he was now in a relationship with. He envisioned having a large family with many children, which would require multiple mothers. He was currently seeing Yujito, Mei, Guren, Hanabi, Ino, Hinata, and Enko, who had claimed him as hers after he had removed her seal. He had also been receiving marriage proposals from Koyuki, who had developed feelings for him after he saved her country. Meanwhile, Gaara and Inoki had been dropping hints about him possibly dating Temari, as she seemed to have an interest in him, and Gaara knew Naruto would take care of her. Katsuchi, Inoki's daughter, was also on his mind, as he wanted to mix their bloodlines. She was one of the few remaining users of lava release in the village, and he didn't want to be the only one without ties to Naruto. After saying his goodbyes and assuring everyone he would return soon, Naruto appeared in the Fire Palace and left a few orders with Kasai. He then spent the rest of the day writing letters to various wandering clans and missing Nin, informing them of the situation and when to begin migrating to the village. Once all the letters were sent, Naruto went shopping and stocked up on storage scrolls for his trip. Activating his ring, he disappeared in a flash of black light. Reappearing in the familiar hallway of the multiverse, Naruto looked at the door in front of him. The door was completely metallic, with many small grooves cut into it. Reading the plaque next to the door, he smirked as he entered. Instead of a room, he fell into a black void with no floor. Around him floated different doors held aloft by swirling green lights that flowed around the space. The lights surrounded him, swirling like a stream of liquid, giving the impression of being alive. The lights guided him to a door made of red-painted wood. As he approached, the door opened, and stepping through, he turned to wave at the lights, but the door shut behind him. Looking around at his surroundings, Naruto found himself in a futuristic city. Above him, vehicles flew by at high speeds. There were humans and many strange creatures walking around him, some giving him curious looks since he had just appeared out of thin air. Smirking, Naruto joined the crowd and headed toward a large building in the distance. Elsewhere, in a room within a large building, several eyes snapped open as their owners awoke. They had been meditating when Naruto entered the realm. "I sensed a great disturbance in the force," a blue feminine creature stated, with several others nodding in agreement. "It was like a person just appeared in the center of the city from thin air," a tall, dark-skinned man replied. "Troubling this is, powerful this being is. Deep within the dark side has he fallen," the smaller green figure added. All around the Jedi temple of Coruscant, figures could be seen rushing in panic. Older Jedi were moving all the younglings to a safe room while others used the communication center to broadcast a message to all active Jedi. The rest were preparing for battle. This was the scene 14-year-old Anakin Skywalker viewed as he stepped out of his speeder. Walking through the crowd, he spotted his master and made his way to his side. Obi-Wan was currently meditating with his lightsaber in his lap. As Anakin drew closer, he opened his eyes to view his apprentice. "What's going on, Master? Why is everyone so worked up?" Anakin asked. "Didn't you sense it, Padawan?" Obi-Wan replied. A being of dark force energy was sensed in the lower area of Coruscant. "As we speak, I can feel it approaching the temple. We are preparing for war, Anakin." "But it's just one person, Master. Why call in all active Jedi?" Anakin asked. He had sensed the being when it appeared. While it felt powerful, it was still only one person. "And from what I sensed, Master, they are far less powerful than you are," he commented. Obi-Wan chuckled. "That's what I thought too, Anakin, but this being can block its true power from being sensed. It took deep meditation for me to gauge its strength, and believe me, Anakin, he is very powerful, far more so than anyone I have ever met. We will need all the help we can get if we hope to win should a fight break out," Obi-Wan replied. Anakin was struck speechless. How could someone be so powerful? He had believed that Obi-Wan and the Jedi Council were the most powerful Force users in the galaxy, but from what Obi-Wan had said, this being was more powerful than all of them. He sat beside his master and began to meditate, searching for the being. He tried to delve deeper into the Force and gauge its strength like Obi-Wan had done. Following the Force, he arrived before a dark area that seemed to be moving closer to him. Floating up to the energy, Anakin attempted to study it. As soon as he touched the energy linked to the being, Anakin felt as though he was being watched. Suddenly, his vision was filled with a pair of large eyes that looked so different from any he had seen before. The whites of the eyes were purple, filled with concentric circles moving toward the center. Strange little red comma marks spun with the circles, drawing him toward the center. Where the pupil and iris should have been, there was only a black diamond staring at him with disdain. Anakin could only cower as the eyes studied him. Then he heard a voice within his mind. "Run away, little Jedi. You are not welcome here. We shall soon meet, and you will perish if you stand against me. Warn all who would oppose me that they do so at their own risk," the voice whispered in his mind. Before Anakin could reply, he felt a pressure descend upon him, filling him with unexplainable fear and terror. Seconds later, extreme pain coursed through him before he was moved back into his body. His scream alerted Obi-Wan and the others nearby to his distress. Mace Windu had been speaking with Master Yoda when they heard a scream come from Obi-Wan's direction. Rushing over with the other surrounding Jedi, they came upon the sight of Obi-Wan trying to calm his thrashing apprentice. Rushing to the boy's side, Windu joined Obi-Wan in calming him through the use of the Force. After a few minutes, they were able to calm him down and ask what had happened. His explanation caused murmurs among the crowd as many began to prepare for the battle soon to come. Yoda stood beside Windu and Obi-Wan within the temple, discussing what Anakin had spoken of while the boy sat to the side, recovering. "What are we going to do, Master Yoda? It's clear that the being can sense our attempts to enter its mind." The strange eyes Anakin saw were not yellow. "This may not be a Sith at all. How should we handle it?" Obi-Wan asked. "It's evident it desires something here. Anakin was warned that we would only meet our end if we opposed it. Perhaps we should first discover what it wants before resorting to conflict," Windu suggested. Like Obi-Wan and the other Jedi Masters, he had sensed the being's power, and it genuinely frightened him. He had never encountered such a vast concentration of dark force energy, and he couldn't even gauge its limits. It felt endless. This was definitely not someone he wanted to confront. "We will see it approach soon," Yoda replied. "Questions we must ask first, battle we must avoid." Chancellor Palpatine, known to a select few as Darth Sidious, stood atop a rooftop, observing the being as it walked toward the Jedi Temple. He had sensed the immense concentration of dark force energy long before the Jedi did. Unlike them, he understood that this being was not what it appeared to be. He had felt its emergence as if it had been conjured from thin air rather than simply arriving on the planet. Although he had already sent Dooku on his way, Sidious felt compelled to meet this being himself first. He had not fully studied the creature, but it appeared to be a human teenager with blonde hair and blue eyes. At some point, the boy had raised the hood of his cloak, giving him the appearance of a red-clad Sith Lord. As the boy turned a corner, Sidious followed in the shadows, only to come face to face with the same boy he had just seen. "Why are you following me?" the boy asked, his voice icy. Sidious shivered at the coldness of his tone, noting how the boy could discern his true nature while the Jedi had failed to do so. "You are a being of great dark force energy, my boy. I simply had to investigate the appearance of an unknown Sith within the city," Sidious replied, his hand inching toward his lightsaber, which he noticed the boy now held in his hand. Trying his best to mask his distress, Sidious put on a friendly demeanor. "Do not compare me to your kind. I am not one of you, and you would do well to remember that," the boy retorted. "Very well. Perhaps you would be interested in joining us. Sith or not, you are powerful in the dark side of the Force. I can help you become far greater than you are now and teach you to control your powers," Sidious offered. The promise of power often attracted those who leaned toward the dark side, and if he could bring this boy under his influence, the Jedi would stand no chance. The boy scoffed and turned away. "You have nothing to teach me. I have no use for a weakling. Leave me and hope we never meet again." As he spoke, he began to walk away, tucking the lightsaber into his robe. Sidious seethed at the sheer audacity of the youth. Powerful or not, he would be unable to control the Force at such a young age, making him no match for a trained Sith Lord. If the boy would not come willingly, then Sidious would find a way to force him into espionage and train him to obey. Raising an arm, he unleashed a surge of Force lightning towards the boy. As the lightning approached his unprotected back, the boy suddenly halted, and to Sidious's astonishment, the lightning began to swirl around him like a protective cocoon. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, Sidious cut his connection to the Force, but the lightning continued to dance around the boy. That was very foolish, Sith, a voice echoed in his mind. Before Sidious could respond, his own lightning rebounded towards him, striking him squarely in the chest. He fell to his knees, writhing in pain as the energy coursed through his body. Even in his agony, he sensed his mental barriers shattering, leaving his mind exposed. Memories flashed before him, scrutinized by another presence within. At least you had some use to me, Sith, the voice continued. Through his pain, Sidious caught a glimpse of strange purple eyes staring back at him. Then he heard a single word, Amaterasu. Suddenly, the world erupted into black flames, and everything went dark. Sidious jolted awake as his body tumbled out of the stasis tube. He had barely managed to reach a clone body to inhabit. Without his base instincts, he was certain he would have perished. As the droids assisted him in dressing, he shuddered at the memory of those cold eyes piercing into his soul. That boy is very dangerous. I need to wait for Dooku to arrive. Together, we should be able to take him down, or at the very least, my foolish apprentice can distract him, he thought as he exited the room in his new body. Naruto stood before the Biomedical Institute of Coruscant, the first stop on his way to the Jedi Temple. The Jedi station there had been called to the temple, making his mission much simpler. As he walked through the doors, he cast a widespread genjutsu combined with his spiritual pressure, causing everyone in the area to fall asleep. Navigating through the mass of bodies, Naruto approached the receptionist's desk, extracting the information he needed from her mind before heading down the hallway. Halt! State your business here, he heard. Seriously, you need to check this list. If you're going to build a village, your guards need to fit in, he replied to the security droid, which explained why it was still conscious. A quick pulse of electrical energy rendered the droid inactive. Scanning the area, Naruto spotted someone in a lab coat. After a brief absorption, he discovered the individual was the head of technomedical studies. Stealing his ID card and identity, Naruto continued down the hallway, the other droids ignoring him as he now appeared to belong. Upon reaching the first lab, he found several people lying on the floor. A couple of clones were dragging them out and absorbing their memories. Naruto approached a large vat filled with a silver-gray liquid flowing within. A glance at the computer revealed what he needed to know. Perfect. A blank batch, he murmured, reading the information. Several million. Ready to be programmed for use. Self-sustaining. Excellent. He walked around the computer and vat, inspecting the generator connected to the machines in the room. Good internal power source, but I should grab a few spare generators, he decided. Creating several clones, he sent them out into the building. Minutes later, the clones returned, each carrying an unplugged generator from other rooms. They stacked the generators in the corner. Standing in the center of the room, Naruto sent out a pulse of concentrated chakra, checking the machines for any changes. Chakra has no negative effects on them. Good, these will be transportable, he muttered. As he approached the door, he turned to face the room and spread his chakra along the walls and floor, enveloping everything. His eyes began to glow as the room twisted and seemed to flow into his gaze. A moment later, the room vanished, leaving a square-shaped indent in the building. Focusing once more, Naruto's body twisted before it flowed into his eyes as well, and in an instant, he was gone. Reappearing in his own pocket dimension, Naruto surveyed the area. It resembled Madara's, but instead of cubic blocks, he had several large black spheres floating in a white void. Entering his newest edition, he stepped into the lab and began to study the computers again. Everything appeared to be functioning well, so he checked the generators. To his surprise, all were fully charged, even the one that had been at half power when brought in. I wonder how that happened, he thought. It's simple if you think about it, he heard Gil say. Confused, Naruto listened as the spirit continued. Your pocket dimension is still part of your mindscape. While inaccessible without the technique you took from Madara, it remains a part of your mind. From my vantage point in the throne room, I can see the energy being drained from your electricity control. Any electronics you bring in here will be powered by the gem. How much power is it taking? I don't want to risk losing control because I brought something too draining in here, Naruto asked. No need to worry. It's only drawing electricity generated by the gem, not your own energy. Even if it fully drains, you'll only lose control of electricity until it recharges. As for the amount, it doesn't seem like much, maybe 1 to 3%, Gil replied. Alright, let me know if it takes too much. I might need that control if I encounter any more lightning attacks or droids, Naruto said as he left his dimension. Reappearing in the hallway he had just exited, Naruto headed toward his next goal. Behind him, a sign fell from the door he had just left, displaying the word nanotech in multiple languages. Did you feel that? Windu asked, as all the Jedi within the council chamber seemed to perk up. Moments ago, they had sensed the clash of two dark forces, with the strange being emerging as the victor. They assumed it was another Sith challenging this new force. Now their attention had shifted to another matter. Yes, the energy vanished for a few minutes before it reappeared, as if it had just disappeared into thin air, Jocasta Nu, Jedi Chief Librarian, explained. What could it possibly mean? Obi-Wan inquired. Irrelevant it is, still with us the being is, Yoda replied. As Naruto walked through the city once more, he couldn't help but stare at all the strange creatures moving about. It was quite a change from the humans he was used to in his realm. Brushing past a tall, furry creature, he slipped into an alleyway. Following the memories he had taken from that Sith, he arrived at his destination, the shipyard, a place filled with information on various transport and battle vehicles, which he needed. After several bursts of genjutsu and spirit pressure, Naruto stood in the main archive of the shipyard. A simple download later, he had all their files saved onto a stolen datapad, which he sealed into one of his scrolls and tucked away in his robe. With a leap over the fence, he was headed toward his final destination, the Jedi Temple. It comes, Windu announced, as the beings had stopped moving around the city and were now headed straight for them at high speeds. I'll prepare the others, Obi-Wan said as he rose. I'll check on the younglings, Jocasta added, joining him. Meet at the central hall afterward, Windu ordered. One by one, the Jedi High Council filed out of the room, many looking downcast as they sensed the approach of the dark presence. As Naruto ascended the stairs to the temple, he was surprised that none of the Jedi had come to meet him. He knew they had sensed his approach. He could feel their attempts to invade his mind, which he easily brushed aside with a mere thought. Entering a sort of entrance chamber, he found himself facing a large group of Jedi. While they had yet to draw their weapons, he could feel their unease and even fear radiating from them. At the front of the group, he spotted the High Council members and the young Jedi he had spoken to last time. The boy's eyes widened as Naruto activated his Kodai no Mi, causing a shudder to run through the crowd. Some were afraid, but most held curious expressions, surprised at his age and expecting him to be much older. The tall, dark-skinned man, Mace Windu, stepped forward. He opened his mouth to speak but stiffened as Naruto vanished from his spot at the entrance and appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Everyone else nearly stumbled backward in shock. Taking a step forward, Naruto stopped in front of Anakin, while Windu and Obi-Wan prepared to intervene if necessary. We meet again, little Jedi, Naruto said. Anakin flinched as those unusual eyes seemed to pierce through him. He tried to respond but found himself unable to speak, only able to stare in silence and fear as he remembered their last encounter. Leaning forward, Naruto chuckled softly. Sleep. Anakin dropped to the ground, unconscious at his feet. Turning away, Naruto walked past Windu and stopped a few feet away, facing the crowd. He tilted his head in curiosity, waiting for someone to say something. Seeing the boy wait, Mace chose to speak up as Obi-Wan attended to Anakin. Who are you and what do you want here? He asked, mildly surprised to find that the being they had sensed was just a young boy, maybe 15 or 16 years old. He felt relieved, thinking the boy might not be as dangerous as they had feared. However, that relief vanished when the boy displayed inhuman speed, covering over 40 meters in an instant, and then effortlessly put young Skywalker to sleep with a single word. It would take significant training to overpower the mind of a sentient being, especially a Jedi, even an apprentice. No, Mace decided to stick with his initial assessment. This boy was very dangerous. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. As for my reasons for being here, you have something I want, Naruto replied. And what precisely is that? Mace asked. The boy reached into his cloak and pulled out an object. Mace and the other Jedi stiffened when they recognized it as a lightsaber. Rather than activate it, Naruto held it up for them to see. I'm searching for either more of these or a way to make them. While I could just take all of yours, it would be better for you to help me, Naruto said, activating the red lightsaber. Windu frantically considered his options. It was clear the boy had taken the weapon from someone else. Had he built it himself, he would know how to make more. They couldn't very well tell him how to create them, as who knew what he planned to do with such knowledge. But he had stated he could simply take their lightsabers, and with the confidence in his tone, Mace knew he believed he could defeat them all. Should that happen, he might find the holocrons that would teach him how to build more. Mace's thoughts were interrupted as the boy deactivated the lightsaber and tucked it away in his robes before speaking again. Those holocron things sound interesting. Where can I find them? The boy asked. Did you just read my mind? Oh yes, it wasn't that hard since you were practically broadcasting your thoughts, Naruto said, causing everyone to gasp. The idea of reading minds was unheard of. While manipulating thoughts was one thing, mind reading was another entirely. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Naruto turned to Jocasta. So you're the chief librarian. Where is the archive room? He asked. Jocasta felt a presence brush against her mind and desperately tried to focus elsewhere. Moments later, the presence vanished, and she sighed in relief, but then cried out as a sudden force overwhelmed her mental defenses. It surged through her thoughts, extracting everything she knew, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. As Jocasta fell, Mace Windu ignited his lightsaber, the sound echoing as others followed suit. With a shout, he and the others charged forward. Instead of drawing his lightsaber again, Naruto reached behind his back and seemingly pulled out a long, curved crimson sword from thin air. Force illusion? But when did he use it, and how did he keep it active for so long without anyone noticing? Windu thought, his attention shifting as a small green blur zipped past him. Master Yoda? He realized, watching as the diminutive Jedi Master leaped at Naruto. Windu was just as shocked as the others when the ordinary-looking blade held its ground against the lightsaber. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an energy surrounding the blade, likely what protected it from the lightsaber's power. Glancing at his attacker, Naruto smirked. Well, aren't you the cutest little thing? What are you, some sort of elf? He teased, receiving no response from the Jedi, who only pushed harder with his lightsaber. Naruto sighed and countered with his blade, sending Yoda flying backward. As Yoda was flung away, Mace launched a force push, which was met with another telekinetic push, neutralizing the attack. By this time, he and the other Jedi had reached Naruto, using their force perception to coordinate their strikes, alternating attacks to hit him while avoiding their allies. Those further back spread out, preparing for any potential escape from the boy. With a circle of lightsabers surrounding him, Naruto weaved around each attack, avoiding or deflecting them with ease. His ability to perceive everything in slow motion and read his opponent's thoughts made it feel like child's play to evade the Jedi. Although their strikes couldn't harm him, he still found it worthwhile to dodge. This challenge was proving to be more engaging than his battles back in Konoha. He noted the different sword styles they employed, styles that his Sharingan was effortlessly mimicking as he danced around them. Seeing their attacks failing, Mace turned to the bystanders and instructed them to assist with their force abilities. The boy would surely find it more challenging to fight if he were bombarded by force illusions, mind tricks, and force pushes. As he heard the order, Naruto expanded his telepathy. While he couldn't use the force as the Jedi believed, he could adapt their techniques to work with chakra. As the illusions and mental probes invaded his mind, he sighed. They were merely using tactics he could easily counter. Perhaps he should look into that Sith from before. It was hard to believe that even in a different realm, there were people using body switch techniques like Orochimaru and Madara. The Sith might have some superior techniques he could learn. He would need to investigate this later. Noticing their opponent distracted, the Jedi, thinking their mind tricks were effective, rushed in with lightsabers ignited. Naruto, having grown bored and contemplating whether to hunt down that Sith Lord, ignored the incoming attacks as several lightsabers passed through him without causing any harm. The subconscious activation of his Izanami snapped Naruto's attention back to the fight. Oops, I'm sorry. You guys were so boring I must have gotten distracted. Do you have any more techniques to throw at me, or can we wrap this up already? He said, the Jedi staring back in shock. Well, that's a pity. Feeling a surge of energy, Mace Windu began to shout a warning, but he was too late as Naruto called out his attack. Shinra Kaiten. A dome of pure gravitational kinetic energy swirled around him before exploding outward, pushing all the Jedi back. The attack shattered floor tiles, destroyed pillars, and cracked walls. When the dust settled, Naruto stood alone in the center of the ruined room, while the Jedi lay injured, having been slammed into the walls over 100 feet away. Those who could began to rise but froze as they sensed another wave of energy. They fell to their knees as a pressure descended upon them, filling them with dread. The pressure intensified, causing more of them to lose consciousness until only the High Council remained standing. The pressure grew even stronger, and they too began to fall, one by one. The last thoughts that crossed their minds before succumbing were all the same: force fear. Looking around at the now unconscious Jedi, Naruto ceased leaking his killer intent and Ryatsu. Humming to himself, he began to walk around the room, collecting and sealing lightsabers as he went. Finding no more scattered around, he entered the inner section of the temple and headed for the archives. Entering the Jedi archives, Naruto whistled at the sheer size of the room, which stretched for hundreds of feet, lined with glowing databanks instead of traditional books. In the center was a large rotunda. Passing by shelves and desks, he made his way to a lift at the back, activating it to descend to the holocron vaults. Upon arriving, Naruto ghosted through the doors and defenses, entering the vault. He found several small polyhedral objects stored in dilating niches in the walls, and there was also a pillar in the center of the room filled with palm-sized artifacts. As Naruto walked around the room, he read the labels below each holocron. He picked one about building and maintaining lightsabers, another detailing the various fighting styles known to the Jedi, and several that explained how to construct different machines, buildings, chemicals, and droids. Lastly, he discovered a section filled with spare empty holocrons. Once all the items were sealed in a scroll, he left the Jedi archives and headed for the classrooms. Entering the room, Naruto was greeted by the sight of several children hiding in various corners. They looked frightened as he entered, so he linked with their minds and sent them feelings of calm and safety as he gently lulled them to sleep. Once all the children were peacefully resting, he began searching for what he needed. At the back of the room, Naruto found a storage area containing several small round orbs the size of melons. These were known as remotes, small automatons used by instructors for teaching. Sealing several for future study, he left the Jedi Temple using Sonido and landed outside, beginning his search for the Sith he had encountered earlier. He chuckled at the gasps and shrieks of fear as the Jedi Temple erupted behind him. Was that necessary? Gil asked. I warned them what would happen if they fought me. Besides, the rooms with children were protected by my seals, and most of the Jedi should survive the explosion. This was simply a warning, he replied. Picking up a familiar energy signature, Naruto headed toward the Sith Lord. Sidious was overjoyed. Dooku had finally arrived with a squad of droids. With this many, they could finally capture that boy. He had just received word from a spy droid in the Jedi Temple that the boy had soundly defeated all their forces and destroyed the temple. Unfortunately, he had left many Jedi alive and even saved the younglings. It seemed he wasn't as cruel as a Sith should be, but that could always be taught. Yes, he would mold the boy, make him powerful and loyal. Nothing would stand before the might of the Sith Empire. What are your orders, Master Sidious? Dooku asked, drawing him from his thoughts. The boy approaches Tyrannus. I don't know how he knows where we are, but he will be here soon. Prepare your droids for battle and remind them to aim to incapacitate, not to kill. I want him alive. Do not fail me, Tyrannus, Sidious hissed. Yes, Master, Dooku replied as he left to prepare. As his apprentice exited, Sidious chuckled to himself from his throne, unaware that a clone hidden in the rafters smirked before vanishing. Naruto soared through the skies of Coruscant with a weak genjutsu to conceal his presence. He had received the clone's memories of his target moments ago and took to the air due to the distance he needed to cover. Sidious was currently in an airship high above the city, likely believing he could detect Naruto's approach with his radar systems. However, since Naruto had no need for an airship, he wouldn't appear on the radar. Spotting the ship in the distance, Naruto accelerated and reached it in moments. It was a large carrier ship, at least bigger than the village where he currently had Tazuna building. Flying to the rear of the ship, where the carrier bay was located, Naruto grasped the door and pried it open with sheer strength, slipping into the vessel. He was immediately met with blaster fire as droids spotted him and began shooting. Dodging the incoming fire, Naruto glided around the docking area with his sword in hand, swiftly cutting through the droids and destroying them all within minutes. He then turned his attention to the ships and escape pods, ensuring none could be used should Sidious or his apprentice attempt to flee. Navigating through the hallways, his arm moved in a blur as he cut down droids and blasted through shield doors that tried to box him in. He finally arrived at a factory area producing more droids to combat him. Shutting down the facility with a few concentrated blasts, Naruto continued his hunt for the two Sith. Eventually, he reached a round room filled with various computers, where Darth Sidious and Darth Tyrannus stood surrounded by several droids. "We meet again, young one," Sidious said. "This is the one you needed my help for, master?" "He is but a child," Tyrannus sneered at Naruto. "A child who just defeated all the forces within the Jedi Temple and still has enough energy to cut his way through your ship," Naruto snapped. Dooku turned to Sidious for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod, looked back at Naruto with an appraising gaze. "So what is it you have come for, boy?" Sidious asked. "I was disappointed with the Jedi. I had hoped they would have something to teach me, but I could already do everything they could. For your sake, I hope you can teach me something new, Sith," he declared, brandishing his blade. At Tyrannus's command, the droids began to fire. Dodging the bolts once more, Naruto rushed toward the two Sith. He sliced through the droids that stood in his way and took a swing at Dooku. The blow was blocked by a red lightsaber, but the force behind it sent the Sith flying into the computer behind him. As he turned on his heel, Naruto blocked a strike from Sidious and began to parry the attacks coming from the Sith Lord. As he studied Sidious's movements, he realized that the Sith used the same sword styles he had copied, but Sidious's technique was more refined. In his mind, Gil replaced the old copies with this new version. Recovering from his flight, Dooku attacked Naruto from behind, but Naruto activated the lightsaber he had stolen just in time to block the blow. Not used to dual wielding, he became too focused on managing both swords, which caused him to miss dodging a couple of bolts that struck him from behind, paralyzing him for a moment. That brief moment was enough for Sidious and Dooku to maneuver around his blades and sever his arms. All firing ceased as Naruto's arms fell to the ground. Sidious reveled in his thoughts. They had succeeded. With Naruto's arms gone, the boy would soon lose consciousness. After he was healed, they could outfit him with robotic arms, and together with Dooku's powers, they could override his mind and use the Force to corrupt him. If that failed, some mind control would suffice. Sidious was jolted from his thoughts as Naruto growled. Instead of collapsing, the boy glared at the droids that had hit him. His eyes widened as his arms, then hands, and finally fingers began to regenerate, glowing with a blue light at the tips. Pointing the orb at the droids, he shouted, "Zero!" A beam of concentrated energy shot from his finger, obliterating the droids. The beam continued through the walls of the ship, blasting a hole in the hull. Sidious and Dooku looked on in shock as they could clearly see the blue sky through the breach that had penetrated 18 levels of the ship. Turning back, Naruto held out his hands, and his two blades flew into them. Such power, I've never seen a Force ability like that. Where did he learn it? Sidious pondered. Before they could resume the fight, a loud alarm blared through the ship as the lights began flashing red. Warning, warning. The control room has been destroyed. The ship will crash land in T-3 minutes and 27 seconds, a voice announced over the intercom. Hearing this, Naruto smirked. "I suppose we better finish up then," he said. "Are you mad?" If we don't get to the docking bay soon, we'll all die. It takes at least 3 minutes to get there. Dooku shouted. A pity then, since I destroyed all the ships and pods within the bay area. Your only hope of escaping is through me, Naruto replied as he floated into the air. You have 3 minutes to prove to me that you have something worth my time, or you will perish. He said as he flew toward them, weapons ready. Dooku, using his telekinesis, began flinging the droids at Naruto in an attempt to slow him down, but they were all cast aside by Naruto's own telekinetic abilities. Sidious unleashed all his mind tricks, trying to control Naruto's mind or halt his attack, but all his efforts proved futile against Naruto's mental defenses. Reaching the two, Naruto engaged them in a 2-on-1 sword combat. As he fought, he became increasingly adept at wielding the two blades. Slowly but surely, he pushed back the two Sith Lords. While they were more experienced with their sword styles, the force he put into each blow disrupted their rhythm. Screaming out, Tyrannus used his force rage to enhance his abilities, striking back faster and stronger than before. Yet, Naruto continued to hold his ground. Finally, after a slip caused by his rage, Naruto seized an opening and swiftly beheaded the Sith with his lightsaber. As Tyrannus's head fell, both parts of the Sith turned to dust, leaving only his clothes behind. Seeing Tyrannus fall, Sidious jumped back. Without his apprentice, his chances of winning had diminished significantly. Realizing the boy posed too great a threat to leave alive, he decided that if he was to die, he would take Naruto with him. However, taking down the boy was proving to be far too costly. Calling upon his powers with the dark side, Sidious prepared to unleash his most formidable ability, Force Storm. Focusing all his mental energy, he summoned dark side energies to tear open a wormhole. It required all his concentration to prevent the attack from devastating the entire planet, but he was certain it would defeat the boy. As the storm began to form, he heard the boy sigh. It seems there really is nothing you Jedi or Sith can teach me. Sidious looked up to see the boy's eyes spinning. Kamui. He watched in astonishment as a wormhole materialized before him. Sidious could only stare in shock at such mastery of the Force as his body was torn apart. For the second time that day, he had met his end. As Sidious drifted away from the ship toward a new body, he couldn't help but ponder the strange boy. That last attack had been reminiscent of the Force Storm, but unlike his, it had formed instantly and closed afterward, showcasing true mastery. Before he could contemplate further on the enigmatic blonde, he heard a voice behind him. Soul Drain. Sidious felt a tugging sensation before everything faded to black. Naruto floated as he reviewed his new attack. He had developed the Soul Drain after reading an ancient comic known as Mortal Kombat. It was a technique intended to drain the souls of others and empower the user, but so far, it hadn't worked as he hoped. He had reinvented the technique by combining several of his abilities. By pouring Ryatsu into his Bansho Tenin, he could use the Rinnegan's power to pull a soul from its body without physical contact. However, when he attempted to absorb the soul, he found he could only hold it within himself, similar to how he managed the Ichibi, or destroy it. Channeling a large amount of Ryatsu through his core, Naruto fragmented Palpatine's soul, leaving nothing behind. Sighing, he contemplated his technique as he ascended higher into the air. He needed a way to absorb the soul into his body and retain it. He had read about 2 worlds that contained beings with this ability but had yet to decide which to visit. The first world was inhabited by weapons that could transform into people and devoured souls to grow stronger. He was certain he had a soul-devouring weapon in his vault, but his ability didn't work with objects, making him hesitant to waste a trip without gaining anything. The second world contained an individual who could likely defeat him, a powerful vampire capable of absorbing blood energy and souls to enhance his strength. While this was precisely what Naruto needed, he was skeptical about his chances of winning. This vampire was one of the most formidable beings he had encountered in his readings. His inability to utilize a separate energy source was the only thing preventing him from ascending to godhood. If the vampire were to gain such power from Naruto during their confrontation, victory would be nearly impossible. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted as he breached the atmosphere and floated into space. Frisia's DNA was the only thing keeping him alive in the airless void he had entered. Using memories he had gathered from various minds, Naruto plotted his course, transforming his body into an unbreakable metal substance and taking off at full speed. While he could reach his destination instantly with a Garganta, he had time to spare before heading out, and he relished the opportunity to explore the vastness of space without getting lost. So he chose to fly, moving at top speed and drawing on his ki to increase his velocity as he began to break the light barrier, passing whole worlds and ships before anyone could see him as more than a streak of blue light. Finally, I thought we would never get here, Naruto said as he descended toward the planet. It had taken a week of flying with a few stops to rest, to reach this destination. He had grown bored after 3 days of nothing to do but converse with Gil, so he had taken to various activities to alleviate the monotony, even flying through several planets in his ghost form to explore their cores and tunnels beneath the surface. I agree, you should have just opened a Garganta after you got bored, Gil remarked. Well, yeah, but I didn't want to miss anything interesting just because I took the easy route, Naruto replied. Gil snorted within his mind. We didn't see anything interesting at all, he commented. Yeah, but we could have, Naruto countered. Landing on the now snow-covered surface of Ilum, Naruto transformed his cloak into a heavy winter jacket and increased his core temperature. Turning in the direction his memories indicated, he floated just above the snow and glided toward his goal. Upon reaching a temple built into the mountainside, Naruto entered and navigated through the tunnel systems into one of the many caves within the mountain. He stopped when he found what he was searching for. Surrounding him were hundreds of blue and green gemstones growing from large, pointed cylindrical rocks. These were known as Adagon crystals, used in the construction of lightsabers. While Naruto could transfigure the crystals using his shape-shifting ability, the ones he created wouldn't be able to collect and focus energy as effectively as these. Scanning the cave, he recognized a few as Cathracite, Relicite, and Denite-weak crystals used in training sabers by the Jedi. Pulling out a scroll, he began to seal a large number of gemstones into it. Further into the cave, he discovered a collection of mephite, used in the construction of an average lightsaber, and sealed away several groups of these as well. As he reached the end of the cave, Naruto sensed a significant energy source deeper within. Hardening his hands, he began to carefully dig into the stone wall, ensuring he didn't bring the whole cave down on himself. After a few meters, he smiled upon finding the energy source, a cache of pawnite, the rarest and most powerful of the Adagon crystals. Unlike the blue and green stones around him, the pawnite he unearthed was a striking purple. Sealing away as many as he thought he would need, Naruto put his scroll away, double-checked his mental checklist, and finding that he had everything he came for, opened a Garganta and stepped through. Exiting the Garganta, Naruto found himself in his bedroom within the tower in Amigakure. He smiled, resisting the urge to cheer. He hadn't been sure if he could cross dimensions with this ability, but even though it had drained about 80% of his reserves, he had succeeded. At least now he could save the 2 charges left within Shinigami's ring for another time. Flopping down onto his bed, he tossed aside his cloak and kicked off his shoes. It had been a very long week, and now he could finally rest and recover. The sound of his door opening brought him back to reality, and as it closed, he attempted to fall asleep once more. However, a cheerful squeal of "Naruto-kun" dashed that plan. Darn it, he thought as the door opened and several women rushed in. Naruto sat on the side of his bed, deep in thought, twirling a sinbon. It had been 3 months since his return from the multiverse, and much had happened during that time. Spinning the sinbon one last time, he sent it flying at the wall, hitting his target. He smirked at the porcupine-like form of Tenten, who was playfully strapped to a wooden cross on the wall, covered in multiple sinbon, each avoiding critical spots that would cause serious harm. Among the other women he had captured from Konoha, she was one of the few he had taken the time to break down physically rather than through his abilities. The others included Yugao, Kurenai, and Ino, who had all faced consequences for their treatment of him while he lived in Konoha. Yugao, now an ANBU captain, had often prevented her men from assisting him during attacks. He had subjected her to a mix of pain and pleasure for months, until her mind had snapped, leaving her a devoted servant. Kurenai, who had enjoyed testing her newest genjutsu on him when he was unaware, had experienced the same fate as he trapped her in several realistic genjutsu that lasted for days. She was forced to witness horrific scenarios involving her loved ones before enduring the same fate herself, breaking her spirit in just 3 sessions. Lastly, there was Ino, the schoolyard bully who had incited others to attack him and had even manipulated situations to get him in trouble. He had slowly dismantled her mind, leaving only fragments that served his needs. He had shared memories of the Uchiha's fate with her, relishing in her reactions. Looking over his shoulder, he grinned at the pile of bodies sprawled across the large bed. It had been another night of passion, reminding them of their place in his life. This had all begun after his coronation as Lord of the Fire Country. Flashback. Naruto straightened his robes for the 5th time in an hour after giving his speech at his coronation. It had surprised the masses to learn that their new lord wasn't even a member of the royal family, but subtle subliminal messages during his speech had won them over. As he withdrew into his palace with delegations from other nations, he heard shouting ahead. A few meters away, the blank-faced Kasai was being confronted by his oldest son, Kane, while his siblings, Kaibun and Sumi, stood nearby with displeased expressions. Waving the delegation toward the throne room, Naruto approached the former royal family. "How could you do this, father? He isn't even a member of the royal family. I am your successor, not some upstart commoner." Kane shouted. "Naruto is the best choice for the position. He will lead our country to greatness," Kasai replied monotonously. "How is that even possible? I have been preparing to succeed you all these years, and you give the position to a stranger? What could have possessed you to do such a thing?" Kane retorted. "Naruto is the best choice for the position. He will lead our country to greatness," Kasai repeated. "What?" Kane began, but was interrupted as Naruto stepped forward, a smile on his face. "You dare show your face here? What trickery did you use on my father?" Kane yelled. "Calm down. I don't know what you're talking about. Like your father said, I am simply the best choice for the position," Naruto replied, still smiling. "Like hell you are. I don't know how you did this, but this isn't the last you'll hear from me. I will find out what you've done," Kane shouted. Naruto's smile faded, and his expression darkened. "Well, we can't have that now, can we?" he said, leaning in as Kane braced himself for an attack. Smirking, Naruto turned and began to walk away, waving over his shoulder as he called out a parting remark. "Make sure the 3 of you behave now." "Yes, my lord," the 3 voices answered in unison. Retiring to his room, Naruto sighed as he flopped down on his bed. The day had been spent reaffirming trade agreements and listening to the requests of several delegations. Many nations that had previously turned him away now sent their ambassadors to discuss alliances, especially after the fall of Konoha. He had gracefully accepted their proposals, ensuring he got everything he could from them. The Fire Country was a major partner to some of the smaller nations, and they needed his supplies and protection to avoid being easily overtaken by others. Naruto had used this to his advantage, making demands that they had no choice but to accept. Ambassadors who thought they could deceive him due to his young age soon found themselves cornered, as if he could read their every thought. His musings were interrupted when Hinata, Ino, and Hanabi burst into the room, calling his name and showering him with congratulations. "Congratulations, Naruto-kun. So when are we getting married?" Ino asked as she jumped onto the bed beside him, causing him to groan. "What do you mean, Ino? Naruto-kun is marrying me!" Hanabi shouted. "You're both wrong. I get to be his queen," Hinata added. The 3 then erupted into a playful argument over who would be his queen. With a snarl, he sat up. "Will you 3 be quiet? None of you will be marrying me. Do you think I don't remember how you treated me all these years? You are nothing but cattle to me. You will bear my heirs as mistresses, nothing more," he shouted in frustration. This only excited them more, as he had made it nearly impossible for them to hate or deny him. With squeals of glee, the 3 jumped on him. After that night, he began experimenting with the girls under his influence. They seemed to enjoy his attention, and he found it a great way to relieve the stress of being a ruler. However, as time passed, he grew bored, leading to more intense interactions with Tenten, Kurenai, and Yugao. After breaking the last two, he included them in his nightly activities while still working on Tenten. His boredom returned, prompting him to add more women to his circle when he found someone interesting. At first, Yujito and Mei protested, but after he promised to marry them both and take them as his queens, they agreed. The large gathering he had orchestrated with the other women and clones helped sway their decision. Standing from his bed, Naruto slipped on a grand robe made of red silk, his clan symbol embroidered on the back. The golden Uzumaki swirl stood out against the red fabric. Walking past the dazed Tenten, he headed out, giving her a chance to rest before resuming later, or perhaps Enko would take care of things while he was gone. Nodding to each of the guards who saluted him, Naruto entered his office. The room was quite plain for a daimyo's office, featuring a desk covered in stacks of paperwork, a comfortable chair for him, 2 chairs for guests, shelves filled with books and scrolls, and a cupboard stocked with tea and sake. Creating a clone to handle the paperwork, Naruto walked over to the tea cupboard. Reaching to the back, he grabbed a small bottle and twisted it. A click echoed as a section of the wall to the left of his desk began to glow, revealing several seals. As quickly as they appeared, the seals vanished, leaving a doorway behind. Stepping through, Naruto entered a small elevator that closed behind him before descending into the ground. The elevator was one of his security measures to prevent anyone from stealing his secrets. It would only work for someone with his blood and would eliminate anyone else who tried to enter. While it wasn't necessary for him to reach his destination, he planned on having an heir one day, and they wouldn't be able to access his secrets as easily as he could. Thus, he had built and tested several secure routes to reach this place, a cavern deep beneath the city, his lab. The lab was a large square room, about 50 meters long and 40 meters wide, lined with thin metal plating and covered in seals. Most of the seals were to keep out intruders, while the rest protected the occupants from the various experiments conducted within. In the center of the room were 3 long tables arranged in a triangle, covered with papers and metal parts. To the left of the elevator was a wall filled with shelves of books, scrolls, and various metal objects. To the right was another table, covered in stored chemicals and chemistry equipment. Across from the elevator stood the vat he had acquired from the last universe, complete with computers and a generator. Naruto had built the lab after his return, completing it in less than 2 hours with the help of several clones. Walking toward the center tables, he created a few clones that spread out throughout the room, heading to various workstations. The lab was where he learned and tested the knowledge he gained from the Star Wars universe. After hours of studying and learning from books, datapads, and holocrons, he was finally ready to begin his work. In 6 days, Tazuna would finish building the village, and a week after that, the first of his new clans would be arriving. He needed to work hard to finish in time. Grabbing a stack of blueprints and sealing notes, Naruto returned to the elevator, creating a few more clones to assist the current ones before leaving. Closing the elevator behind him, he nodded to the frowning clone currently handling the paperwork before opening a portal and stepping through. Exiting the portal, Naruto found himself in a large clearing devoid of all life. This small island, located a fair distance from water country, was too far for ships to reach. He had cleared the area of trees, grass, and animal life, leaving it as a barren wasteland. Drawing one of his blueprints, he double-checked to ensure he had every detail memorized before putting the paper away and placing both palms on the ground. A large surge of chakra poured from his body, coating the entire island from top to bottom. As his chakra retreated, it provided him with details about the island's composition, size, and density. The island was about 3 times the size of Konoha, which suited his plans perfectly. Creating a clone, they split up and moved in separate directions. Following the information from his scan, Naruto and his clone began to reshape sections of the island with earth jutsu until it was reduced to half its original size and formed a circular shape. Then, cutting his hand slightly, he began to draw a large seal. 2 hours later, the seal was complete. He had covered the entire island in 4 different seals, each with a separate function. One seal absorbed water from the surrounding atmosphere and spread it out as mist. The next was a new creation of his, It absorbed nature chakra from the air, split it into ki and ryatsu, and used the ryatsu to solidify the air around the seal while the ki strengthened the entire island. The third seal collected chakra from the atmosphere and transformed it into ambient electricity, allowing any and all electronics to function on the island. The last seal collected all excess chakra on the island and returned it as nature chakra. Standing over the sea, Naruto placed his hands on the island and began to focus. With a pulse radiating from him, the island began to transform from rock and dirt into metal. It took him an hour and a half to shapeshift the entire island, and he had only made it 10 feet deep. Sinking down into the water, Naruto gathered his energy in his sword and, with a clean slice, sent a large blade of energy that sliced through the island. Grabbing hold of it, he began to lift with all his strength. After several seconds, he managed to flip the 10-meter deep disc of metal over, causing ripples in the water that turned into large waves. He then began to pour his chakra into the island, coating it once again. After completely covering the island with his chakra, Naruto activated the hundreds of seals simultaneously. It took a moment as the chakra was drawn in before the island began to float. It rose 3 feet above sea level and hovered there. He could feel the ambient electricity being released into the air surrounding the island. Soon after, the mist was released, making the entire island appear like a giant cloud from below. Flying underneath the island, Naruto opened a wide garganta off to the side and, with all his strength, began to push it through. The garganta deposited him and his island 100 meters above the mountains he had created. It was so high up that he could barely see the village Tazuna had built down below in the valley. Letting go, he smirked in victory as the island continued to float in place. What followed were hours of transporting dirt onto the island before growing grass and trees using his Mokuton. After that, he began to build houses, markets, clan districts, shops, schools, hospitals, and more with his Mokuton and shape-shifting abilities. He started from the outside of his island, covering a large part of it in trees before constructing the buildings. When he finished, it was a large round city the size of Konoha, with an empty section in the center. There he built the Kage Tower, a smaller royal palace, and other government buildings. One such building was a large hall with several circles painted into the floor. In the center of each circle was a seal. He had an identical building with the village at the base of the mountain, as well as in Kurong. These buildings were known as the transport halls. The seals within the circles were a variation of the hierarchy he had developed for this purpose, allowing individuals to transport between the 3 cities with just a thought. It took him 3 days to build the village as he envisioned, as well as to draw up security seals and other safety measures. Due to the requirement of his blood for the seals, he was unable to use clones to speed up the process. While he worked on the seals, Naruto had a clone supervising his newest creation, an automated factory that produced service droids, air vehicles, and lightsaber parts. He had gone through a large list of items from the Star Wars universe and selected simple ones, crossing off others due to his inability to acquire or create the necessary materials, or because he didn't find them useful enough. He had disregarded weapons, knowing that blasters wouldn't make much difference against a fully trained shinobi, while lightsabers would elevate his village to the top in kenjutsu, making other weapons unnecessary. The village was completed when the first of the clans arrived, the Aburame clan, who had made the short journey from Wave Country. Naruto met them at the gates of his new village, simply called Shimo-ten, Lower Heavens. "Greetings, Shibi-san. I hope the journey here wasn't too bothersome for you and your clan," Naruto said to the Aburame clan head, offering a nod to Shino, who stood beside his father. "Not at all, Naruto-san. The journey went smoothly," Shibi replied as they entered the village. Naruto could hear murmurs from the clan members as they noted the reduced size of the village. Shibi chose to voice their thoughts. "The village is much smaller than before, Naruto-san. Are you certain it will be enough to house all who want to live here? My clan alone numbers 200, he asked. "Wait and see, Shibi-san. You're in for a surprise," Naruto replied with a grin as he led them to the transport hall, which had 250 small circles for individuals and 50 large ones for small groups, as well as large items like carts and supplies. Getting each of the members to step onto a circle, Naruto instructed them on how to use the seals. A minute later, They were all exiting the hall of his hidden village, Tenkyugaker no Sato, the village hidden in the heavens. Naruto grinned at the surprised looks on the normally stoic faces of the Aburame clan as he led them through the village, explaining its location and protective measures. He chuckled at their exclamations as they viewed a security droid patrolling the streets, while other droids wandered about, awaiting tasks. He guided them to the clan districts, offering them one of the larger compounds due to their status as a founding clan. Naruto felt a bit let down when he received no surprised reactions as he created a small forest and flower patch for the clan's insects with his Mokuton, but he figured it was a small surprise compared to all they had seen so far. Time skipped 4 months. As the Aburame clan, along with various other clans and missing Nin, began to trickle into the village, civilians from villages that had been destroyed or plagued by bandits followed suit. Over time, the population of his village began to grow. Naruto served as both the Fire Lord and the Sorakage, Sky Shadow, and his country had become one of the largest and most powerful due to its many alliances and the absorption of Aim and Odo. With most of the elemental nations as allies, the Fire Country was safe from any threats posed by smaller nations. Naruto stood with his companions beside him as he awaited the arrival of several important figures. His village was hosting the Chunin exams this time around, and the Kages, daimyos, and important clients would be arriving soon. This would be the first time anyone would view the ninja of Tenkyugaker. Naruto had kept all his ninja from going out on missions until they were trained to his standards. Anyone wishing to serve as a ninja in his village was sent to the academy, regardless of age, and were taught using holocrons and remotes. In addition to the lightsaber holocrons, he had programmed a few with knowledge of the ninja arts from himself and various other masters. He also chronicled every jutsu he knew or could acquire into several datapads that replaced traditional scrolls in his library. "Why are they taking so long?" Hanabi complained, rubbing her enlarged stomach. Like the rest of his companions, she was also expecting Naruto's child, and they were all due to give birth in 2 to 3 months, bringing forth the first of his heirs. "Don't worry, Hanabi-chan. I can sense the transport seals activating. They should arrive momentarily," Naruto replied. As he finished speaking, the seals glowed, and with a white flash, many individuals exited the transport halls. Naruto smirked at the astonished looks on the faces of the other 4 Kages. While they were allies, he had never allowed them or their men to enter past Shimoten, so they were surprised to see his floating city for the first time. "Welcome one and all to Tenkyugaker," Naruto announced, drawing their attention. "Your teams have all arrived safely, and we will begin the exam in 2 days, giving you all time to explore our village." He snapped his fingers, and the ninja guards jumped in front of their wards as several large spheres rolled in from an alley. The spheres stopped in front of the gathered crowd and transformed into large robotic figures. "These are my droids. They will follow and protect you during your visit and should answer any questions you may have." He smiled inwardly at the off-filled looks on A and Inoki's faces, while Itachi and Gaara maintained their usual expressions. "Quite the impressive village you've built, Naruto-kun. Where exactly have we been transported to?" Mei asked, casting a glare at the Pyarjin and T companions. He had yet to announce his engagements to her and Yujito, so many assumed the companions were his brides, something she would need to clarify. "Thank you for the compliment, Mizukage-sama," Naruto replied with a bow, causing Mei to send him a mock glare at the formality. This village is currently several thousand feet above Shimoten. The lower village serves as a home, outpost, and a place to meet clients and merchants. He answered, causing eyes to widen at the fact that the village floated in the air, as none of the mountains they had passed reached this height. "What are these droids, Naruto-san?" "I've never seen technology like this before," Gaara asked, with various daimyos and kages nodding in agreement. "These are one of my many creations. You will only find them within the village. I can't disclose more due to their classification as village secrets," Naruto replied, causing several faces to fall. "Come, let us enter the village. My droids can answer your questions, or you may ask what you want at our meeting tomorrow." He finished, leading them from the hall as more civilians began to transport in. Walking through the streets toward his palace, the group cast their looks from side to side, marveling at various objects flying through the air and the different robots walking through the streets, cleaning and patrolling. "What are all those objects flying through the air, Sorakage-sama?" Guren asked. "Ah, those are the airbuses and air speeders. They are used for transportation throughout the village, decreasing traffic on the streets. You will all have the opportunity to fly in one when the exams begin," he replied. This caused many eyes to widen, and the crowd began to whisper in excited tones as they reached his palace. Welcome to the second palace. Unlike the main palace within Kurong, this one was created to house important political figures. There are more than enough guest rooms for all of you. Please follow a droid, and they shall guide you through the palace, he explained. With a bow, he turned and walked into the palace, with his companions following behind. Naruto sat within his council chambers, awaiting the arrival of his fellow members. They were meeting today with the Kages and daimyos to discuss the running of the exams, as Tenkyugaker was a new village. Naruto sat on a throne at the far back of the room on a raised platform. To his sides were two long tables where the council members sat, civilians to his left and shinobi to his right. Across from them were several tables, each labeled with the names of the 4 main hidden villages. The civilian council was composed of 10 members voted in by the villagers to represent them, with a new vote held every 3 years. The shinobi council was composed of the 5 clan heads and the leaders of various shinobi departments, including ANBU, torture and interrogation, the police force, the hospital, research and development, and the shinobi academy. The clan heads included Shibi Aburame of the Aburame clan, who commanded chakra insects, Tokai Enjuru of the Enjuru clan, who could create chakra wings that allowed for limited flight, though their hollow, bird-like bones made them vulnerable in combat, Yakumo Kurama of the recreated Kurama clan, known for their nearly unbreakable genjutsu that could make illusions feel real, Hirako Sukuru of the Sukuru clan, who could use steel release techniques to harden their skin to near impenetrable levels, and Kureage Goragon of the Goragon clan, whose jujutsu could temporarily petrify those who met their gaze, with the duration depending on the target's strength. These 5 clans were the backbone of the village, each overseeing a distinct district. While new clans were welcome, Naruto had established strict rules preventing anyone with a bloodline from acquiring a seat on the council unless they were jonin and had at least 20 members in their clan, ensuring a manageable number of council members. The torture and interrogation department was led by Anko and Hibiki. Took charge of ANBU, currently training their first squads with various holocrons on strategy, stealth, and combat techniques. Choji managed the police force, which consisted of civilian volunteers, less experienced ninjas, and various security droids. Shizune oversaw the hospital, training Ino as her apprentice. They worked alongside other medics on using advanced medical technology, making their hospital the finest in all the elemental nations. Research and development was under Karen's direction, who had access to Naruto's research notes and holocrons. She was diligently studying them while working on a groundbreaking project involving a special vat from another universe. Inside the silvery liquid were millions of microscopic nanites that, when programmed, could enhance a ninja's physical abilities, healing, and resistance to toxins and diseases. Karen was focused on improving the procedure's survival rate and ensuring the nanites worked harmoniously with the body's chakra. Lastly, the academy was managed by Irika, who found his job easier thanks to the new teaching methods and technology. He was training the next generation of Tenku shinobi. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted when the automatic doors to the chamber slid open and the council members entered, accompanied by the Reikage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, Mizukage, and their respective daimyos and council members. Each took their place at the designated tables, and Naruto rose from his throne. Good morning. I hope you all slept well. This meeting will focus on how Tenkyugaker will conduct its Chunin exams. Please feel free to ask questions at any time, he announced. Questions quickly arose regarding the various technologies and fighting styles they had observed in the village. Naruto sighed as he returned to his throne, thinking, this is going to be a long day. Well, if that's all, I'll call this meeting to a close, Naruto said as the others began to exit. Mei and Yujito lingered behind until only they and Naruto remained. Did you want to discuss something, Mei-san, Yujito-san? he inquired. Don't be a JRK, Naruto-kun, Yujito replied with a playful pout. There's no need to be so formal, Naruto-kun, Mei added as she approached him with a smile. Naruto chuckled and pulled both of them into a warm embrace. It's been a while since I've spoken to you too. I've missed you. Oh, even with all those other women around? Yujito teased. Of course. They mean nothing to me, but I've always wanted a big family, and the two of you are too important for that many children, he responded, leading them through the door. Good. When are we getting married, Naruto-kun? Mei asked with a hint of excitement. As soon as the exams are over, I will announce my marriages to both of you, as well as to Koyuki, Temari, and Kuratsuchi, Naruto replied, nodding to those they passed in the palace. Why do you have to marry those three as well? Yujito asked, crossing her arms and returning to her pout. Naruto laughed. It helps our alliances. We wouldn't want any of the other hidden villages to feel left out, right? Besides, Cookie has always admired me since I saved her and her country years ago. And remember, you two will always come first in my heart. On a different note, he asked, what do you think of the village? Oh, it's just wonderful, Naruto-kun. I've never seen such advanced technology. How is all this possible? Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's a secret, Mei-chan. I built this place using all the knowledge I've gained on my travels. It's the safest hidden village in the elemental nations, he replied. But if we're so high up, how do you get air up here? In the mountains of Kumo, only ninjas can survive at such altitudes, Yujito questioned. Did you notice all the trees surrounding the village? Well, they help produce more oxygen, but many of them are also hollow and contain machines that create oxygen from chakra, making it easier for civilians to survive at this altitude, he replied. That's so fascinating. Could you build me a village like this as well, Naruto-kun? Mei asked sweetly. Maybe if you ask extra nicely, Mei-chan, Naruto replied playfully. I'm sure we can persuade him, Yujito stated as she gently nudged him through the door they had just passed, leading into her bedroom. I'm sure we can, Mei echoed as she followed them in and closed the door with a soft click. Is everything prepared? Naruto asked as he entered the room. Yes, Naruto-sama, we are ready to begin the first test, Karen replied, saluting him along with her research team before they returned to their tasks. Good. Are the volunteers ready? After receiving a nod, he approached the three tanks. Then begin. Naruto watched as several thousand nanites entered the tanks and latched onto the bodies within, finding their way through the mouth, nose, and ears, spreading further as they integrated into the bodies. This was the first test with the nanites, and if everything went well, these three would be showcased in the upcoming Tunin exams the next day. Once the process finished, he turned to Karen. What do the monitors say? He asked. All three have survived the process, Naruto-sama. The nanites will finish downloading information to their brains and enhancing their bodies in 3 hours. We will need to examine them further then, she replied, reading the computer screen. Very well. Contact me when it's done, he ordered as he left the room. 3 hours later, he received a signal from the labs. Heading down, he met with Karen as she completed her tests. She turned as he entered the room. The process is complete, Naruto-sama. Everything is going well. Their speed, strength, endurance, intelligence, and regenerative abilities have increased almost tenfold. They are newly graduated genin, but the nanites have elevated those attributes to a high Chunin level. Their chakra capacity is at a medium Chunin level, and their control is nearly perfect with the nanites helping to regulate it, she reported, and the three genin beamed at the news. Excellent. You three have the rest of the day off to train and rest. Be at the academy tomorrow for the first stage of the exam, he ordered, giving them a smile as they rushed from the room. He then turned to Karen. Good job, Karen. Should this go well, the operation will be offered to all newly graduated genin. Are you sure there is no chance of any going rogue on the village with our technology? Yes, sir. Should they die or betray the village, the nanites will automatically shut down, she replied, handing him a list of everything she had programmed them with. Very well. I'll have the factory create another batch for you. Use the rest on the vat for all our current shinobi, But wait a month to ensure there are no complications with those 3, he ordered as he turned to leave. Yes, Naruto-sama. Welcome to the first stage of the Chunin exam, brats. My name is Shin Gamen, second in command of the Tandai department, Shin announced to the room full of Chunin aspirants. Shin was a wandering shinobi from the Sea Country who had been recruited into the village after Naruto had defeated him in a fight when Shin had come after his bounty. Now a jonin, he worked under Anko in the Tandai department, as they both shared a penchant for testing limits. His scowl caused some of the genin to shiver. There were currently 87 genin in the room, 3 teams from Kiri, 6 from Suna, 7 from IWA, 4 from Kyumo, 5 from Kusa, 3 from Taki, and 1 from Tenku. Now here's how the first exam is going to go. You will each be handed a sheet with the address and information of a house within the village. Your aim is to break into said house undetected, sneak past any guards within the building, and retrieve the scroll from the office. This exam is designed to test not only your stealth skills but also your ability to work as a team. The Chunin beside me will hand you your mission scrolls, he announced. Any questions? Several hands shot up. Good, your mission scrolls will now be handed to you, Shin stated, ignoring the raised hands. Inside a lounge area in the Kage Tower, Naruto and his fellow Kage and political allies sat, surrounded by monitors observing the examiners through remote devices that flew behind the genin, broadcasting their actions to the room. Are you sure this exam isn't too easy, Naruto? Gar asked. While they had briefly discussed the exams yesterday, Naruto had refused to reveal how they would be conducted to avoid cheating. While it does sound easy, the houses are equipped with the latest security droids and cameras, as well as shinobi guards. While it's been made accessible enough for a Chunin to bypass, those who are not at that level will find it challenging, he explained. Won't that just make it easier for your team? Our teams aren't used to all this technology, the Earth Daimyo inquired. Not at all. This technology has yet to be implemented in any homes within the village, and all the genin receive enough information on the security systems to be able to pass, he answered. They watched as the team spent an hour reading the scrolls and devising plans before being led to their assigned houses. Many laughed as they observed genin being caught and stunned by droids or triggering traps that activated alarms. By the end of the first stage, only 16 teams remained, 1 from Kiri, 3 from Suna, 3 from IWA, 3 from Kyumo, 3 from Kusa, 2 from Taki and Naruto's team. Well, that was interesting to watch, I commented. Only because your teams figured out that electricity shuts down the droids, Itachi stated with a chuckle. Something I really need to fix. I can't have my droids fail from being overcharged, Naruto said. How do you power those things, by the way, Naruto? Niji asked, a member of the Kyumo contingent and one of their Jonin sensei. I don't see any chakra running through them. All eyes turned to Naruto, who smirked. I've developed a seal that converts chakra in the air into electricity. The electricity in the air powers everything in the village, Naruto explained, and eyes widened as everyone began to clamor around him with offers to buy such a seal for their villages. Welcome to the second exam, runts. I'm Special Jonin Okada Kagakusha, assistant head of the Ran-D department, Okada announced. He was a missing nin from AIM who had been exiled for conducting experiments on villagers, but Naruto had employed him in his research and development department under Karen. The wealth of knowledge contained within the holocrons and datapads was enough to quench Okada's thirst for understanding. The genin barely paid him any attention, their eyes fixed on the imposing gates surrounding them. They had been brought to an arena-like structure, with numerous gates leading into vast chambers. Behind these gates are creatures you have never encountered before, and you should hope to never meet again. To pass this stage of the exam, you must survive for at least a day against them. This stage is designed to test your combat skills and your ability to handle stressful situations and unfamiliar foes, he explained. After having the genin sign a waiver for their safety, he opened a gate and ushered them inside. The audience watched in awe as the genin faced off against a Reek, a Rancor, and a Nexu. Most of the battles showcased the genin fleeing for their lives, desperately trying to evade the alien creatures. What are those things? Demons? The water daimyo stammered, bewildered by the sight of such monstrous beings. Of course not, Naruto reassured them. Those are just clones transformed into the shapes of those creatures. They are quite durable, so they won't dispel easily, but the genin are unaware of that. His words brought a collective sigh of relief, as he skillfully omitted the fact that the clones were using shape-shifting rather than transformation techniques and that those creatures did exist in another realm. There was no need to alarm them. 5 teams successfully passed the second stage of the exams. One team from Suna defeated a reek by skillfully dodging its horns and attacking with wind techniques. An IWA team overcame their Nexu by trapping it in a fissure and using an earth technique to subdue it. A team from Kyuubi managed to defeat their reek with powerful lightning techniques, taking advantage of the ambient electricity in the air to enhance their attacks. The Kusa team resorted to poisoning their reek and evading it until the poison reached its heart, leading to its demise. The Tenku team was the only one to conquer a rancor, utilizing their enhanced speed and strength along with their lightsabers to finish the creature in record time. What were those unusual weapons your teams used? They resembled the Nidame's Raijin, someone asked, all eyes turning to Naruto once more. That's another village secret, but I can tell you that those will become the signature weapons of every ninja from this village, he replied with a grin. Now that the exams are over for today, the teams will have a week to rest and train before the final stage. You're all welcome to join my family and me for dinner, he announced as he stood up. Your family? So these lovely women accompanying you are your brides? The wind daimyo inquired, shivering under the glares from Yujito, Mei, Kuki, Temari, and Kuratsuchi. No, I will be marrying those 5 women over there. These 4 are my companions, Naruto answered casually, gesturing toward his brides. He ignored the combined intensity of the glares from the other men as they exited the lounge. A week later, the teams had settled down and recuperated after their harrowing experiences in the arena. They stood once more in the arena, awaiting the final stage. The genin noticed that the large caves with gates had been replaced by high walls, now adorned with seats for the many spectators who had come to witness the exams. Welcome, everyone. My name is Genma Shiranui, and I will be the proctor for the 3rd stage of the Chunin exams, Genma announced to the crowd before addressing the 15 genin. This round will consist of battles against security droids. Each team will face off against hordes of droids to showcase your skills, teamwork, and how you handle being outnumbered. The exam was designed not only to highlight the aspiring Chunin's abilities but also to demonstrate Naruto's droids to potential clients, who could hire them for specific missions. The exam commenced as the teams faced off against an army of droids, each team managing to last about 5 minutes before being overwhelmed and stunned. The Kyuubi team performed the best, using their lightning attacks to slow down the new version of droids, though their attacks no longer incapacitated them. The Tenku team came in second, standing back-to-back in a triangle formation to reflect the droids' bolts, but they too were eventually overwhelmed. The exams concluded with 12 genin receiving promotions, and Naruto's droids and ninjas showcasing their skills to the clients. He received numerous requests during the exam from nearby villages for the droids and weapons used in his village but declined all offers, as the requested items were village secrets. With the exams finished, various delegations and merchants departed, while Naruto received many missions requesting his droids or ninjas, solidifying Tenkigaku's status as one of the strongest in the elemental nations. As the village grew in strength under Naruto's leadership, time passed. He married Mei and Yujito a month after the exams, followed by Temari and Kuratsuchi a week later. Mei continued her role as Mizukage, while Naruto visited her or sent a clone daily using a special technique. Temari, Yujito, and Kuratsuchi moved into the palace in Tenkigaku, serving as ninjas for the village and acting as ambassadors between their homes and Tenku. A month after their honeymoon, all 4 women announced their pregnancies, coinciding with the birth of Naruto's companions. Hinata gave birth to twin boys named Suwaru and Kanran, who inherited Hinata's features and Naruto's blonde hair. They also received a unique bloodline that combined elements of both parents, granting them enhanced vision and healing abilities. Hanabi welcomed a girl named Hitomi, after Hanabi's mother. The child inherited all the Hyuga traits except for her bright blue eyes from Naruto, along with the unique bloodline and a lesser form of his healing abilities. Ino had a daughter named Inomi, who inherited blonde hair from both parents but had Ino's shade of blue eyes. She had also inherited the Uchiha and healing abilities from Naruto. Anko gave birth to a little baby boy who inherited her eyes and hair color. They named him Kashin. While he had Naruto's bloodline, he still had Anko's brown eyes. Guren had a boy as well, who had both her hair and eye color. He inherited both the crystal release bloodline and the Uchiha but did not receive the regenerative abilities. She chose to name him Suisho after her father. The whole village celebrated with a large festival for the birth of their lord's children, which lasted a week before things returned to normal. At the end of this week, word arrived from Cheyenne about the rebirth of Morio. Naruto kissed his mistresses and children goodbye before heading out to confront the lesser demon. "Gwa, foolish mortals! Allowing me to regain my body will be your final mistake, but I shall have mercy." And Morio's monologue was interrupted as a powerful energy blast struck him in the face, unbalancing the demon. "You talk too much," Naruto remarked as he floated up to the demon's large head. In the background, a fair distance away, Cheyenne and her guards watched the impending battle. "Are you sure this is wise, priestess? Perhaps we should have resealed the demon before it reclaimed its body. I know Naruto-sama is powerful, but this might be too much," the captain of the guard said to Cheyenne. "Have no fear, Captain. I believe in Naruto-san. I have already seen his victory in my visions. Now pay attention and don't blink, you may miss it," she replied. The captain and his men exchanged doubtful glances. "Might miss it? This is the demon Morio. There's no way he can defeat it." Final flash. Boom. Gore. Press. That fast. All heads snapped back to the battle, and their jaws dropped as they saw that the bottom half of the demon, from the chest down, was completely obliterated, along with the surrounding landscape. The look in the demon's eyes revealed it was already defeated, engulfed in a sea of black flames as Naruto floated down to them. "You were saying?" Cheyenne asked with a smug tone as the guards stammered, trying to find an answer. News of Naruto's feats spread far and wide, proclaiming him the strongest in the world. Eventually, other villages sought alliances with him, bringing peace to the elemental nations. 8 months after the battle with Morio, his brides gave birth to their children. Mei blessed him with a daughter who inherited her mother's long red hair and Naruto's blue eyes. She also gained both their bloodlines, giving her rapid healing, the Uchiha, and the lava release bloodline. They named her Kushina after Naruto's mother due to her red hair and resemblance to her. Yujito gave birth to a son named Taiga, who had spiky blonde hair like his parents and inherited Naruto's bloodlines, along with the blaze release bloodline from the Sanbai within Yujito. Temari gave birth to twins, one boy and one girl, both blonde with Temari's shade of dark blue eyes. They gained Naruto's bloodlines and were named Gaara and Karura after Temari's mother. Kuretsuchi had a baby boy whom she named Inoki after her grandfather. He inherited her looks with black hair and pink eyes, along with Naruto's bloodlines and his mother's lava release. Koyuki had a daughter who inherited her mother's looks and hair but got Naruto's blue eyes and bloodlines. She was named Shiroyuki and was proclaimed Princess of the Spring Country. While his other children lived within the palace in either Kurong or Tenkigakure, depending on Naruto's location, both Shiroyuki and Kushina stayed with their mothers in Kira and the Land of Spring. Naruto visited them whenever he could, ensuring they knew their father. He didn't want them to grow up wondering who he was, so he spent as much time as possible with all his children and doted on them. Years passed, and his children grew. They were all currently 5 or 6 years old and would soon begin their training. He had named Taiga his heir as his oldest male son born to his wife, while Shiroyuki was the princess of the Spring Country. Kushina was being trained by Mei and Yagura, with some help from Kisang, to take over as Mizukage when she was older and stronger. Hitomi, Suar, and Conran were being trained by Hinata and Hanabi in the gentle fist style, as their eyes worked just as well as the Byakugan. Gaara had declared he would teach his nephew how to use sand release, and when Naruto agreed, he took Taiga off to Suno while Temari began training her daughter Karura, who was eager to learn to be a wind mistress like her mother. Inoki had passed away 2 years ago, and Kuratsuchi had replaced him as Tsuchikage, as her lava release made her one of the strongest in the village. She had taken her son Inoki with her and was training him in the use of the bloodline. Guren trained her son in using his crystal release bloodline since he would one day need to take over sound. Since the village, like AIM, now belonged to the Fire Country, it was ruled by the royal family, the Uzumaki clan, so the position as leader would go to a member of the family when the current leader passed away. Enko had enlisted Itachi's help in training Kashin. The little boy showed great skill and a mature personality, reminding Itachi of himself at that age. Kashin was also turning into a little prodigy like Itachi had been. Ino, with the help of Shikamaru and Choji, trained little Inomi to be a fine ninja. She had already mastered the basics at 6 years old and was starting to learn the Yamanaka mind techniques from Ino. Whenever Naruto found time to visit, which wasn't hard with the use of shadow clones, he trained the children in using the Ujagen and taught them other ninja techniques. He was also training Taiga to be his heir when the boy reached the appropriate age. He had convinced Koyuki to allow him to train Shiroyuki in ninja techniques to better protect herself, so the two learned politics and ninja training together. Naruto sighed as he drowned out the sounds of the party. From his seat upon his throne, he watched as various individuals moved and danced around his ballroom. They were all celebrating Taiga's 31st birthday. His son had finally finished his training and was ready to accept the responsibility of being a daimyo. Naruto sighed once more. It seemed he had been sighing quite a lot recently. His children had all grown and were now high-ranking ninjas or politicians, while his wives had retired, spending their time entertaining friends in the palaces. His takeover and subsequent reign of the Fire Country had brought peace to the elemental nations. Although small skirmishes still occurred, the territorial disputes between hidden villages had ceased, as they were now allies. He had ended the wars and brought tranquility to the land, but Naruto found it dull. As the most powerful being on the planet, he had no one to challenge him, no formidable ninjas rising through the ranks, no rogue bijou terrorizing villages. He felt aimless. For a while, training his children had occupied much of his time, but they had reached the limits of their training. While they could grow stronger, it would only be through constant practice of what he had already taught them. Afterward, he turned to his own training, but in 3 years he had mastered everything he knew without the use of shadow clones. He had even mastered nature chakra to levels that even Jiraiya and the Toads had never seen. It had taken him just under a decade to achieve this, and his mastery over seals and jutsu surpassed that of any ninja, past or present. His skills in illusion were unmatched. There was truly nothing left for him in this world. His children had grown, and his wives were now in their late 40s or early 50s. While he remained unchanged since turning 18, he hated the reminder that they would one day grow old while he stayed the same. This realization led him to distance himself from them over time, to the point where he barely saw them during the day as he worked in his office as Fire Lord, a position he would be handing over in less than a month. He had already chosen his son Gaara as the Sorakage years ago. The boy was among the strongest in the village alongside his twin sister, who was now head of the ANBU. Kashin had moved to AIM once his training was complete and was set to become Amicage later this year when Itachi stepped down. Suisho had replaced Guren as Otokage after his mother fell in battle against an army of missing Nin and bandits attempting to seize the village. The boy had fought valiantly, avenging his mother. Shiroyuki was now the daimyo of Spring, having created her own hidden village with Naruto's help, with her favorite sibling Inomi serving as her ka. Inoki had taken over for his mother as Tsuchikage when she retired, proving to be the strongest in the village, even able to defeat their 2 demon vessels simultaneously. Kushina had succeeded her mother as Mizukage, and few noticed the change, as they looked practically identical and shared the same personality. With the exception of Kumo, run by B and Samui's son E, and Suna, where Gaara's son Akurio served as K, the Uzumaki clan ruled the major hidden villages. As the godfather to both E and Akurio, Naruto had helped train them, further strengthening the alliance. All in all, he was very bored these days. Naruto was jolted from his thoughts as Itachi approached him. Over the years, the two had become good friends and comrades. Naruto had even gifted Itachi Daimos after they defeated the Rokubi when its vessel perished. Since his retirement from Amicage, Itachi had taken residence in Kurong Palace as commander of the palace guards and was also Naruto's sparring partner, one of the few who could keep up with him for a few minutes. Turning his head toward Itachi, Naruto sighed again. "I think I'm going to leave soon," he said. Itachi turned his gaze from the dance floor, raising an eyebrow. They had discussed this topic many times, but Naruto had always wanted to stay and watch his children grow. "What made you decide?" Itachi asked. "There's nothing left to do here. The children are all grown up, and in a few weeks, I'll hand my throne off to my son. The village is one of the strongest with our technology and fighting styles. They no longer need me to protect them," he replied. "Very well," Itachi stated, and they both returned their attention to the ballroom floor. Naruto hadn't expected much of a response from Itachi. No matter how close they had become over the years, Itachi was still Itachi. Throwing his Fire Lord attire onto his bed, Naruto picked up and slipped on his red cloak adorned with black lightning bolts. The coronation for Taiga had taken place that morning. Afterward, Naruto had spent hours with Gaara and Itachi, saying his goodbyes to his wives and children. None of them had protested his decision to leave, and they wouldn't until his hypnotism wore off in a day's time earlier for his children, as their eyes had grown stronger over the years. Slipping a few scrolls inside his robe, Naruto did a final sweep of the palace with his telepathy. He sensed thoughts of people enjoying the festivities below, as well as others in the village celebrating. He could also sense his children struggling against the hypnotism, trying to reach him. With a final smile, he vanished in a flash of darkness. In an instant, Naruto found himself in the familiar halls of the multiverse, a place he hadn't visited since his last journey to the Star Wars universe. Curiosity piqued, he wondered where Shinigami had sent him this time. As he turned to the door, he blinked in surprise. It appeared to be bleeding. The blackwood was riddled with small holes, each oozing a crimson liquid that trailed down the door and vanished upon hitting the floor. Shrugging off the eerie sight, he glanced at the plaque to see where he was headed. Helsing Universe, number of subuniverses, 1, patron gods, Count Dracul Nosferatu. Naruto read the plaque several times before a wide grin spread across his face. "Well, I did want excitement. This will be an exhilarating battle," he thought as he grasped the blood-soaked handle and stepped inside. Wow, that's a lot of blood. The entire room was drenched in it. The crimson liquid defied gravity, running across the ceiling, down the walls, and pooling in the center of the room. There was so much blood that the materials of the walls, ceiling, and floor were completely obscured. "So you finally come," a voice hissed. Naruto turned sharply toward the voice as a figure slowly emerged from the blood pool. He noticed that the person was completely clean, unaffected by the blood surrounding him. A throne formed from the blood, and as the figure sat down, Naruto took in his features. He was tall and lean, about 6 feet 6 inches, with a short black beard and sideburns that pointed upward. His eyes were concealed by reflective silver sunglasses, but a faint reddish glow emanated from beneath them. He wore a wide-brimmed black hat and a long, open black coat with blood-red sleeves and collar, paired with white pants secured by a decorated black belt and tucked into large black boots. A golden crucifix pendant hung around his neck. "You must be the brat Shinigami mentioned," the figure said with a frown. Naruto offered a slight bow and smiled at the deity. "Greetings, Count Nosferatu. I apologize for the delay in my arrival." He was met with a small smile in return. "Please call me Dracul. And don't worry about it. Time is inconsequential to beings like us," Dracul replied. "I take it you are here to see my champion." "Your champion?" Naruto asked, intrigued. "Yes, my champion, the demigod and vampire Count Dracula Nosferatu, or Vladimir Teeps as mortals call him," Dracul explained. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "He's a demigod too? I knew he was a powerful vampire, but a demigod as well is quite surprising," he muttered to himself. Looking up, he addressed Dracul. "Ah yes, I'm here to fight him. His ability to contain souls and other powers is something I desire." "Excellent. A battle against someone like you is exactly what he needs to reach the next level," Dracul chuckled. "A clash between two demigods. This shall be quite entertaining." Naruto's eyebrows shot up at this. You must be mistaken, sir. I am not a demigod. Both my parents were human, he stated. So were Dracula's. Demigods are not born, they are made. I bit and turned Dracula into a vampire, and my blood transformed him into a demigod. You have been touched by not one but two gods, which has changed you as well, the vampire god explained. Oh, Naruto replied, trying to process this information. He had been influenced by both Shinigami and Yami-Jubi, their chakra flowing through him since birth until he freed Jubi from its seal. He had never considered that this could somehow change him or elevate him to demigod status. Wait, what do you mean by next level? He asked, recalling Dracula's earlier words. Dracula smirked down at him. All demons and demigods have the potential to evolve into full gods. All they need is enough power. As you can see, I am the only god within this realm, despite the thousands of vampires turned by me or those who carry my blood, making them all demigods to some extent. He continued, the only thing they lack is the ability to harness an energy source, whether internal or external. This limits the maximum power they can attain and prevents them from ascending. You're the god of this realm, why not just grant them one? Naruto asked. And then what? With the number of vampires being created within my realm, we would see dozens, if not hundreds, of gods emerging. No, that's something I cannot allow. That's where you come in. If Dracula fights you and drinks your blood, I will grant him the ability to utilize the chakra you possess, ultimately raising his power to new heights. With your chakra flowing through him, he will be one step closer to attaining godhood, Dracula answered. Naruto pondered this for a moment before frowning at the vampire god. And what do I get out of this? I'm not going to let some vampire drain me of my blood and soul just so you can have some company in here, he stated firmly. But he only requires some of your blood for this. Should your soul be in danger, you already know how to offer another's in exchange. Just carry a spare should you need it. As for what you shall gain, I will grant you Dracula's soul flexibility, allowing you to carry other souls within your body. This is not an ability you can gain by absorbing his blood, and since he has no energy source, you can't absorb that to gain it, Dracula replied. Naruto paused to consider the offer. You would do well to accept. This benefits you greatly, young one. You will never reach ascension without it. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts. What do you mean? Dracula smirked as he leaned back in his throne. I know of your abilities, boy. You are powerful, but the amount of power one such as you would need to ascend is far too large. Your absorption powers only give you a fraction of a being's strength and can only be used once on a person, correct? Naruto nodded in reply. You could absorb power from every creature in your world, and you would still be too weak to ascend. I offer you the ability to drain their full power and knowledge, as well as hold their souls within you for any use you may have. Naruto frowned, knowing Dracula was right. He had tried to absorb Rokubi's power during their fight, and the amount he gained barely increased his reserves. The offer was tempting, but did he even want to be a god? That would just make him more powerful and, perhaps, more bored. He had been satisfied at his current level. Was more strength really what he needed? As he thought, Naruto was suddenly overwhelmed by a series of visions as memories flooded his mind. Flash. 10 doors lined up in a circular room. Flash. Sharingan eyes staring at him in fear and awe. Flash. People bowing at his feet, chanting his name. All right already, I got it. I'll accept, he shouted in his mind as the last vision faded. But don't forget, Naruto, you swore to have no regrets and to always move forward. Besides, there must be some entertainment to be found as a god, Gilgamesh's voice echoed in his mind. You've already been a warrior, a leader, and a ruler. Being a god is nothing more than the next step. Naruto smirked in response as all his questions and doubts faded. Gil had been pushing him for years to take over the elemental nations, but this seemed like a fair trade for the sword. Looking up at Dracula, he noticed the vampire giving him an inquisitive glance. Very well, I accept, but I want the ability first since I most likely won't be coming through here when I teleport out, and the ability will prove useful for the fight against Dracula, he stated. Dracula smirked at his request. Very well, It only makes this entertaining for me to watch. With a flick of his wrist, some of the blood flew from the pool and into Naruto's chest, sinking in rather than splashing as it should have. Naruto felt his whole body tense for a few seconds before everything relaxed once more. His muscles felt sore, as if he had just finished a rigorous workout, before his healing kicked in. He then felt a slight twinge in his mouth, and a quick check with his tongue revealed that his canines had lengthened. I have given you some of my blood. Your strength and speed have increased, and you will be able to survive off blood like a vampire without any of their weaknesses. You will also be able to hold any souls by either draining their blood or using one of your techniques, Dracula explained. Naruto barely comprehended what he said. He had been distracted by Gil's ranting within his mind. That it totally ruins the decor. Why would I want something like that in here? It better not cause any stains, the spirit complained, apparently upset about the pool of blood that had formed within his mindscape to represent his new ability. Naruto shook his head and blocked out the spirit's rants. He turned his attention back to Dracula. Alright, I'm all set to go then. You should know I won't make it easy for him. He'll have to earn my blood if he wants it, Naruto answered, and the vampire smiled in response. I wouldn't have it any other way. Enjoy yourself, boy, he replied, waving his hand at Naruto. Immediately, a whirlpool formed beneath his feet as the blood swirled around him. Looking down, Naruto barely had a moment to blink before the blood shot up around him and dragged him down into the floor. Naruto was awakened by the sound of roaring wind as he felt himself falling through the air. Snapping his eyes open, he found himself several meters above the ground, having been falling for quite a while. Focusing his energies, he managed to stop himself just in time to avoid being impaled on a tree below. What is it with gods needing to drop me from the air? Would it be so hard to just let me out on the ground? He raged inside his mind. What would be the fun in that? Gil asked jokingly. Shut up, Naruto grumbled as he floated down to the ground. He was in a heavily forested area with no signs of life around him. In fact, his senses told him there was no life at all on the planet. He was surprised by this fact until he remembered that this realm had no form of internal or external energy other than the power vampires gained from Dracula. This made him unable to sense anything at all. There wasn't even any nature energy in the air or trees. To his senses, it felt like floating alone within a void. Disregarding his energy-based senses, he spread out his sense of smell and hearing and activated his Dojutsu. He immediately spotted a small town several miles to the south and began heading that way. He shuddered when he couldn't see any chakra flowing within the people's bodies. It was slightly creepy since he was so used to it. Now, where would I be if I were the strongest vampire in the world? And I wonder what time PRD Dracula sent me to. It's been so many years since I read that book about this realm. Hopefully, I remember where to find Dracula or Alucard as he goes by, Naruto pondered. Why don't you just go from place to place leaving a trail of blood? He'll probably find you for a meal, Gil suggested. Yet that's what I'll do, Naruto replied with a sweat drop. Despite Gil's silly jokes and Dracula's tendency to drop him from the sky, Naruto couldn't help but grin. He felt his heart racing in anticipation of the upcoming fight. It had been far too long since he had experienced anything exciting. Now, after nearly 2 decades of monotony, he was about to face one of the most powerful beings he had ever read about. I can't wait, he thought, his grin widening as he leaped from the branch he was jumping along, soaring high into the air and clearing several meters with each bound. Finally, Naruto thought as he arrived at his destination, the Helsing mansion on the outskirts of London, England. It had taken him a month to get here after being dropped off in America by Dracula. With no way to sense energy and locate Alucard, Naruto had to conduct his own research on the Helsing organization. He had already tested his new ability by draining the blood and souls of several criminals in the city he had arrived at. Their souls had immediately entered his mindscape, adding their power to his own. Unlike Gil, who had others wandering his mindscape asking endless questions, the souls floated around in a blood pool as small orbs of light, which Gil found more accommodating. During that month, Naruto discovered he could manifest the souls as bodies he could control, similar to his summoning ability but without needing to split his own soul. He could give them shadowy forms that shifted and changed. He currently had the souls of 13 criminals he had encountered on the streets, honing his soul drain technique for instantaneous use. Using the knowledge he had absorbed, Naruto learned how to navigate this world's computer systems and access something called the Internet. This greatly accelerated his research on the Helsing organization and the continent he was on. He printed out a map and immediately flew across the ocean to England. As he looked up, another explosion shook the mansion. It seemed the Helsing organization was under attack. He sensed many minds within the building, including some empty minds belonging to the ghouls he had created by draining blood. He couldn't feel Alucard's presence inside the mansion, which made him frown. Expanding his mind further, he delved into the underground tunnels of the mansion. While searching with his telepathy, he lightly brushed against another mind, one that was far more guarded than the others. To his surprise, the other mind pushed back before connecting with his. "Who is this? What do you want?" the other mind asked. "I am searching for the vampire Alucard." "I assume you are he, as the others were far too weak to sense me," Naruto replied. "Oh, a vampire with this much talent in telepathy. I'm impressed." "Yes, I am Alucard. If you wish to test yourself against me, you are welcome to come, but you'll need to wait your turn, as another weakling seeks to fight me." Alucard's voice echoed in his mind, laced with amusement. "Very well, I'll come to you, Alucard," Naruto replied, severing their telepathic link. He jumped over the fence and made his way into the mansion. Naruto scowled as he pushed another ghoul aside. Since entering the building, the creatures had been attacking him at every turn. He fired a ki blast down the hall, obliterating the remaining ghouls before proceeding further into the mansion. Reaching another hallway, Naruto found himself behind a squad of ghouls and the vampire controlling them. Across from them stood an elderly man in a butler outfit, whom he recognized as Walter. Behind Walter was a young girl wielding a large gun. She smelled like a vampire, so he assumed she was Sarah's Victoria, Alucard's fledgling. "Hey, you!" he shouted at the vampire next to the ghouls. All eyes turned to him, surprised by his sudden appearance. "Are you the one sending these things after me?" he asked. The vampire laughed. "Yeah, what about it? You Helsing fools got what you deserved. You should have run when you had the chance, kid," he taunted. Naruto sighed. "Vampires, I've encountered 3 since arriving here, and they're all as messed up as this one. My name is Jan Valentine, and I'm the one who's going to be splattering your brains all over the ground." "What's your name, kid?" Jan asked, pointing his gun at Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto," a voice behind him spoke. The Naruto in front of Jan shimmered and vanished. Turning quickly, Jan spotted his target down the hall, standing next to Walter with his back turned and a sword in his right hand. His eyes, along with Walter's and Sarah's, widened at the display of pure speed. What the Jan's question was cut off as he and his ghouls were engulfed in a sudden explosion, showering the area with debris. Returning his sword to its sheath, Naruto turned away from the stunned Walter to inspect his kill. Some coughing and wheezing led him to the injured body of Jan Valentine, who was still barely alive due to his nature as a vampire. "Still alive, little boy?" Naruto asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. What are you?" "No vampire is that fast," Jen gasped. "Who said I'm a vampire?" Naruto replied, swiftly ending Jan's life with a decisive strike, leaving only ashes behind. Ignoring the 2 Helsing employees watching him, Naruto used his mastery over water manipulation to draw all the blood from the bodies and form a large sphere. As he placed his hand within the sphere, hundreds of miniature mouths appeared on his arm, eagerly absorbing the blood and adding more souls to his collection. Walter's eyes widened as he saw the blood seemingly absorbed into Naruto's skin, unable to see the hands beneath the sleeve. "He's like Alucard. I didn't know there was another vampire this powerful still alive. The question remains if he is on our side or not," Walter thought as he readied his wires in case Naruto attacked. Looking over at the 2, Naruto quickly searched their minds to discover the path to Alucard's location. Finding the information he needed in Walter's mind, he turned around and headed back the way he came, ignoring the 2 as he went. Walter released a breath he didn't know he was holding as the boy turned the corner and left. Hearing footsteps behind him, He turned to see Sarah's bounding up to him. "What should we do about him, Walter?" she asked, glancing at the corner as if expecting him to return at any moment. "I don't know what we can do. That boy gave me the feeling he could defeat us both easily," he replied, and she nodded in agreement. "Let's return and report this to Sir Integra. Hopefully he'll leave or join us. If not, then we should hope Alucard can handle him." Reaching the door to the basement area, Naruto noticed it had been blasted open, something that must have happened after he passed by. Entering, he was met with a long, winding stairway, shadows blocking his view of the bottom. Taking the first step, he heard a voice screaming from the bottom of the steps. "You're a freak." Raising an eyebrow, he continued down the stairwell. A moment later, another voice responded to the first. "I see. You're just like the others then." The voice sounded disappointed and slightly angry. He recognized it as Alucard's voice from their telepathic conversation. "You're nothing but a worthless lump of flesh." "Shut up, Helsing toy," the first voice replied. "You're just some vampire that's the Anglican Church's pet." "Silence." Alucard's voice was filled with rage. "You're nothing but dog food." Naruto heard growling, which he assumed was from a dog, though he couldn't feel any animals with his telepathy. A scream followed by gunshots signaled the end of the other voice. Naruto turned the corner just as shadowy, dog-like creatures with dozens of red eyes stretched out from Alucard's body and devoured the remnants of the vampire, splattering blood across the lower portion of the stairs. "So, that's all he was after all, just a punk," Alucard whispered as his eyes met Naruto's. As Naruto watched, the blood on the walls and floor began to flow toward Alucard and into his body. Naruto frowned. There had been no chakra or any other type of energy in this world, so he was still confused about how the vampires could use various abilities like illusions and manipulating blood. "I hope you're not as weak as that punk," Alucard stated, continuing to watch Naruto. Smirking, Naruto held up his hands to show Alucard his restraint seals. While they looked like simple tattoos, he could tell from the look in the vampire's eyes that he understood they were more than that. "You'll find me to be more of a challenge, vampire," he declared as the seals glowed with a red light. Alucard broke into a wide grin. "Good." Drawing his black gun, Jackal, he aimed at Naruto's head and opened fire. Naruto grinned as he dodged yet another bullet from his opponent. Dashing in, he launched several strikes that were blocked by Alucard's dual pistols. Naruto was repeatedly surprised as his sword was deflected by the twin guns. He had expected to cleave right through them, but they held up against his blade. Jumping back, he and Alucard took a temporary ceasefire to recuperate. They had been fighting for close to 2 hours now, and while they could still go on, neither wanted to end the battle too quickly. For both, it had been the most fun they had in a long time. The battle had started in the Helsing basement but soon moved into the mansion. They had been interrupted several times by roaming ghouls that the others had yet to handle, and after a short-lived truce, they had destroyed all enemies within the mansion. The battle then moved onto the wide lawns of the Helsing organization, with the survivors watching from the sidelines. Naruto allowed them to stay, as none had tried to interrupt their battle, except for Alucard's fledgling, who ran in from time to time to hand him new bullets. Taking this ceasefire to survey himself, Naruto noted that his clothes had been nearly destroyed due to Alucard's bullets. He had allowed a few to strike him rather than reveal his ability to be intangible, which had cost him his arms, head, and torso, as the bullets had proven to be explosive upon contact. Rather than create new clothes, he had chosen to continue the fight in only his shinobi pants and combat boots. His geta had proved to be a disadvantage against someone who could move just as fast as he could. Looking over at his opponent, he was proud to say he had damaged the vampire just as much. Alucard had already released his limiter seals to level 1 and wore only a pair of black pants and shoes with a black straitjacket, both articles of clothing covered in several slashes from Naruto's blade and nearly shredded to pieces, while the skin beneath remained unblemished. Naruto had discovered after a chance beheading that the vampire regenerated just as fast as he did, something the other vampires he had fought lacked. He smirked as Alucard finished reloading his pistols yet again. Deciding to take it up a notch, Naruto summoned Daimos from his dimension and took a stance, having mastered using twin blades years ago. With his strength, he could wield weapons of any size with one hand alone. Alucard raised an eyebrow and grinned as the weapon seemed to just fall out of the air. Gashishishishishi. You are quite an intriguing boy. I wonder what kind of creature you truly are. He spoke with an amused tone, his mood brightening as the battle continued. Laughter escaped him as they exchanged blows, and Naruto found himself chuckling in response. Since the battle began, I could tell you weren't a vampire. You smell human, and we both know that can't be right. Oh, I'm human at least in part, Naruto replied. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure if I still count as one. The blood of many beings flows through my veins. Alucard laughed at this and fired more shots. Dodging the bullets, Naruto charged at the vampire, both blades poised to strike. As he approached, he swung for Alucard's head with Gilgamesh while aiming Daimos towards his heart. To his surprise, he passed right through Alucard's form, his eyebrows raised in astonishment as he realized the vampire could become intangible. Chuckling, he turned and swung his blades, cutting down the two shadow dogs that leaped at him. He shuddered as dozens of red eyes opened within Alucard's body, a sight that unsettled him each time. Leaping back, Naruto charged up a Zoro. It hardly mattered, he had already landed several attacks and jutsu on the vampire, but Alucard always regenerated. Naruto had caught him off guard initially, but Alucard had adapted and learned to dodge many of his attacks. Even Naruto's genjutsu failed against Alucard's third eye, which allowed him to see through illusions, no matter how powerful. Since Alucard was a being of the dead, Naruto was unable to manipulate electricity with his body, as he had none. He still couldn't comprehend how the vampire moved without electric signals from his brain to his nerves. Alucard was also a formidable telepath, easily disrupting Naruto's attempts at mind control. As Alucard's body transformed into dozens of shadow animals, Naruto lashed out with a telekinetic blast. The attack slammed into the three shadow dogs that were about to fire at him from their mouths, sending them flying back. With a sweep of his other arm, he unleashed a wave of electricity and fire that obliterated the thousands of small shadow bugs crawling toward him. The three dogs reformed into a shadowy creature with many eyes, gradually regaining a human shape. As Alucard's form became visible, fully restored, Naruto punched toward him and shouted, "Lightning release, hidden shadow claw." Dozens of shadowy hands shot from his wrists, crackling with electricity. Alucard shot down as many hands as he could while dodging the others. Pulling back the remaining hands, Naruto rushed toward the vampire, engaging him in melee combat once more. Their blows created craters beneath their feet as they fought with everything they had. Having removed his seals, Naruto unleashed his energy. Alucard, like many others in this world, possessed no spiritual energy, leaving him unaffected by Naruto's spirit pressure. However, the sudden release of ki was powerful enough to send Alucard flying back as Naruto's dark blue aura flared to life at full power. On the sidelines, the Helsing crew Integra, Walter, Ceres, and a few surviving soldiers watched the battle in awe. Integra was fuming as the fight escalated, her manor already in ruins and her lawn reduced to a wasteland. She was astonished by Alucard's opponent, who displayed more power and ability than any being they had ever encountered. From what Ceres had told her, he was still human, although she had overheard him mention being made of many beings. She swore as he became enveloped in a blue aura that surrounded him and reached several feet above his head. The shockwaves from his new technique were powerful enough to push them back a step and even send some sprawling. Their jaws dropped as the ground around him broke apart into large chunks that floated in the air. With a shout, the aura surrounding him exploded outward, pushing them back again and forcing them to shield their eyes from the dust cloud he created. When she opened her eyes, she heard gasps from the others as the blonde boy stood within a large crater several meters wide. At the edge stood Alucard, looking as gleeful as ever. In the center was the boy, visibly changed. His long blonde hair, once straight, was now spiked in every direction and dyed black. His torso, previously bare, was now covered in red fur, leaving only his chest and abs visible. He also seemed to have grown in size, his muscles significantly larger beneath the fur. She sighed at this unexpected transformation. After years with Alucard, she had learned not to be surprised by such occurrences. Determined to end the battle quickly before her lawn was completely destroyed, she signaled Alucard to fully release his seals. When he looked over, she received a wide smirk in return. Naruto frowned as he examined his new form. The last time he had unleashed all his ki, it had only made his hair spikier and longer, which he had expected. This time, however, his hair had changed color, and he was covered in red fur. He suspected it had something to do with Vegeta's Scion DNA or Frieza's DNA, leaning more towards Vegeta due to the increase in power he felt since the fight began. He attributed this growth to the Scion's ability to become stronger after surviving near-death experiences, something he had done many times during this battle. Stretching his arms and back, he relaxed his muscles. With the full release of his ki, his strength and speed would increase dramatically, something any being in this world would struggle to contend with. Vampire or not, Alucard had his limits, while Naruto's ability meant he had no such constraints. The Scion DNA alone made him stronger as time passed. His attention was drawn to the vampire as he heard him speak. Alucard smirked, receiving the signal from his master. It was time to bring this battle to a close. Perhaps the boy would survive after all. This was the most exciting battle he had experienced in his lifetime, and he could tell the same was true for the young ninja. Spreading his hands, Alucard grinned as the seals on his gloves began to glow. Cromwell Initiative, Restraint Control Technique Number 0, Open. Alucard transformed into a large shadowy mass with hundreds of glowing red eyes and gaping jaws filled with sharp teeth. There was an explosion of light as the shadowy mass split into thousands of smaller parts that spread across the lawn. As Naruto watched, the shadow before him began to grow and change until it took the shape of a humanoid body. As the shadow cleared, it revealed a man who appeared to be in his early 40s, possessing Alucard's long black hair along with a thick beard and mustache. All around the lawn, various bodies began to form from their shadow parts as the souls within Alucard were given physical form. Naruto looked at the army of thousands bearing down on him before turning his gaze back to Alucard. Impressive trick, vampire. I hope you have something else planned. With a grin, he moved his sword into the ground and crossed his arms. Taju Kagebushin no Jutsu. A giant puff of smoke erupted from the crater, and as it cleared, it revealed hundreds of Narutos grinning within the crater, each holding their own blades. One of the clones, standing mere inches away from Alucard, chuckled at the vampire's surprised look. The chuckle brought Alucard's attention back to the fight. Grinning wildly once more, the vampire waved a hand forward, and with a cry, the two armies charged at each other. Ah, this has become quite interesting, human. You are far more entertaining than anyone I've fought before, Alucard announced as he charged at the Naruto in front of him with a spear. Grinning back, Naruto parried the spear and struck at the vampire, severing his left arm. I'll say the same to you, vampire. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this exciting. His grin widened as Alucard's arm began to regenerate. All across the battlefield, clones and bodies were being cut down. The clones were on the losing side due to being immensely outnumbered. As their numbers thinned, the last 20 clones decided it was time to truly start fighting back. With their defenses activated, they struck back, cutting down their opponents as weapons bounced off their skin. Alucard staggered back as he blocked another blow with his guns. His spear had been easily cut through, and he had resorted to using his guns, which seemed to be the only thing that could stand against Naruto's sword. He found it increasingly difficult now that the human strength seemed to have increased. Previously, they had been nearly tied, but now the human was pushing him back with even the simplest of hits, which the ultimate vampire found disconcerting. The battle was finally taking a toll on him. The constant fighting, coupled with the odd mental attacks, was wearing him down. If he didn't end it soon, he would most assuredly lose. Naruto leapt towards the vampire once more, sensing his opponent weakening with each blow, which spurred him on. He cursed himself as Alucard dodged another attack. He had been holding back many of his abilities during the fight, but even he was approaching his limits. His energy had been depleted in the last power-up, and his spiritual energy was low from constant attacks. If he could get a break to recharge, he could use some techniques to end this, but every time he tried, the vampire charged in, forcing him to fight back. Or did he? Jumping back once more, Naruto began to charge up his energy. As he had done the last few times, Alucard picked up a nearby weapon and rushed in, aiming to strike. Ignoring the attack, Naruto continued to charge his energy. He paused for a brief moment to shift his heart as the weapon pierced his chest, but he kept generating energy, allowing his regeneration abilities to handle Alucard's attacks. He had just gathered enough energy to start creating chakra when he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: pain. Alucard heard the human gasp and smirked within his mind. It seemed something was finally working. He braced himself, preparing for the counterattack that didn't come. Naruto gasped as he felt the pain, his eyes darting down to see the cause. Right in front of him was Alucard, his fangs piercing his throat. He could feel the vampire drinking his blood. The pain he felt didn't come from the wound, it came from something else. Naruto sagged slightly as he felt the souls within him being drained, one by one, along with his blood. His eyes revealed that even his chakra was being taken. "Thing I lost," he cursed in his mind. He had let a vampire get too close, and now Alucard was receiving not only his blood but his chakra and souls. Naruto stopped himself from attacking back. This was what Dracula had asked for, so he would let the vampire take as much as he deemed necessary before fighting back. As the last spare soul was being drained, Naruto pulled back a fist and slammed it into Alucard's arms as the vampire blocked. The force behind the blow wrenched Alucard's teeth from Naruto's neck and sent the vampire flying back. Naruto cursed as he stumbled a step and fell to one knee, nearly drained both physically and spiritually. Alucard shakily got back to his feet and smirked at his opponent. Naruto clutched his neck in pain. The wound from the vampire bite stung and refused to heal, healing far too slowly. The battle between the clones and the souls had ended with the 20 clones victorious. At their creator's signal, they rushed to his side. 10 of them began pouring their remaining chakra into him while the other 10 defended him in case Alucard attacked. However, the vampire seemed dazed, his eyes glazed over, and his body twitching in places. A closer look revealed new veins and arteries forming beneath his skin. "What's happening to him?" one clone asked. "He drained my chakra. His body must be forming new coils to hold it," Naruto supplied. "Why is it taking so long?" "His healing is as fast as yours, boss. This only takes you a second, and he seems to be out of it," another clone remarked. "Of course, it's going to take him a while. My body is used to having chakra coils. This is his first time. His body is probably trying to figure out the best places to put them," Naruto replied. A pop announced the end of the 10 clones assisting him, and a moment later, Naruto was able to stand as his chakra levels increased slightly. "Are you all set to fight, boss?" a clone asked. "I hope so. This blasted realm is frustrating. If I could just get some nature chakra, I'd be all set. Hopefully, I can generate enough of my own before he's ready. If not, I'll have to rely on my hero or shapeshift and wear him down, and that's no fun," Naruto grumbled. His strange transformation had faded when Alucard drained him, leaving him with his normal strength and speed. Alucard was nearly finished creating his coils, so Naruto began to gather as much ki and chakra as he could. "Do you want us to back you up, boss?" "Nah, one-on-one is more fun. Give me your remaining chakra. It should help," Naruto replied. Gathering around him, the clones began to pour their chakra back into his body while Naruto generated more of his own. "What's going on?" "They're not moving," Sarah asked. Her question went unanswered. The others were just as confused, while Walter and Integral were still in shock. "Who is this kid? He just destroyed all of Alucard's spare bodies. How can he keep up with Alucard at full release?" Integra wondered. With a snap, Alucard's eyes cleared as he shook his head and looked around, spotting Naruto a few meters away, studying him. "You should have attacked while I was distracted, kid," Alucard chided. "Yeah, but what's the point in that, old man? By now, you should know I'm not fighting to kill you," Naruto replied. "Oh yes, you have such interesting memories and delightful blood," Alucard said, liking his lips. Naruto smirked. "Don't think you've seen everything, old man. I had Gil filter what you saw. You know what you need to, so let's fight, Naruto shouted back. As a telepath of his level, he easily sensed his memories being copied and drained. He and Gil had destroyed most of the information related to his capabilities or events he didn't want the vampire to know. Alucard had received his early childhood memories and what he needed to know about using chakra. Alucard pulled his guns again and began firing shots. Naruto grabbed his blades and started deflecting the bullets as he rushed the vampire. Slipping through Alucard's guard, Naruto's hands moved in a blur as he attacked with rapid slashes. Alucard was a blur himself, dodging each slash by a narrow margin while firing bullets at his opponent from close range. Naruto continued his assault, and parts of Alucard's torso were damaged and healed almost instantly. A lucky slip on a puddle allowed Naruto to land a blow to the vampire's thigh, cutting through the limb and removing both legs with Gilgamesh. As Alucard's body fell through the air, new legs began to grow while he descended. Naruto spun and landed a kick on the vampire's chest, sending him soaring into the sky. Amaterasu! The black flames shot from his eyes moments later toward the vampire. Alucard swore as the flames sailed through him and into the sky. He had become intangible once more, cursing again as he transformed into a swarm of bats that scattered in every direction, reminiscent of Itachi's crow illusion. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu. Came a cry from behind as the vampire attempted his first jutsu using Naruto's memories. Turning quickly, Naruto cleaved through the fireball with Daimos while throwing Gilgamesh at the source. Alucard had been drained by the jutsu. His newly developed coils and lack of chakra control had caused it to nearly deplete his energy. This left him unable to move quickly enough as Gilgamesh came flying at him. The blade pierced through his chest, pushing him back a step before he tumbled over. With a wave of his hand, Alucard sent the blade sailing back toward him, still attached to the vampire. Naruto caught the hilt and pulled the sword from Alucard's chest while swinging Daimos at the same time. Alucard managed to bring his guns up just in time to stop the sword from cleaving him in half, but he was sent flying back as Naruto pulled the trigger. As Alucard went sailing away, Naruto resealed Daimos and brought his now open hand down in a swing. Alucard was slammed into the ground by a gravity-enhanced telekinetic force, splattering blood and debris across the area as his body crumpled. Naruto dropped to one knee once more. The Amaterasu and his last few attacks had drained whatever ki and chakra he had managed to gather. Even the extra ki he gained from healing had run out, leaving him with only 23% of his Ryatsu reserves until he could rest. Ha! I hope he can't regenerate from all that, damn it. Naruto cursed as the blood on the battlefield began to converge on one spot a few feet from Alucard's body. The bodies and debris shimmered for a moment before transforming into shadows that flowed with the blood. The blood and shadows merged into a large puddle before a shadowy figure rose from within it. The blood rippled once before flowing into the figure's feet, and a moment later, the shadows cleared to reveal a damaged but whole Alucard. Seems we're both at our limits, the vampire commented as Naruto shakily began to stand. Looks like it. One last attack, old man. Last one standing takes the win? Naruto suggested, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him. He had enough energy for maybe one or two more attacks before he would be completely drained. Gil had sent him information that might just turn the tide of battle, should Alucard agree. The vampire smirked at him. Very well, one attack to end it all. Alucard's body transformed into a shadowy mass, eyes glimmering ominously. Naruto raised his sword, shouting, "Unleash, Gilgamesh!" A flash of yellow light enveloped him, and he was clad in the armored form of his Shurkai. He felt his presence grow stronger, causing Alucard's shadowy mass to quiver. The vampire dismissed it, forming large fanged jaws from the darkness. Gate of Babylon. The gate crashed open behind him, bathing the battlefield in a crimson glow. With his right hand extended, Naruto summoned the blade he needed. A ripple formed, and a golden hilt with blue designs emerged from the gate. Grasping the hilt, Naruto pulled the blade free as the gate closed. It was a cylindrical, drill-shaped sword, engraved with crimson cuneiform lettering on 3 independently rotating segments. The many eyes of the shadowy mass widened slightly, and low growls echoed as tendrils of shadow lashed at the ground, creating deep gashes. "Meet Ith, the sword of rapture and your instrument of defeat, vampire," Naruto declared, hefting the blade. According to Gil, it was one of the most powerful weapons within the gate, perfectly suited for an opponent like Alucard. It was a wind elemental weapon, complementing Naruto's own abilities. The mass growled again, and the tendrils lashed out at him. Taking a deep breath, Naruto summoned the last of his strength and charged at the shadowy mass, his blade glowing with energy. He deflected and dodged the tendrils as he fought his way toward the center, but his kunai and shuriken passed harmlessly through the shadow, causing no damage. In retaliation, larger tendrils shot out, attempting to ensnare him. Naruto ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the strikes, then sprang to his feet and dashed toward Alucard. Using a larger tendril as a springboard, Naruto leaped toward the main body of the shadow. Utilizing his Ryatsu and the Jeppo technique to maneuver midair, he began to channel wind-natured Ryatsu into the blade. As he did, the crimson lines on the sword glowed, and the segments began to spin. The wind roared around the blade, forming a swirling vortex as he approached his target. The smaller tendrils were blown away, and dodging the larger ones, Naruto reached the main body. All the eyes were fixed on him, and the mouths snapped as he drew near. With a determined move, he jabbed the blade forward like a lance. Enuma Elish. The winds intensified around the blade as he drove it into the center of the mass. The wind compressed inward, creating a vacuum. Alucard's eyes widened as the shadows began to tremble and swirl into the vacuum. For a brief moment, the shadowy mass was drawn into the blade, leaving only one tendril that had tried to escape. With a decisive motion, Naruto severed the attack, and the sword erupted in a brilliant flash before a thunderous boom echoed as the winds collided. The shadowy mass of Alucard was gone, obliterated by the void, leaving only the solitary tendril on the ground. Around Naruto's outstretched arm, cracks formed in the air, as if reality itself had been damaged. His arm was battered, but he felt it begin to heal as the cracks slowly faded. "I can't believe I never had you practice with it. Had you not stopped it soon, everything on the planet would have been into the void," Gilgamesh commented in his mind. "Thank goodness for that. I could hardly control it. I only managed to stop it because I'm running on empty." He realized he was down to about 1 or 2% of his Ryatsu. The sword had drained him significantly in those few moments. A groan nearby pulled him from his thoughts. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the spectators who had been several hundred meters away, now scattered around him, unconscious from the force of the attack. His gaze shifted to the tendril on the ground, which was dissolving into wisps, revealing Alucard's unconscious form beneath. He was covered in numerous cuts that were healing slowly, his clothing tattered by the winds of the blade. "Seems he barely managed to escape," Naruto mused. His hand, now healed, released the blade as he deactivated his shuriken, and the sword vanished in a flash of red. Stumbling forward, he noticed Integra slowly rising to her feet, her gaze shifting between him and Alucard's unconscious form. He offered her a grin, using the last of his power to open a short-range portal. He heard her muffled commands as he fell into the portal. The portal opened in the hotel room where he had spent the night, depositing him onto the bed. Naruto barely had time to set Gil aside before he lost consciousness. Hours later, Naruto awoke, sitting up and stretching his muscles. A glance at the clock revealed he had been asleep for nearly 9 hours. Checking his chakra reserves, he noted they were barely a quarter full, leaving him with Jonin-level energy at the moment. "About time you woke up. I've been trying to contact you for a while now," Gil's voice echoed in his mind. "What's the problem, Gil?" he asked, stumbling to the bathroom. "The problem is that we're only a few hours away from that mansion. Your fight drew a lot of attention, and it's only a matter of time until someone who saw you here recognizes you. We need to leave soon," the sword replied sharply. Calm down. I'm better now. I can handle any random person who comes looking for me," Naruto said, washing his face. He frowned at his reflection, noticing 2 marks on his neck from where the vampire had bitten him. The wounds had stopped bleeding but hadn't healed completely, which was odd since he should be immune to any poison that would keep wounds open. Shrugging, he channeled chakra into the area, and the wounds sizzled as they closed faster. Moments later, his skin was clear. And what if that other vampire tracked you down? She could be as strong as the male, and that would be a problem for you as you are, Gil continued, clearly unconcerned about Naruto's situation. Fine, if it makes you happy we can leave. I've kept my part of the deal with Dracul. There's no reason to stay here any longer, Naruto replied as he exited the bathroom. Just then, someone began pounding on his door. London police. Open up in there, a voice shouted from the other side. See, the sword asked smugly. Shut up, Naruto grumbled as he vanished in a flash of black. Naruto reappeared in front of a familiar door. Taking in his surroundings, he smiled sadly and opened the door. Yo, welcome back, a figure to the side said with a wave. Hey D, how are you? Naruto asked, waving back. Meh, I'm doing alright. Here to visit your friends, Naruto? D asked. I'm not sure, it's been over half a century. I don't even know if they're still alive, Naruto replied sadly, interrupted by D's chuckle. Time works strangely in each realm, Naruto. To them, it's only been 3 weeks since you left, D explained. Naruto stared back incredulously. That makes no sense. Last time I was here for over 2 weeks, and the same amount of time had passed when I got back to my realm. Strange. I wonder how that happened. Maybe it was a miracle or an act of fate. D asked sarcastically. Shut up, Naruto pouted. How was I supposed to know that? Ha, the door is over there, oh? I'll be seeing you. D stated, pulling a fishing rod from his back and casting a line into the large pond that filled the room. Whatever, don't think I've forgotten about you dropping me 1,000 feet in the air last time, Naruto said as he stepped through the door. Naruto found himself in a crowd of people rushing around, shouting into Den Den Mushi. As one person ran by, Naruto grabbed hold of him. Oi, what's going on? He asked. The person glanced at him for a moment before screaming, It's Diamond Eyes Uzumaki Naruto. Help me! All activity ceased as everyone turned to face him. There was a moment of silence before the crowd shouted and fled the area. Naruto glared down at the man he was holding. Well, that didn't help at all, he said. The man whimpered in his grip, Please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. He was interrupted by a gentle flick to the forehead. Oi, calm down. I'm not going to hurt you. Naruto trailed off, realizing the flick had rendered the man unconscious. Sighing, he placed a hand on the man's head and accessed his memories. Naruto cursed as he finished watching the memories. The man was a reporter covering a major story. Somehow, the boat with Ace had been captured on the way to Water 7, and the Marines were now facing off against the Whitebeard pirates at Marineford. All communications had just been cut after Luffy arrived at the island with a crew of famous individuals. Naruto extracted the information about Marineford from the reporter's mind and dropped the man on the ground. Punching a world noble, you're hilarious, Luffy, he chuckled as he walked away. A shout from a Marine echoed behind him, but Naruto vanished an instant later. Luffy! Ace screamed as he ran toward his brother. He cursed, knowing this was all his fault. They could have escaped, but he had to stop and argue with that stubborn Akainu. Now Luffy was in danger if he didn't make it in time. Die, Straw Hat, Akainu whispered as he brought his fist down. Ace sighed, managing to position himself between Luffy and the lava fist. He closed his eyes, waiting for the blow to come with a smile on his face. At least Luffy is safe, he thought, tensing up to receive the hit. Thump. Oi, Luffy, sorry I'm late, a voice from behind him said. Ace opened his eyes to see a tall blonde-haired boy standing just an inch away, looking back at him. The boy had strange purple eyes with a black diamond instead of a pupil. He appeared to be about 17 years old, and Ace watched in amazement as the boy held Akainu's lava fist firmly in his hand. From the look on Akainu's face, he clearly wasn't doing that on purpose. He caught Akainu's fist. Naruto! Luffy cheered. Ace's eyes widened. This was Uzumaki Naruto? The one who defeated Tichanbanero and saved him? Ace stumbled back and fell next to Luffy. You two just hang tight, I'll have you out of here in a jiff, okay, Luffy? Naruto said. Sure thing, Naruto. Kick his butt. Luffy shouted back, a wide grin on his face. Diamond eyes, Uzumaki Naruto. So we meet at last. I've been searching for you since you left Eni's lobby and defeated Blackbeard, Akainu growled, trying to push Naruto back, but his fist remained steady. Yeah, that's great. Look, I don't know who you are, but I'm just here for my friend Luffy and his brother. So can you back off? Naruto asked, ignoring the marine and surveying the battlefield. Giants, pirates, and marines were scattered about, and those still standing were too exhausted to fight, watching the exchange between him and the Lava Man. I am Admiral Akainu. You, Straw Hat, and Fire Fist will face justice. I don't know where you've been hiding, but you will not leave here alive. Akainu shouted as his arm transformed into a massive fist of lava and swung toward Naruto. Naruto sighed, watching the fist approach. He released Akainu's other fist and held his palm open in front of the large man's chest. Shinra Tensei. The telekinetic force slammed into Akainu's chest, sending him flying backward and splattering lava across the ground, covering some marines who were too slow to escape. Well, that was interesting, Naruto remarked. Yeah, that was kind of cool, Luffy added from behind him. Naruto ducked as a large sword made of ice sailed over his head and turned to see the man wielding it. That was an impressive use of haki for someone so young, but it won't be enough to win, the man said evenly. And who are you? Naruto asked. Admiral Akiji at your service, the man replied, hefting his sword. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself. In a blur, Naruto vanished and reappeared beside Akiji, slamming his arm into the man's gut. Akiji groaned as he shattered into countless pieces of ice. Naruto frowned as the admiral reformed next to Akainu. Nice try, kid, but you can't beat us that easily. Give up. Your arm is useless now, and your chances of making it out of here are non-existent, Akainu stated, pointing at Naruto's arm, which was now frozen up to his bicep. Hooray! Admiral Akiji got him. The pirates are almost finished, the marines shouted. Naruto looked down at his frozen arm and scoffed. Grabbing the frozen part of his arm, he pulled it off. Everyone watched in shock as the limb regrew, sleeves and all. What the hell? What kind of ability do you have? Your powers are far too diverse. Akainu shouted. Naruto didn't eat a fruit. He trained with the goat people on a sacred mountain. Luffy exclaimed. Naruto's sweat dropped, realizing he had forgotten about his little lie to the Straw Hats. He almost cried when the two admirals seemed to believe Luffy's words. I don't know about these goat people, but there are only a few sacred mountains out there. We will find them, Akainu replied. Naruto sighed. Can we just hurry this up? I want to meet the rest of my friends. Akainu growled. He's the only one with enough energy to fight back. All marines, attack, he shouted. He, Akiji, and some surrounding marines rushed at Naruto while those farther away were engaged by the remaining pirates, reigniting the Battle of Marineford. Creating a clone, Naruto had it grab Luffy and Ace, dragging them away from the fray. The real Naruto charged at the approaching marines, dodging bullets as he went. Swinging his blade, he cut through the first three with one swipe and then punched a large marine that came up behind him in the face. The man flew back over the execution platform, crashing against the side of a building. The nearby marines stared wide-eyed at the display of strength but attacked ferociously afterward. Partisan! Naruto dodged to the side as several trident-tipped spears stabbed into the ground where he had just stood. Looking up, he spotted Akiji in the air, coming down at him. Naruto smirked as he quickly went through hand seals. Hayatan, Daeber, he shouted, slamming his palms on the ground. The area around him froze, and various-sized ice stalagmites burst from the ground, impaling nearby marines while one large spire shot up toward the surprised Akiji. Pouring more chakra into the attack, he made the stalagmites grow in size as the field of ice spread. Ryusei Kazan. Akainu shouted from several meters behind him. Naruto used a Saru to evade as several fists of lava rained down from the sky, destroying his field of ice and halting the attack spread. He spotted Akainu standing across from him on the other side of the large puddle of lava, with Akiji landing next to him, having avoided the ice spire. The two waded across the lava puddle while several more Marines attacked Naruto from behind and the sides. Ignoring the incoming Marines, Naruto raised his hands again, and the two admirals tensed as he went through more hand seals. Yotun, Shino. The admirals watched in shock as lava erupted from Naruto's pores, splashing onto nearby Marines and incapacitating them in seconds. The survivors froze in fear as Naruto smirked at the rage on Akainu's face as the admiral charged across the lava puddle. Naruto quickly performed more hand seals as the man closed in. Suetun, Awatama. Inhaling, Naruto unleashed a torrent of ice-cold water bubbles that struck Akainu. Soaked, Akainu lost the use of his devil fruit powers and fell into the lava below. Naruto continued his assault as the admiral melted within his own lava, the lava hardening into rock wherever Naruto's attack struck, creating a statue in the form of the screaming admiral. Seeing his comrade struck down, Aokiji rushed toward Naruto. He had gotten closer while Naruto targeted Akainu, and just as the blonde finished his attack, Aokiji grabbed him by the shirt. A wave of ice spread along the shirt, encasing Naruto entirely. The Marines watching cheered as he was finally brought down, but their cheers turned to shouts of alarm as Naruto's frozen form flickered and then vanished. Aokiji gasped as a beam of red-hot energy burst through his back and out his gut, incinerating everything in its path. The beam flew several yards before hitting a building in the distance and exploding, taking out a large portion of the Marine base. Katon, Shikanetsu Bimubara. Naruto announced from his position behind Aokiji as the admiral's body fell. His attack drew the attention of those still fighting. They saw him standing there, unharmed, above the body of Aokiji, a significant part of his torso missing, and behind him was a screaming statue of Akainu, half submerged in the ground. Naruto ducked as a beam of light flew over his head, exploding upon impact with the ground in the distance. Turning to the source, he came face to face with a tall man in a yellow-striped suit, rage etched on his face. "My name is Admiral Kizu. You will pay for your crimes, Diamond Eyes," the man declared, disappearing in a flash of yellow. To the others, Kizaru had vanished in an instant and reappeared right next to Naruto less than a second later. Naruto might have mistaken it for the Hierophant had his eyes not caught the small beam of light bouncing off different surfaces, heading straight for him. The light ricocheted to a spot on his left and back, transforming into Kizaru, who aimed a punch at his head. The attack was incredibly fast, but to Naruto's Kodai no Mi, it moved at a snail's pace. Ducking under the attack faster than the admiral could follow, Naruto lashed out with Gilgamesh, bisecting the admiral at the waist. He leapt away as the man turned into light particles that moved and reformed a few meters away. "Your attacks won't work on me. I ate the Pika Pika no Mi. I'm a light man," Kizaru explained. I don't have any techniques that are purely light," Naruto thought. "Oh well, I'll go with the opposite then." He had just begun to explore using light and darkness elements. Unlike the other elements, he had no one to draw information from due to their rarity, and his only darkness techniques were the 3 he had taken from Marshall D. Teach and 1 he had invented. Grinning, he flew through another set of hand seals. Meitun, Kurashu Nami, Dark Release, Crashing Wave. Sweeping his arm in an arc, he sent a wave of pure darkness towards Kizaru. The wave swept along the ground, rising several meters, crushing everything it touched into the earth. Yasakani no Magatama, 8 Shaku Curved Jewel. Kizaru shouted, firing a torrent of light particles into the dark wave. He swore as his light was absorbed and destroyed by the darkness. Using Jeppu, Kizaru jumped above the wave, his eyes widening as Naruto met him midair with his fist ped back. Kizaru threw his hands forward, projecting a thick shield in front of himself. Having seen Aokiji and Akainu go down, he wasn't going to hold back in this fight. Busa Shoku Haki, Color of Armaments. Kizaru shouted. Naruto smirked as his eyes spun. Amaterasu Yari, Illuminating Heaven Spear. He shouted. A spear of black fire formed around his arm, jabbing forward and piercing right through Kizaru's haki and into his chest. The admiral gasped as he felt the heat within him before gravity took over, and he fell into the dark wave. Naruto landed and looked around at the frightened faces. He had just taken down 3 of the strongest in the Marines, and none of the other Marines dared to challenge him. In fact, they each took a step back as he surveyed the battleground. Seeing that no one was going to confront him, Naruto decided to find Luffy. He immediately halted as he felt a tickle at the back of his mind. Closing his eyes, he focused on the sensation and tracked it to the source. Standing on top of a wall several yards away, he spotted an extremely tall blonde man in bright clothes and a large pink feathered coat, moving his fingers as if manipulating a puppet. The man wore an odd expression, frowning and smiling simultaneously, giving him a frustrated look. In a flash, Naruto was gone. Moments later, he stood on the wall, holding the blonde man up by his throat. You know, it's not nice to play mind games. Someone like you is far too weak to control me, Naruto whispered into the man's frightened face. Oh ho 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 ho. You're an interesting person, Uzumaki Naruto. I'm Don Quixote da Flamingo of the Shichibukai. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, the man, Da Flamingo replied, his mouth now in a wide smile. With a quick flash of his hands, Da Flamingo leapt back as Naruto's head and arm flew off into the sky. Not interesting enough, I guess. Oh ho 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 ho, Da Flamingo laughed, but his laughter stopped as he watched curiously while Naruto's head and arm regenerated. Oh ho 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 ho. Da Flamingo laughed loudly. That was scary. Interesting invisible wire? No, that's not right. Those seem to be made of some type of energy, Naruto stated, cracking his neck. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't attacked with them. Oh ho ho ho. You're the first to figure it out. That's right, I've eaten the moji no mi. It allows me to create invisible strings to either cut or control others, he explained. How pathetic, Naruto sighed as his eyes began to spin faster. Let me show you true mind control, he stated silently. Doflamingo's eyes widened for a second before he screamed, lashing out with his arms. His invisible strings cut through nearby marines and buildings as he continued to scream and attack randomly. Naruto smirked as he watched the pirate. This was one of his simpler genjutsu, and Doflamingo had succumbed to it easily. The pirate's rampage was soon cut off, literally, as he was sliced in half by a large black blade held by a shorter man who looked strangely like Dracula from the last realm. The only difference was his clothing, the plume on his hat, and his large yellow eyes that resembled those of a hawk. The man raised his sword and pointed it towards Naruto. I am Dracula Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the world. You have proven your abilities. I challenge you. Will you match blades with me, Uzumaki? He asked. Naruto shuddered. The man had the exact same voice as well. He didn't sense as much energy rolling off him as he had with the god, but it could always be a trick. Shrugging, he decided to give it a try. If his opponent was a god in a really bad disguise, he figured he wouldn't have much of a choice anyway. Drawing his blade, Naruto took his stance as the swordsman did the same. Rushing at the man, Naruto grinned as he noticed the golden eyes following him perfectly. He increased his speed slightly as he zigzagged, but the eyes still tracked his movements. Deciding to test his opponent further, he dashed in close and swung horizontally at Dracula's midsection. The strike was blocked by the large black blade Mihawk carried. Pushing the blade aside, Dracula aimed a vertical strike down on his head. The sword smashed the ground apart as Naruto moved to dodge. He ran to the side, noticing the yellow eyes still following his high-speed movement, and aimed another horizontal strike at Mihawk's head. The blow was blocked as the swordsman raised his sword to defend once more. Dracula was caught off guard when Naruto put more force into the attack, sending the swordsman sliding back a few feet, but he remained standing. Interesting, you know how to handle a blade for one so young. This is Kakudo Yoru, one of the 12 supreme grade swords. Does your blade have a name? He asked. This is the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, Naruto replied with a nod. A strange name for a sword, Dracula said, as he leapt into the air. Kakudo Arahoshi, he shouted, standing on the end of his sword as he descended rapidly. I didn't pick the name, Naruto replied. He pointed his sword straight up towards the descending swordsman and used his left hand to brace the right. His sword glowed as a bright red sphere began to form at its tip. Kenjutsu, Diodama. The sphere soared upwards towards Dracula with a loud boom, interrupting his attack. Dracul grabbed hold of his sword and swung it rapidly. Kokuto Issen. A glowing wave of compressed air shot towards the sphere from his sword. As the two attacks collided, Dracul's eyes widened as his attacks seemed to be sliced apart by invisible blades before the sphere exploded. The shockwave pushed the swordsman back, sending him crashing to the ground. Naruto smirked at his opponent. The diodema was a distraction technique. The explosive sphere at the center diverted attention from the invisible air blades circling it. He waited as Dracul shakily got back on his feet and charged him once more. They engaged in a sword battle, with Naruto easily parrying the larger man's strikes thanks to his greater speed. After a few exchanges, he slipped under the man's guard and delivered a diagonal slash that left a gash on the man's chest. "Good thinking," Naruto stated. "I meant to land a more decisive blow, but you managed to move back. Congratulations." Dracul coughed as blood trickled from his wound. "You are a strong opponent, Uzumaki Naruto. I concede my defeat," he wheezed, falling to one knee, one hand clutching his wound while the other used his sword as support. "It's over. Finish me," he whispered. Naruto nodded. "You are a fine swordsman, my Hawk. Die with honor." A crackle of energy surrounded his blade as he swung it with lightning speed, cutting through the black blade and its wielder. Moments later, the remains were engulfed in dark flames as Naruto walked away towards his clone. His path was suddenly blocked by a large foot that slammed down in front of him. "Gishishishishi. You're very strong. You'll make a better zombie than that straw hat," the rotund man standing before him laughed. Naruto sighed. Every time he turned around, some fool wanted to battle him. It was getting tiresome. "All right, who are you now?" he asked, sheathing his sword. "Gecko Moria." "Gishishishishi," the man chuckled. "You should be glad, Uzumaki. You're going to be one of my greatest zombies." As he spoke, his hands seemed to sink into the ground as he grabbed hold of Naruto's shadow. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the man pulled out an oversized pair of scissors. "Don't worry, this will be over quick ga." Moria was cut off as Naruto's shadow slipped through his fingers and wrapped around him like a serpent. "Please, just die." Naruto sighed as his shadow snapped Moria's neck before returning to its place at his feet. He was surprised that had worked. This was an old Nara trick used to increase control, easily disrupted by a flare of chakra. Walking past the fallen pirate, he made his way towards Luffy until a large golden man, resembling a Buddha, landed in front of him. "Oh, it's Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and he's using his fruit ability for the first time. God damn it, can't you people just leave me alone? How many of you do I have to deal with today?" Naruto shouted, glaring at the large man as several identical figures encircled them. "Surrender now, Uzumaki Naruto. You can't defeat me and 10 pacifistas at the same time." Sengoku roared. The 10 identical figures pointed their palms at him, their mouths open. Inside their hands and mouths, Naruto could see small turrets charging with light. Turning back to Sengoku, he sighed and drew his sword again. Taking this as a sign of aggression, the 10 pacifistas fired their weapons simultaneously. The resulting explosion rocked the entire island of Marineford as the beams struck Naruto's position. As the smoke cleared, everyone gaped in shock as Naruto floated above a 20-meter deep hole, completely unscathed. Sighing once more, he slid his feet apart, taking a low stance with his sword held horizontally. "Unleash, Gilgamesh." In a flash of light, Naruto was clad in golden armor, still in the low stance, with his hands out to each side, fingers up and palms out. "Appia." An orb of red light surrounded him before pulsing out and forming a dome 10 meters high and 20 meters across. The dome was clear from the inside, allowing those within to see out, but the outside appeared like murky red water swirling around, blocking the view from outside. Sengoku and the few Marines trapped inside looked around fearfully, some attempting to escape but finding all attacks negated against the wall. As they watched, ripples spread across the surface as various blades slid out of the dome, pointing towards the center. "Concentrate on Uzumaki, bring him down." Sengoku roared. He and his men all attacked Naruto, firing bullets or throwing weapons from the edge of the chasm. They panicked as all their attacks passed through him as if he were a ghost. Even Sengoku's reinforced blows passed right through him. Naruto stood in the center of his dome and slowly rose to his full height, both hands raised above his head. Bringing his hands down quickly, he shouted, "Mil Paulus Celeste." As one, all the blades fired from the dome, cutting through everything in their path and taking down Marines by the dozens. Those that struck the ground disappeared in a flash of yellow, while the ones from the sides sunk into the dome as they hit. In less than a second, all the blades had launched from the dome and reloaded, ready to fire once more. Naruto surveyed the damage from his attack. All his opponents had been reduced to scattered remnants. The pacifista lay strewn about, their wires and circuits exposed, while Sengoku was left as several hundred lumps of gold. Naruto sighed as he released his shuriken, the dome cracking before shattering like glass, turning to dust midair and blowing away in the wind. A gasp echoed around the battlefield as the survivors took in the aftermath of his attack. Looking around, Naruto noticed that the pirates had retreated while he had been occupied with the Marines, and the remaining Marines were too frightened to fight back. Focusing on his clone's chakra signature, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. Naruto reappeared on a ship several miles from Marineford, and the moment he arrived, dozens of blades were aimed at him. Ignoring the weapons, he walked right through a large sword and the man wielding it, following his senses to his clone. The pirates quickly moved aside once they recognized who had boarded their ship. He found Luffy in a room below deck, sitting next to the unconscious forms of Ace and a large old man he recognized as Whitebeard. Between them, his clone was kneeling with one hand over their chests, glowing with a green aura that signified medical jutsu at work. A tall man with blonde hair stood nearby, watching the clone intently. Sensing the low amount of chakra left within the clone, Naruto created 2 more clones filled with energy, one to take over the medical duties and another to assist the other injured parties on the ship. The jutsu caught the attention of the 2 conscious members in the room. "Naruto!" Luffy exclaimed, jumping around. "You were amazing back there, thanks for saving my brother," he shouted. "No problem, Luffy. By the way, where are the rest of your crew?" Naruto asked, frowning as Luffy's expression turned somber. Taking a seat, he listened intently as Luffy recounted everything that had happened after he left. Naruto whistled appreciatively once the story concluded. "I'll help you find them. It shouldn't be too hard if you all plan to meet in a few weeks. They'll probably head to Sabaody Archipelago as well," Naruto announced, lifting Luffy's spirits once more. After a night of celebration and meeting Luffy's brother, Naruto created a large ship using his Mokuton and the 2 set sail for Sabaody. Along the way, they encountered Rayleigh, who had come in search of Luffy after witnessing his display of Haushika Haki at Marineford. After a brief argument, Naruto and Rayleigh convinced Luffy to take time off to train his abilities. Naruto agreed to pass on the message to Luffy's crew, as he could easily track them down by sensing their energy. As he watched the 2 sail off on Rayleigh's boat, Naruto sighed to himself. "Now I have 2 years to fill. Oh well, it's a wide world to explore." He vanished as the Mokuton ship sank beneath the surface. Naruto relaxed on his small raft, floating through the sea. With his feet kicked up, he leaned back against the mast and watched a figure approach steadily in the distance. It had been 2 years since he left Luffy with Rayleigh, and it was finally time to reunite at Sabaody. After parting ways with the Straw Hat Captain, Naruto had traveled to each of Luffy's crewmates and informed them of the events that transpired. During one of those trips, he had taken on his first student in a decade. A smirk crossed his face as his student finished his final lap around the small vessel and collapsed onto the raft. "Good job, Zoro. Now give me 500 push-ups and 2,000 sword swipes in alternating directions," Naruto ordered with a grin. The green-haired man groaned and silently cursed as he began the routine. Naruto had picked up Zoro after meeting him on a small island where he had been sent by Kuma. After hearing about Naruto's victory against the strongest swordsman in the world, Zoro had practically begged him to teach him. After an hour of persuasion, Naruto finally agreed and accepted Zoro as his student. He then enjoyed a month of peace while forcing Zoro to face off against the warrior baboons native to the island. Once Zoro was strong enough, they set sail. The next 2 years were spent sailing the seas randomly and training. They traveled through all 4 seas while avoiding the Grand Line. Naruto introduced Zoro to chakra, teaching him how to walk on all surfaces, including water. He even transfigured 3 chakra-conductive blades for Zoro, enhancing their power with some seal work. Once Zoro mastered the chakra exercises, Naruto taught him a powerful kenjutsu style that worked well with 1, 2, or all 3 blades at once. This style had been taught to him by Killer Bee, who used 7 blades at a time. Naruto also helped Zoro learn Guy's strong fist taijutsu style, which Zoro easily picked up, having already built up the necessary muscles over the years. With the use of gravity and resistance seals, along with some genjutsu and mental modifications, Naruto transformed Zoro into one of the most powerful individuals in the world in less than 2 years. DMNU, USLV driver, Zoro grumbled, hurling insults with each swing. He had stopped counting after the 1,360-second swing, opting instead for creative insults. After another 20 minutes, he finished the exercise, collapsing onto the deck to catch his breath while glaring at his friend and teacher. "Ah, don't look at me like that. After all, today is our last day as teacher and student," Naruto stated with a wide grin. Zoro raised an eyebrow at this. "I can already sense the others converging on one location. We'll reach Sabaody by tomorrow and join up with the crew," Naruto explained. Zoro sighed in relief, glad to know that everyone was doing all right. His attention snapped back to Naruto as he felt a lightness in his body. "What did you do now?" he asked, noticing Naruto's hand forming an all-too-familiar sign. "Don't worry, I just released your seals. Your body will need time to rest and adjust to normal gravity and resistance if you want to fight at your best. Your training is complete, Zoro. While there are many more things I could teach you, you're already one of the most powerful pirates out there. You can forge your own path and learn whatever you want from this point on," Naruto explained. Zoro nodded in acceptance, and the two spent the rest of their time in silence. That silence was soon interrupted by a loud roar as a large sea serpent rose from the water a short distance away. "Dibs out!" Naruto exclaimed, grinning at the annoyed expression on Zoro's face as the swordsman rose to his feet. Zoro groaned, flexing his sore muscles as he drew one of his blades. This was the first sword Naruto had created for him, featuring a red hilt with a white cloth wrapping. The guard was shaped like a buzzsaw, and the blade resembled a traditional katana, measuring 65 centimeters in length. The blade was completely white with a saw-like edge, and Zoro had noticed that it never stained. Even blood seemed to vanish from its surface in an instant. He had named the sword Shiro Noko, White Saw. Like his other 2 blades, this one had seals built in that made it indestructible, weightless, and kept it from dulling. Holding the sword above his head, Zoro began to channel his chakra into the blade while spinning it. The sword spun faster and faster with his chakra until it resembled a large white saw with a blue outer edge held high. Ituryu, Tairiku, Bunsuikai, One Sword Style, Great Divide. Zoro shouted as he threw the blade. It flew rapidly toward the serpent, tilting as it soared until it spun vertically like a wheel. Upon making contact with the serpent's skin, the chakra surrounding the sword expanded outward, creating a large disc that sliced through the serpent and cut a groove through the ocean behind it. With a simple hand sign, the blade reappeared in his hand, vibrating slightly and radiating heat from the attack. Naruto whistled appreciatively as the 2 halves of the enormous serpent fell apart into the sea, allowing them to sail through the center. Tairiku Bunsuikai was an original kenjutsu technique created by Zoro, utilizing chakra manipulation with the blade as a medium. The chakra saw could cut through nearly anything. Exhausted from his exercise and the extensive use of chakra, Zoro lay back down on the deck and quickly fell asleep. Naruto smirked at his unconscious student. Expanding his presence around the ship, he deterred any more sea kings and, with a wave of his hand, created a gust of wind to move their vessel across the calm belt. Closing his eyes, he hummed softly, drowning out his students' snores. The next day brought their arrival at the Shanbody archipelago. Zoro immediately wandered off to explore while Naruto, sensing Rayleigh on the island, headed toward the old man's location. As he walked, he noticed the strange glances he was receiving, People stared at him in either awe or fear as they hurried to get out of his way. Naruto chose to shrug it off as he passed a bar, feeling the familiar signatures of Nami and Usopp inside but deciding to meet them later with the rest of the crew. He grinned widely, sensing their increased power. While not as significant an increase as Zoro's, they had grown stronger over the 2 years. His senses led him to a small building with a sign that read, Shaki's Ripoff Bar. Smiling, Naruto entered the bar and noted that there were only 2 people inside. Behind the counter stood a tall, slim woman with short black hair, whom he assumed to be Shaki, the bar's owner and Rayleigh's wife. Sitting across from her at the counter with a drink in hand was the very man he had come looking for. "Hey, Rayleigh-san," Naruto greeted as he entered. Rayleigh waved at him with a wide smile while the woman looked at him with a mix of awe and apprehension. "Hello, Naruto-san. So good to see you again," Rayleigh replied, shaking Naruto's hand. "I see you got a new outfit. It looks much better than the last." Naruto nodded in reply as he took a seat beside the old man. He had adopted a look similar to Rayleigh's after their last meeting. His hair was shorter, hanging loosely on his shoulders. His ninja-style shirt and vest had been replaced with a form-fitting, long-sleeved green silk shirt adorned with 3 large golden buttons and a low-cut neckline. His pants had transformed into dark brown Bermudas that hung just above his knees, featuring a long green stripe running down the left side. Instead of his geta, he now wore brown flip-flops with a green band. Draped over his shoulders was a long black hooded coat with a forest green lining and similar golden buttons to his shirt. His arms rested within the coat, allowing the sleeves to hang loosely, and slung across his back was Gilgamesh, the hilt resting behind his left shoulder. Overall, his ninja look had been replaced with that of a casual pirate. Naruto had also become more tanned from his travels, and his hair had darkened from nearly white to a dark blonde color. "Yeah, I like it. It's pretty comfortable," he replied with a grin. Rayleigh laughed heartily as he grabbed a drink for Naruto from behind the counter. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the woman behind the counter, who continued to stare. "Did you know who you are?" she asked shakily, noticing his attention on her. Naruto nodded, confusion evident on his face. "Then how can you just stroll around with no care in the world?" she shouted at him. Naruto shrugged in response. "I don't see why I shouldn't." Rayleigh burst into laughter again. "I think she means your bounty, Naruto. Have you seen it since Marineford?" he asked. Naruto shook his head, and Shaki moved a newspaper at him. "Read it. I would think you had the common sense to cover up regardless," she said sharply. As he opened to the bounty page, Naruto smirked while reading his entry. Lord of Armageddon Uzumaki Naruto was accompanied by a picture of him standing amidst a field of fallen foes at Marineford. He briefly wondered when the picture had been taken, as he was sure there were no cameras around. Bounty: 850 million belly dead, 900 million belly alive. He whistled at this point. "Impressive," he replied, handing the paper back. Rayleigh erupted in laughter once more. "Impressive? That's all you can say?" Shaki exclaimed over her husband's laughter. Naruto nodded, not fully grasping her point. "You have the largest bounty in the history of the world government. You're more wanted than the revolutionary dragon. And you go waltzing around the island with no care in the world," she shouted. "And worst of all, you came right here. Every marine and bounty hunter on the island will be headed here to capture you once word spreads." As if to emphasize her point, the entire building shook with an explosion from outside, followed by a loud voice. "Uzumaki Naruto, we have the place surrounded. Surrender and come out with your hands up." Shaki shot him a glare while her husband chuckled and patted him on the back. Sighing, Naruto downed his drink and stood. "It was nice seeing you, old man. I'll handle this and go catch up with the Straw Hats. You two have a nice day," he said, heading for the door. "Take care, Drop by sometime," Rayleigh replied, returning to his drink. Stepping outside, Naruto whistled. Surrounding the building were hundreds of men and women. Some were Marines, while the rest appeared to be bounty hunters. Behind the mob, he sensed a few of his friends watching, likely waiting to see if he needed assistance. His attention was drawn to a large Marine in the front as the man stepped forward. "Surrender, Uzumaki." "You're surrounded and outnumbered," the Marine shouted. Smirking, Naruto raised both hands slowly. The leading Marine grinned in victory. A moment later, everything went dark for him. Robin frowned at Sanji when they saw Naruto step out from the building. Their friend was surrounded and would be captured if they didn't help him soon. They chose to wait and see what he would do before acting. As Naruto's hands rose in surrender, Robin nodded at Sanji, and they prepared to jump in. Their plan came to a halt as every single individual before them collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The two watched in amazement as Naruto tucked his hands into his pockets and walked toward them. He continued to grin as his genjutsu took effect, causing his opponents to drop as the illusion erased their memories of the last 20 minutes. They would soon wake up one by one and wander off, never remembering what had happened or that they had ever seen him. Placing a secondary genjutsu around himself to hide his identity from others except a select few, he strolled over to the two members of the Straw Hat crew. "Hey, Sanji, Robin. It's so good to see you both after so long," he said with a wave. The two stared at him in surprise. Robin was the first to regain her composure. "It's good to see you as well, Naruto. We were just about to assist you, but it appears that you don't need it," she replied with a smile. "PSH, small fry like this are easy to handle," Naruto commented. "How did you do that?" "It looks like the same thing Rayleigh used in the auction house," Sanji asked, receiving a simple shrug in reply. "So, where's everyone else?" Naruto asked conversationally as they walked further into the island. "I'm not sure. I got here fourth, and I know Frankie is on the ship with Chopper," Sanji replied. "Well, let's round them up and set sail then," Naruto shouted excitedly. Robin smiled at him. "Are you coming with us, Naruto?" she asked. "Of course. Luffy made me part of the crew before we parted," Naruto responded with a grin. Following behind Naruto, they headed for the ship, collecting crew members along the way. The journey through Sabaody was surprisingly quick and uneventful, mostly due to all the Marines being unconscious at that moment. Meeting up with the rest of the crew, Naruto grinned widely as Frankie prepared the ship to set sail. After a send-off from Rayleigh, they sank into the ocean and began their journey to Fishman Island. Time skip. Naruto sighed as he surveyed the scene before him. It was another day at sea, and they were already surrounded by close to 50 ships, some pirates, the rest Marines. Sighing again, he jumped from his spot in the crow's nest to land right next to the steering wheel. "You know this is your fault, right?" He spoke to the figure standing beside him. "Oh, cheer up, Nut. I thought you liked a good fight," a deep voice replied, the man beside him grinning. "Yes, a good fight once in a while, but we've been attacked at least 3 times a week for the last 5 years, Luffy," he shouted at the man. Luffy smirked in response. It had been nearly 6 years since they had set sail from Sabaody, 3 years since they had found One Piece, and 2.5 years since he had become Pirate King. He laughed as Naruto continued to grumble beside him. Of the original crew, only he, Naruto, Zoro, and Robin remained. The others had gone their separate ways long ago after sailing the world. Brook had left them at the Red Line after finally reuniting with Laboon the whale. The immortal swordsman had chosen to spend the rest of the whale's lifetime playing his music on the Red Line. Sanji returned to the Baratai after discovering the All Blue. His restaurant was now one of the greatest in the world, although the occasional Marine attack kept business low. Nami, having sailed the world and mapped out every ocean and island on the Grand Line, had returned home to her sister and friends. Usopp, the greatest marksman in the world, was now married to his love, Kaya. He had returned to Syrup Village when word came that she was with child. Frankie, the cyborg, had returned to Water 7 after the island had been made into a giant ship. He was now responsible for defending the island from the world government with the help of the Frankie family. After the passing of Dr. Kureha, Chopper had returned to Drum Island as the head doctor. His bounty had never exceeded the original 50 belly placed on him, allowing him to remain unnoticed by the Marines. The crew had remained united until Luffy realized his dream. They had sailed the Grand Line, battling pirates and Marines alike in their quest for the One Piece. "What should we do, Luffy?" Zoro asked from his spot on the deck. He continued to sail with Luffy even after the Rubber Man was declared Pirate King. With Naruto still around, Zoro felt he could never achieve his dream of becoming the world's strongest swordsman, though his name and immense skill were known by all. "We could just fight them all," Robin suggested. She had stayed with the Straw Hats through all their adventures and was close to finding all the poneglyphs. "That's what we always do," Naruto groaned. "It's getting boring after all these years." His comment was met with agreement from the other crew members. Their crew had grown from the original 10 to 20 after finding the One Piece, with many pirates joining Luffy, who now commanded an armada made up of the other 10 supernovas. Their armada consisted of over 500 men who sailed the seas, having adventures and defeating marines whenever possible. They would meet once a year on Raftel, the last island of the Grand Line, with Luffy's father, Dragon, to strategize against the world government. Over the years, Naruto had contemplated destroying the world government himself but had received a message from D to only support Luffy and avoid making any drastic changes. "Fine, if you're going to be that way, someone just beat them already so we can go," Luffy grumbled. Grinning, Naruto turned to survey the crew and smirked as he spotted one member. "Would you like the honors, Robin?" he asked, and the brunette smiled back. "Gladly." Turning to the 50 or so ships bearing down on them, she crossed her arms in a familiar position and called out her attack. "Giant flower." From the depths of the sea, several giant hands emerged, grasping the opposing vessels and lifting them above the water, tossing objects and people aside. Crush. The hands holding the vessels tightened, causing the ships to buckle before dropping the debris into the ocean, where it could be used by survivors to float. "Good job, Robin," Naruto exclaimed as they sailed past the wreckage. Robin grinned in response. Naruto frowned from his position in the sky, struggling to contain his urge to rush down and confront the people below. He turned his focus to his captain, Luffy, the reason for this gathering. It had been a month since the world government had been dismantled and a new order established. Thanks to the efforts of pirates and revolutionaries, the corrupt government was gone, replaced by a fairer system. However, Luffy had decided that the world no longer needed a pirate king. He had sacrificed himself for peace and was now kneeling on the execution stand, just like his idol had done years ago. Naruto wanted nothing more than to save him, but Luffy was resolute in his decision. He had handed over all his treasure to the new government after sharing most of it with his crewmates and had surrendered himself as a criminal. While the rest of the crew received pardons, Luffy, as the Pirate King, was not exempt. Naruto sighed as the twin blades descended toward Luffy's neck. Turning away from the scene, he smiled sadly before disappearing in a flash of black. Naruto tumbled as his teleportation ended. He took a moment to assess his surroundings, finding himself in a large circular room with several colorful doors lining the walls and a large table in the center. Around the table were 3 chairs, 2 of which were empty, while the last was occupied by a dark-haired man. The man's crimson eyes locked onto his, and both smirked. "Welcome home, Naruto," Kyuubi greeted. "Kyuubi?" Naruto asked in confusion. "No, your fairy godmother," the demon replied sarcastically. "So good to see you again," Naruto said, rolling his eyes. "What am I doing here? I expected to end up back home in my universe." "Yeah, it's about that." "Well, your universe is gone," Kyuubi stated. Naruto blinked. "What do you mean gone? Where did it go?" he shouted. "I'm sure D explained it to you." "You were gone a long time, Naruto. Your universe was slated for destruction eventually," Kyuubi replied. Naruto slumped to the ground, his head hanging low. Everyone was gone? His friends, wives, kids? All gone? "What are you moping about? You knew you wouldn't get to see them again when you left," Gil interjected. "Yeah, but still, I love them and now they're all gone. I thought I would come back and find out I had grandkids or great-grandkids to train and raise," Naruto replied sadly. "Well, too bad. This is the price for immortality, so get up and move on. Remember, no regrets," Gil shouted. Naruto's response was interrupted by a hand waving in front of his face. "Hello, anyone in there?" "What do you want, Kyuubi?" he asked. "Just checking that you're still alive in there. You kind of zoned out for a while," Kyuubi replied. I'll be fine. I just needed a moment to clear my head," Naruto said. Good. I was beginning to think you were going soft without me there to set you straight, Kyuubi chuckled. Naruto shot him a mock glare. Well, if my world's gone, what do I do now? He asked. What else? Kyuubi waved at the other doors. Go wild. Naruto grinned. I think I just might. At the very least, I can see my old friends again. He headed for a big yellow door. Opening the door wide, he stepped through. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, Kyuubi shouted as the door closed. Naruto scoffed as he dropped into a new world. He landed in a tree and sensed several chakra signatures nearby. The area looked familiar, likely somewhere near Konoha. Boom! An explosion echoed from a distance, followed by a surge of chakra. Shrugging to himself, Naruto took to the trees and headed for the source of the chakra. His path led him to the edge of a large cliff. To his right was a wide river flowing toward a waterfall, and on the other side, he spotted a young woman with red hair surrounded by several ninjas. They had yet to notice him, their attention focused on the bottom of the cliff where explosions and the sounds of combat echoed. Stepping up to the cliff's edge, Naruto peered down into the battleground. He quickly spotted two ninjas engaged in a fast-paced duel. They looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place them until they each unleashed a jutsu, causing him to gasp in recognition. Amaterasu, one of them shouted. Mokutun, wood-locking wall, the other countered. The black flames collided with the wooden half-dome, resulting in a spectacular explosion that showered the area with burning debris. Naruto watched in awe as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha clashed within the Valley of the End. His gaze shifted to the woman across the river, and he noticed a familiar symbol around her neck, the swirl of the Uzumaki clan and the emblem of Uzushiogakure. Uzumaki Mito, Naruto thought with a smile as he turned his attention back to the battle. It seemed the Shodaime Hokage had gained the upper hand, as Madara was on his knees, clutching a wound at his side. Naruto smirked at the weakened form of the first Uchiha, but his expression changed when he saw Madara begin to form a series of hand seals. Madara cursed as a wooden stake pierced through his side. He knew he was losing ground to Hashirama, who was also showing signs of fatigue from their fierce battle. However, Madara had a plan. Raising his blood-stained hands, he began to weave hand seals, a smirk spreading across his face as he saw Hashirama's eyes widen in recognition. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning of the Nine Tails. Madara cackled as a wave of dark chakra enveloped the battlefield, signaling the arrival of the most powerful tailed beast. He grinned at the horrified expression on Hashirama's face as the Kyuubi emerged from the ground behind him. Crush him, Kyuubi, he shouted, noticing Hashirama preparing a jutsu. However, Madara frowned when the demon, instead of following his orders, turned its gaze toward the cliff where the Uzumaki were located. What are you doing, Kyuubi? Focus on Hashirama, forget about those nuisances. Madara yelled, growing increasingly frustrated. To his annoyance, both the Kyuubi and Hashirama ignored him, their attention drawn to the cliffside. You should probably duck, Madara, the Kyuubi's voice boomed. Wah, was all Madara managed to say before a beam of concentrated energy shot through his head, ending his life instantly. Hashirama grimaced as he witnessed his rival summon the most powerful creature on the planet. It took all his willpower not to flee from the Kyuubi's fierce gaze. As he prepared to use his strongest jutsu, he noticed that the demon was completely ignoring both him and its summoner, instead fixating on the cliffs. His stomach dropped as he remembered that Mito was there. Could the demon sense her presence? Turning his head, he spotted a strange blonde man standing on the other side of the river from Mito, the man now being scrutinized by the demon lord. Hashirama watched as the man raised a glowing hand toward them, or more likely toward Madara, who was now raging at his summon. Just as Hashirama was about to shout a warning to his former friend, he heard the Kyuubi do so. Unfortunately, the attack was too swift, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed the distance and struck down Madara. Mito flinched as the demon turned its attention toward them. After a moment, she and the others realized it wasn't looking at them but rather at something nearby. Turning her head, she spotted the man standing just a few meters away, having approached without any of them sensing him. She frowned, wondering what was so intriguing about the blonde-haired man that the strongest of the tailed beasts would be interested in him. She watched as the man looked from the Kyuubi to Madara and back again before extending his right hand with two glowing fingers. She heard the Kyuubi say something in its booming voice, but she blocked it out as her eyes followed the beam of blue energy that shot from the man's fingers and pierced through Madara's skull. The Kyuubi growled, feeling that cursed Uchiha pull him back into the mortal realm. He was about to issue a warning to Madara when he sensed an immense power nearby. Expecting a powerful summon or another tailed beast, Kyuubi was surprised to lock eyes with a human instead. It took him only a moment to grasp the implications of a human with such power. Demigod. Ignoring the frantic form of his summoner, the Kyuubi observed the young demigod as the boy watched both him and Madara. As he prepared an attack, Kyuubi thought he should warn Madara. After all, he was bound by a contract to serve the Uchiha. However, the warning was ill-received as the foolish human chose to question him instead of acting, resulting in his instant demise. Boom. Headshot, Naruto whispered as he watched Madara's body fall. It was exhilarating to defeat him once more. A loud, barking laughter caught his attention, drawing his eyes away from Madara's corpse. He focused on the laughing form of the Kyuubi, a puzzled frown settling on his face as he examined the demon lord. This Kyuubi was different from the one he had known. The difference in power was immense, and even their voices seemed distinct, with his Kyuubi sounding deeper and more powerful. As he pondered this, the large demon stalked towards him. The Uzumaki clan members, seeing the demon approach, cried out a warning to the blonde man before leaping away from danger. Hashirama called out his warning as well, but the blonde seemed not to hear them. He was about to try and restrain the Kyuubi but stopped mid-attack as the demon spoke. "You are quite interesting, godchild. I should consume you for daring to enter my realm, but the fact you killed that worthless fool of a summoner will spare your life." The demon's voice echoed throughout the valley for all to hear. Naruto smirked in reply, now standing mere meters from the demon, staring deep into its eyes. "Come now, Kyuubi, we both know who would emerge victorious in a battle. Madara was able to control you with those weak Sharingan eyes of his. What makes you think you can resist my control?" He chuckled inwardly, recalling the shocked expression of the Shodaime Hokage. The Kyuubi growled at the human's response, tempted to strike and devour him but holding back. After all, the human was correct. Should they battle, Kyuubi knew he would not come out on top. The human possessed almost as much chakra as he did, and far more control, as it was bound tightly around and within its master, not a single wisp of energy out of place. However, it wasn't just raw power that favored the human. No, what stayed his hand was the human's soul, or rather, souls. Within the human swirled the souls of over 100 beings, and that was something the Kyuubi feared. If the human were to absorb his soul as well, Kyuubi would have no way of freeing himself, akin to battling the Shinigami, which would end in inevitable defeat. So, to protect his life, power, and soul, Kyuubi swallowed his pride and laughed, a booming bark that shook the ground and sent shivers down the spines of the other humans in the valley. "You are quite interesting, human. Unfortunately, you are correct. I fear even I would fall before your might." Kyuubi replied regretfully. "I will take my leave. This plane holds no interest for me." Naruto was taken aback. He had expected threats or even a battle with the demon lord, but instead, he received the opposite. In the years he had housed the demon, he had never heard it admit any fault or weakness, so this was a shock. Smiling softly, he nodded at the Kyuubi. "Very well, Kyuubi. It was an honor to meet you today. Perhaps the next time we meet, it will be under more favorable terms." He replied respectfully. With a slight smirk, the demon nodded back before exploding into a red mist and fading away. Hashirama gaped as the demon vanished. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to rush in and save the foolish boy who would challenge the might of the nine-tailed demon lord, but when the demon not only backed down but chose to flee, his mind simply shut down as he stared at the blonde-haired youth. He vaguely noticed when Mito and the other Uzumaki clan members landed beside him, joining him in staring at the blonde as the red mist faded away. Snapping out of his daze, he turned to Mito and spoke. "Is he one of yours, Mito? I don't recognize him from any rumors or descriptions," he asked the red-haired Uzumaki. "I wish." Someone who could scare off the Kyuubi would be a great addition to the clan, but no, I didn't even know he was there until the demon looked towards him, she replied. Some of the Uzushiogakure nin nodded in agreement. From his position on the cliff, Naruto smirked down at the gathered crowd. Their whispered conversation reached his ears easily, and he chuckled in amusement as some speculated about his origins. With nothing else to do for another 60 years or so, Naruto decided to visit the man he had once aspired to be like. But first, he would need a new name. After all, the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans were well known, and any claims to those clans would be investigated. Smirking, Naruto settled on a name to borrow while he was here. After all, it's not like the two brothers would really mind. With a smirk, he disappeared in a flash, only to reappear in front of the startled nin a moment later. Kakashi swore as the cave collapsed around them. It looked on fearfully as Obito shoved him out of the way of some falling boulders. Kakashi could only cry out in panic as the rocks descended toward his friend and teammate. His cries turned into surprise as all the boulders were reduced to dust that settled around them. He watched in shock as Obito looked around in confusion before picking himself up from the mound of dust and dusting off his clothes. What the hell was that? Did you do that, Obito? He heard Rin ask from Obito's side as she checked him for injuries. I wish, but no, that wasn't me. Did you do it, Kakashi? Obito asked. Both teens looked over at Kakashi when he didn't reply. They grew afraid as Kakashi seemed to be staring at something behind them in shock and amazement. Suddenly sensing a presence behind them, both teens jumped away from their spot and landed next to Kakashi with weapons drawn. Their weapons dropped to the ground as they took in the figure standing just meters away. Clad in a simple orange shirt, black shorts, and brown slippers, with a long red coat slung over his shoulder blowing in the wind, was a tall blonde-haired, blue-eyed man who simply smiled at them. What really drew their attention was the legendary red blade in his right hand and the famous straw hat being held atop his blonde head by the other. At first, they thought it was their sensei, but focusing on the two items known to all ninja on the planet, that thought was quickly dismissed. No way! Obito whispered in shock. Piporgas de Luffy, Rin rasped out. Kakashi nodded absent-mindedly, struggling to believe what was happening. Before them stood a figure straight out of the history books, Portgas de Luffy, friend of the Shodaime and Konoha's Crimson Maelstrom, the man said to have defeated the first, second, and third Hokages at the same time without breaking a sweat, and who had single-handedly ended the Second Great Shinobi War. A man who had mysteriously disappeared over a decade ago, a man who should be well into his 80s but looked no older than 20, and a man who they had come to believe was only a myth after hearing of his outrageous achievements. Their thoughts were interrupted as a flash of yellow to the side drew their attention. Standing above Obito's dropped kunai in a battle-ready stance was their sensei, Namikaze Minato. Looking from his shocked students to the man before them, Minato prepared to confront their opponent before doing a double take. Portegas sensei? He asked, puzzled. His students shot him surprised and bewildered looks as the blond man smiled back at them. So good to see you once more, Minato-kun. I see you finally mastered the Hierishin, Luffy said, amused by the expression on his students' faces. Minato stared in shock at the man he had only met 3 times as a child. The first time they had talked and shared ramen, the second time they had trained together for hours, and the third time he had received a scroll full of various jutsu and notes with the instruction to master everything within. That had been 13 years ago on his 5th birthday. He was about to speak when a kunai whizzed by, distracting everyone from their thoughts. Turning to the source, they spotted over a dozen IWA nin charging toward them. Minato and his students were about to engage when a soft voice stopped them. I'll handle this, don't interfere. Against their better judgment, the 4 Konoha nin found themselves rooted in place as the tall blonde figure strode past them. They watched as the IW nin first laughed, but one of them soon pointed out the 2 famous items the figure held, one in his hand and the other atop his head. Their amused expressions quickly shifted to shock, then fear, as the IWA nin turned and attempted to flee. Minato and his students watched in awe as the legendary figure earned his name. All they saw was a blur of red as the IWA nin scattered, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Rin dropped to her knees, trembling, while Obito and Kakashi looked on wide-eyed. Minato tensed as his former sensei turned toward them, but he relaxed when Luffy raised a hand in a peace sign and smiled. "Yo," he said cheerfully. "Time skip." Naruto smiled as he watched Minato's son, or in other words, himself, take his position on the stage. Without the Kyuubi attack, this version of him had lived a very happy life. As the son of the Hokage, he had been raised with love by everyone and had grown quite arrogant because of it. A few training sessions with his younger self had helped him regain humility, making him more like the child he once was. Naruto had soon left the village again to travel the world while Minato and Kushina focused on grooming and training their son. He visited familiar places and friends as he confronted tyrants, dictators, and rogue ninjas. He stopped by Konoha secretly a few times a year to see his younger self and report to the Hokage. Now, as he watched his old dream being realized by his younger self, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Today, Namake's Naruto would be named Godame Hokage, and it was time for Portega's D. Luffy to fade into a memory. He had dealt with Orochimaru and Pain and banished all the Biju into the demon realm before they could be sealed into vessels. After the events of the last war, Iwa and Kumo were not ready to attack again. Suna was thriving thanks to a fairer alliance proposed by Minato. Kiri had signed non-aggression pacts with all villages and claimed neutrality, and Konoha was flourishing. Naruto had once again brought a semblance of peace to his world, and it was time to move on. Besides, the other Naruto would be able to handle any problems that arose. With a final smile down at his young counterpart, he waved at Minato and winked before disappearing in a flash of red. "Have fun," a voice chuckled behind him. Turning, Naruto spotted Kyuubi sitting in his chair, smirking back at him. "Yeah, loads, although I still wonder what the difference between that world and mine was supposed to be," Naruto replied, taking a seat across from the demon god. Kyuubi chuckled in response. Madara was supposed to die in the battle with the Senju, except he was meant to be consumed by that realm's Kyuubi. No Madara means no Kyuubi attack, which means the fox wouldn't get sealed within that realm's Naruto, Kyuubi explained calmly. Naruto nodded in reply. He had spent years looking for the change, but most things had gone the same as in his world, except where he had interfered directly. His attention snapped back to Kyuubi as he remembered something. "Why was that realm's Kyuubi so weak in comparison to you?" he asked. Of course he was weaker. There can only be one Kyuubi, not just in each realm but in all realms. Since I am the Kyuubi, no other Kyuubi can achieve the power to claim a 10th tail. Should any come close, that power is siphoned off and added to mine, hence the reason any you encounter will be weaker than I was at their age, he replied nonchalantly. Naruto nodded in understanding. "By the way, why are you the only one here all the time?" he added as an afterthought. He had yet to cross paths with Shinigami again and had never met Kami during his time here. Pisage, the other two are off playing their silly game. Madara's soul put Shinigami ahead of Kami, and she has been working hard to turn souls from the dark path to catch up, Kyuubi replied with a chuckle. "Why aren't you playing?" Naruto asked, grinning. "Too far behind?" "Oh gods no, I'm in first place. What Shinigami forgot is that you're my champion as well as his. Any souls you kill or offer to him count for both of us, so I just have to sit back and let you keep racking up points for me," Kyuubi said, smirking at him. Naruto chuckled. "Lazy huh? What about the souls I've absorbed?" "Those are yours to keep, putting you in fourth place," Kyuubi answered, sticking out his tongue. Naruto laughed once more at the immortal's childishness before standing. "Alright, I better head out. Any ideas which door to take?" he asked. Kyuubi grinned widely and pointed to a door. "Take the pink one. It might prove entertaining," he replied with a dark chuckle. Naruto shook his head in amusement as he wandered over to the door. He raised an eyebrow as the plaque informed him he was about to enter a world where he had been born a girl. Shrugging, he ignored Kyuubi's snickers and stepped through the door. Naruto frowned as soon as he landed in Konoha. The village was practically empty, but he could sense a large gathering of people towards the clan district, specifically the Uchiha clan. With a flicker, he was gone. Reappearing, Naruto found himself at the back of a large crowd staring at a stage in the distance. The stage had been decorated with flowers and lace, and standing in the center, with their backs towards him, were a dark-haired man and a woman whose head was covered by a white curtain. Naruto was about to ask a nearby neighbor what was happening when he heard the voice from the stage. His face paled as he listened. "Do you Namikaze Natsuko take Uchiha Sasuke to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and to hold until death do you part?" a gruff voice asked. "I do," a melodious voice responded. The last thing the people of Konoha heard was a loud "in-oh-oh-oh-oh" as the world erupted in black flames. A moment later, there was nothing but an empty space with the odd chunk of dirt where a planet once was. Naruto reappeared in a familiar room, breathing heavily as he clutched his heart. "Back so soon?" a voice asked mockingly from behind. "Breath no. You. Get the demon. Kill him. There he is, he's trapped." 6-year-old Naruto pressed himself further against the back wall of the alley, trying to be invisible. It was his birthday again, and he had foolishly thought it was smart to go down to the Kyuubi festival. Now, here he was, cowering before a mob of villagers, each holding various sorts of weapons. "We finally caught you, demon," a silver-haired Tunin at the front said, drawing several kunai from his pouch. Naruto whimpered and tried to curl into himself. "Silly Mizuki, it's I who have caught you," a deep voice said from the side. All heads turned towards the voice, but all they could see were shadows covering a corner. "Who's there? Show yourself," Mizuki shouted. A few more Chunin moved to the front to back him up while the villagers focused their attention on Naruto and the corner. Naruto gasped along with the others when a pair of blazing crimson eyes appeared in the shadows. He screamed with the others as hundreds of various-sized crimson eyes opened up within the darkness. "Demon," one of the villagers whimpered, brandishing his weapon with shaking hands. "Cook, close but not quite," the voice replied, now sounding higher in pitch, like a child instead of the deep voice from earlier. Naruto, Mizuki, and the crowd watched in amazement as the eyes closed one by one before the shadows parted to reveal a 6-year-old Naruto. Eyes widened, the crowd looked from the first Naruto to the second and back again. One looked like the same old 6-year-old they all knew, wearing his baggy, dirty, and torn clothing. The other, however, spooked them. He looked like his twin but wore black shorts and an orange shirt with brown flip-flops. On his back was a long crimson blade that seemed far too large for someone his age to carry, let alone wield. The main difference, though, were the two burning eyes that stared back at them, eyes that reminded many of a different creature. "Kyuubi." Mizuki stuttered. "Closer, but still no," the demonic Naruto stated. Screams rose from the mob as they tried to run away. Many fainted or collapsed as a terror-filled pressure descended on them. Those who managed to resist it fell to their knees, shaking as the crimson eyes surveyed them all. Mizuki and the other ninjas gasped as the eyes morphed into a strange-looking Sharingan cross. "Goodbye, Mizuki. You will never know how much it pleases me to do this." Amaterasu. Surrounding villagers shuddered as tortured shrieks rang out from the alleyway and across a good part of the village. "Hurry, we might be too late," Sarutobi shouted as the shrieks echoed. Behind him, a squad of Anbu followed towards the alley where a pillar of black flames could be seen. Landing on the rooftops, they surveyed the scene as the flames died down. All that was left of the alley was the charred stone of the walls and ground, and here everyone did a double take. Two Narutos? One lay unconscious while another stood amongst the dying flames, watching them with crimson-red eyes. "About time you fools got here. Then again, you were always late when it was me," the red-eyed Naruto spoke, staring up at Sarutobi. He looked down at what could only be the Kyuubi, wondering how it got free, how Naruto survived, and how to save him from the demon. "Kyuubi," Sarutobi stated, causing some of the nearby Anbu to stiffen. "Hee, not quite, but you'll never guess who I am," the red-eyed Naruto replied with a chuckle. Sarutobi felt the tension in the air decrease as his men realized it wasn't the Kyuubi before them. "Then why don't you tell me? Who are you?" Sarutobi asked. But where's the fun in that? Just think of me as a bloodline of sorts. You can call me Ruto," the boy stated, walking over to the unconscious form of Naruto. Sarutobi stiffened and prepared to attack should the boy try anything. No matter what he said, any fool could see that this was the Kyuubi given form. His ANBU prepared to attack as well, should anything happen. No one was prepared for what happened next. They could only watch in shock and curiosity as the red-eyed boy seemed to sink into his twin's body until only one Naruto was left. Sarutobi landed in the alley next to Naruto's body. He shakily placed a hand on the boy but sensed nothing wrong with him. He picked up Naruto as he heard many others land behind him. "What happened, Hokage-sama? What should we do?" one of the ANBU asked. "I don't know, Kakashi. Let's take him to the hospital first. We'll have one of our best Uchiha and Hyuga examine him and see what we can find. Either the demon is escaping, or this might just be a bloodline," Sarutobi replied in a tired voice. "But how could he have a bloodline like this? I don't know anyone else in the village that had a bloodline like that. Did his parents have it?" Kakashi asked, glancing down at Naruto's body in disgust. Sarutobi sighed. "If only you knew who his parents truly were, Kakashi, would you still hate him?" "No, I've never seen or heard of a bloodline like this, but something similar was spoken about from Gakito village," Sarutobi replied. Holding Naruto close, they jumped off towards the hospital. "How did you gain a bloodline, Naruto?" "Kushina and Minato never had one." A scream echoed through Gakito village, drawing the attention of nearby authorities. Rushing to the source, they found a young woman sitting on the ground, fear and shock etched on her face as she stared into an alley. One of the officers helped her up and began to question her while the other peered into the alleyway. He recoiled at the sight before him. Blood marked the walls, and dismembered remains were scattered about. At the end of the alley, a large music note and the number 4 were drawn in blood within a circle, a slash crossing it out. Below the image were 2 small heads that the officer recognized all too well. Sakan and Yukon stared back at him with lifeless eyes. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes, jolting upright as memories of the alleyway, the mob, a strange kid who resembled him, and a wall of black flames flooded back. A splash drew his attention to his surroundings. He was in a sewer. "Great, they probably killed that kid and threw me down here. Jex," he thought. Noticing the flow of water, he decided to follow it in search of an exit. After walking for a few minutes, he paused when he heard sounds coming from up ahead. Straining to listen, he couldn't make out the words. Moving quietly, he crept closer until he could hear 2 voices conversing. "Get out of here before I make you. You don't belong in here, godchild," a loud voice boomed, snarls and growls lacing its words. "Well, that's too bad for you, but I choose to be here. You can either share with me or I'll deal with you," another voice replied, sounding eerily like his own. The first voice growled before responding, "Very well, godchild, we shall share this space. Don't think of it as a prison. It'll get better in here soon enough, trust me," the child's voice said. "It seems the guest of honor is here. Come in, Naruto." Naruto hesitantly entered the room, immediately spotting the childlike voice's owner, his red-eyed doppelganger. What shocked him even more was the large 9-tailed fox looming behind the other him. "Welcome to your mind, Naruto," the child version of himself announced. "Now stay still, this might hurt." "Wa-arg." Naruto collapsed in pain as images flooded his mind, new knowledge pouring in. A beautiful red-haired woman smiled at him. A blonde-haired man looked at him with pride. A demon fox attacked the village. A large toad with 2 blonde figures on its head faced off against the demon. A cry of anger echoed as the demon was sealed inside a baby. Ruto and Kyuubi watched as Naruto thrashed in pain, new information overwhelming him. "So what did you do to him?" the demon asked curiously. "Just some information about the sealing and his parents," Ruto replied. "And what about you?" Kyuubi inquired as Naruto's thrashing subsided, fading from the mindscape. Ruto smirked darkly. "As far as anyone in this world knows, I'm just some form of bloodline." "Why not tell him what you are? Where's the fun in that? If he knew about me, the kid would come crying to me every time he faced a problem he couldn't solve," Ruto replied disdainfully. "So you're not going to help him?" Kyuubi asked, observing his new roommate. Ruto smirked. "Oh no, you misunderstand. I plan on having lots of fun when tough opponents show up, I just don't want him bothering me about the weaklings. Kyuubi smirked, turning his gaze to the front where a view of the outside world began to materialize. This should be entertaining then. Suddenly, the sewer around them crumbled, transforming into a grand throne room. Sarutobi jumped as Naruto's eyes snapped open. The boy took a moment to survey the hospital room before focusing on him. Smiling kindly, Sarutobi spoke, "Hello, Naruto. How are you feeling?" He was taken aback when Naruto glared at him. "You have a lot to explain, Sama," Naruto said coldly. Sarutobi winced at the formal address, a stark contrast to their usual rapport. "What do you mean, Naruto?" he asked cautiously. "What do I mean? How about when were you going to tell me I had a demon sealed inside of me? Or that my father was the Yondaime?" Naruto shouted angrily. Sarutobi paled. "How did you find out, Naruto?" he asked. "My tenants told me," Naruto spat back. "Tenants?" Sarutobi asked quickly. "Don't try to change the subject. I'll tell you about my bloodline whenever I feel like it," Naruto snapped. Sarutobi sighed. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Naruto. I was going to wait until you were older. And all those times I asked you who my parents were or why the villagers hated me, and you lied to me?" Naruto stated. "Again, Naruto, I'm sorry," Sarutobi replied wearily. Naruto simply nodded, staring down at his feet, refusing to meet his gaze. "Naruto, you may not like me right now, but I still need you to tell me about this bloodline of yours and what happened in the alley," Sarutobi stated. Naruto nodded and began to explain his bloodline and the events of the past few hours. "So basically, it's like another person inside your body that can come out and help you when you need it?" Sarutobi asked in disbelief. Naruto nodded. "And it also told you all about the Kyuubi and your parents?" Another nod. "And it gave you knowledge on chakra control exercises, a taijutsu style, a handful of elemental jutsu, weapons knowledge, exercise methods, and improved your senses?" A nod. "But just wait here, Naruto," Sarutobi said, getting up to head for the door. "It's obviously the Kyuubi interacting with him, Hokage-sama," Kakashi whispered as soon as the door closed. "I know that, Kakashi, but what can we do about it? What's the demon up to? If it could leave his body, why not just kill us all and leave?" Sarutobi replied. Kakashi pondered this. "I don't know. What should we do?" he asked. Sarutobi sighed. "I'll have Jiraiya come examine the seal. Until then, we'll just have to watch Naruto closely," he replied. Kakashi nodded. "Nothing's wrong with the seal, Sensei," Jiraiya stated. He stood in the council chambers explaining his findings to the council members. "So it's not the Kyuubi?" Danzo asked. "Not at all. It seems this might actually be a bloodline," as he said, Jiraiya replied. "That can't be possible. What sort of bloodline could do all that?" One of the council members snapped. "Well, bloodlines that come with ingrained knowledge have been documented before," Jiraiya explained. "The Rinnegan is one such bloodline." Fugaku Uchiha scoffed. "The Rinnegan is nothing but a myth." "Actually, I have seen and trained a Rinnegan user," Jiraiya stated, his eyes widening. "Unfortunately, I received word that he had died a long time ago." A few faces dropped at this news. Sarutobi decided to speak up to remain on subject. "So you think Naruto has a transcendent bloodline like the Rinnegan?" he asked. "Maybe. After all, only the villagers of Gakito village have a bloodline similar to this, and theirs doesn't impart knowledge. The twin is usually born, not created," Jiraiya explained. A few more council members grumbled at this. "What do we do about the boy now?" Hayashi Hyuga asked. "What do you mean?" "We obviously need to cultivate the boy for his bloodline," a civilian member stated, standing up. A moment later, he dropped back down as various bursts of focused intent hit him. Jiraiya scoffed. "Good luck with that. An assassin tried to get the kid while he was asleep the other night. They found his ashes on the floor the next morning, and the kid slept through it all. If you try to attack him, you'll most likely activate his bloodline," Jiraiya explained. "Jiraiya's right. His bloodline is too dangerous to toy with. We'll simply keep an eye on Naruto while allowing him to continue his life as normal." If he chooses to train his bloodline, it will be his choice, Sarutobi stated. There were a few complaints, but he silenced those with a glare filled with intent. Reluctantly, the council could only agree with his decision. Ruto watched through his counterpart's eyes as the boy trained using the knowledge he had gifted him. Behind him, the snores of the Kyuubi could be heard as it slumbered on. He smirked, sensing no nearby chakra signatures, meaning no one was watching over them at the moment. Naruto was currently working on his skills. A little encouragement from Ruto and Kyuubi had been enough to impart the importance of training on him. Quite frankly, Ruto found this boring to watch and spent most of his time speaking with the demon fox that was so similar to Jubi yet different. To keep the timeline the same, he had made sure Naruto would continue school as normal instead of graduating early. He would need to lay low for 6 years until they graduated as genin, but it would be entertaining to say the least. After all, his counterpart was supposed to die the night before, so it would be interesting to see how his survival and increase in ability would change this world. He had given Naruto the knowledge needed to make him at least Tunin level in just 6 years if the boy applied himself. Now he just had to sit back, watch, and act when things were beyond Naruto's understanding. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Naruto shouted. 100 clones sprang into existence and attacked their opponent. Kakashi ducked under a high kick and eliminated the clone that had attacked. He growled as his arm went to his headband but stubbornly refused to use his trump card in a simple genin test, no matter who the genin was. The fight had been hard enough as he fought off Naruto's attempts to grab the bell, but now there were close to 100 opponents bearing down on him, and the battle had just gotten harder. In the bushes, 2 other genin watched in amazement as their third teammate fought against their jonin instructor. How is Naruto so strong? He always slept in the academy, Sakura thought. That guy, how can he be so strong? I need that power to defeat Itachi, Sasuke brooded to himself. Kakashi sighed in relief. He had just taken down the last clone, and only one Naruto remained. Having been forced to use his Sharingan eye, he could tell this was the real Naruto. So with a deep breath, he attacked. Naruto smirked as Kakashi came at him. He had been besting the jonin easily, but it was now time to end it. Kakashi lunged at him with a kunai in both hands, but was stopped as both of Naruto's hands grabbed his by the wrists. They glared at each other face to face. Looks like we're at a standstill, Kakashi snarled. Oh, it seemed like I was winning back there, sensei, Naruto mocked. Kakashi smirked down at him. Like you could beat me. He was cut off as a fist extended from Naruto's chest and slammed right into his chin, knocking him out. Naruto stood there above his sensei's unconscious form, staring at his chest. There was nothing there, no fist, not even a hole in his clothes. He looked up as his teammates came out from the bushes behind him. Neither questioned the strange fist that appeared from his chest, so he assumed they hadn't seen it. I didn't need your help, Ruto. I could have handled it, he thought, looking back at Kakashi's groaning form but received no reply in return other than a few snickers in his mind. In the bushes, an ANBU operative wrote some notes down on his scroll. Look out, Naruto! Sakura shouted as a bladed claw came down on him. Naruto's eyes widened. How had he not noticed the genjutsu puddle? He berated himself in his head for his oversight. The claw was descending too fast to be blocked or dodged. He shut his eyes and waited for the hit to come. Nothing happened. Naruto peeked open his eyes to see the assailant lying at his feet with a kunai through his face. Kakashi came out of the bushes beside them as Sasuke defeated the other assailant. The jonin gave them a nod of approval before interrogating their client. Naruto stood in the same spot, just staring at the fallen enemy. What happened? Pay more attention to your surroundings next time. Idiot. Wow, Naruto, how did you do that? I didn't even see you move, and suddenly he had your kunai in his face. Sakura exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Sasuke merely grunted, listening intently. Naruto could only grumble at the two voices in his mind as he tried to come up with an explanation for his teammates. Further down the road, an ANBU member was writing notes on a scroll. Zabuza-sama, a hunter-nin shouted just as Zabuza's head was severed from his body. Naruto stood on the surface of the lake, staring down at Zabuza's lifeless form. What just happened? He thought, confused. The last thing he remembered was trying to free their sensei alongside Sasuke. When Zabuza had dodged his kunai, he felt a surge of chakra from within himself, and the next moment, Zabuza was no longer standing. Just lending a hand. You really need to get used to taking lives, Naruto. Soon, you'll have to stop relying on me, Naruto replied. You could always let me out to play. I'm just itching to take someone down, Kyuubi growled. Shut up, Fox. Be quiet, Kyuubi, the two voices shouted back in unison. JRKS, the demon pouted. Naruto ducked quickly as several sunban flew over his head. A boy around his age glared at him before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Kakashi emerged from the lake, scanning the scene. Spotting Zabuza's body and Naruto standing nearby, he pieced together what had occurred. Good job, Naruto, he said, unsure. No problem, Naruto replied, still confused by the situation. Hidden in the forest, an ANBU member continued to take notes. Uzumaki Naruto? Here it is. According to this, he was the underachiever of his class but has high scores in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He also has excellent chakra control and capacity. He's completed one C-rank mission that turned into an A-rank, one C-rank mission, and 34 D-rank missions. The gray-haired teen read. Naruto also possesses a bloodline that allows him to. He was cut off as a crimson blade pierced his heart. All eyes in the room followed the blade, widening in shock when they saw it was attached to an arm protruding from Naruto's chest. What the heck? Kiba stuttered, summing up everyone's thoughts. Uzumaki, are you trying to get disqualified? Killing a competitor before the exams have even begun, a fellow genin at that. Explain yourself. Ibiki shouted as he and the other proctors entered the room. Naruto's eyes darted around in panic until they seemed to glaze over. Then he smirked at the proctor. Well, for starters, Proctor-san, you should know that technically, I didn't kill him. Ibiki glared at him. Naruto gulped under the man's fierce gaze before continuing. He also had classified information that a genin shouldn't have had, making him a spy. Ibiki considered this for a moment before nodding to a pair of Tunin who quickly took Kabuto's body away. He then returned his glare to Naruto. If you thought he was a spy, then why not attempt to capture him for interrogation rather than kill him? Ibiki growled. Naruto sweated a bit under the man's scrutiny before his eyes glazed over again. He smells like snakes and little boys, he replied, unsure. So he works for Orochimaru then. Good work, genin, Ibiki said. In a corner, a strange-looking grass ninja seethed. In another corner, a masked genin made notes in his long scroll before silently disappearing from the room. Gogyo Fuin! Orochimaru shouted as his hand impacted Naruto's stomach. As Naruto's body fell to the ground, he found himself in his mindscape. Let me have a try, you said? I can take him. Good job, Fox, Naruto said mockingly. Be quiet. It's not my fault the kid can't handle more of my power, Kyuubi growled. Sure, just blame the 13-year-old boy. Real mature for a millennia-old demon, Naruto interjected. Naruto smirked as the demon grumbled under its breath. Whatever, Kyuubi added after a moment. What are we going to do about the snake man? Naruto locked eyes with Naruto. Kyuubi stared down at Naruto, who was whistling to himself while filing his nails. Naruto! Brat! Two annoyed voices shouted. Fine, I'll handle it, he replied with a sigh. Moments later, he faded from the mindscape. Enjoy my gift, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru hissed as his head drew back to his body. That whole creepy snake theme you have going gets so annoying, a voice piped up from behind him. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he jumped from his spot, narrowly avoiding a deadly strike. 3 sets of eyes widened as they spotted a crimson blade held by a Naruto with crimson eyes. The two genin exchanged confused looks, glancing between the unconscious form of Naruto and the smirking one standing just a few meters away. Orochimaru liked his lips. So the twin has come out to play. Don't think I didn't know all about your bloodline, boy. It won't be enough to save you, he stated. Naruto simply smirked at him, holding his sword forward. Don't be so sure about that, snake. He drew the blade back. Unleash, Gilgamesh. Orochimaru's eyes widened as a strange pressure threatened to force him to his knees. He noticed Sasuke and the pink-haired genin collapse under the weight of the golden glow radiating from Uzumaki Ruto. As the glow faded, he was confronted by an armored figure with a skull face. "Kukoku, what an interesting ability," Orochimaru commented, shrugging off the pressure with a flare of chakra. "I look forward to studying it more." "That's assuming you live, Snake," Ruto replied in a deep tone. "Puerta de Babilonia." As the gate of Babylon opened, countless blades slid out, and Orochimaru's eyes widened as he spotted a familiar blade near Ruto's had a copy of his own Kusanagi blade poised to strike him down. "Camara de Cielo." One thought raced through Orochimaru's mind as hundreds of blades bore down on him. "Oh no!" Further into the forest, a transformation dropped as a startled Anbu reached for his scroll with trembling fingers. Sarutobi sighed as he looked down at Naruto's gift. Before him lay the severed arm of his student. "The three of you faced off against one of the Sanin," he stated. The three teens nodded. He also managed to knock out Naruto and place his cursed seal on Sasuke. Three nods again. "And you were losing until Ruto decided to help?" he asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto nodded while the other two glanced at him. "So why is Naruto so upset considering four genin managed to take the arm of a Sanin?" he asked, observing the pouting boy. "The JRK got away, and Kyuubi won't stop rubbing it in," Naruto grumbled, the twin head sticking out from his back nodding in agreement. Sarutobi hummed as a scroll was subtly handed to him by a hidden operative. He raised an eyebrow at the man's shaking. "This has gone on long enough, Sarutobi. The boy's bloodline grows stronger with time," Danzo stated. "I request that he be handed over to me for training as a root operative and for the study of his bloodline." "No, Danzo, I refuse to let you turn Naruto into a mindless drone or test subject," Sarutobi replied, glaring at him. "But feel free to keep trying. I enjoy watching your face as your constant attempts to capture him are thwarted by his twin." Sarutobi smirked as Danzo's eyes widened at this revelation. For the past 5 years, there had been constant attempts to kidnap or eliminate Naruto, all of which had been foiled by his unique abilities. The would-be kidnappers or assassins would be found the next morning, their fates sealed by mysterious circumstances. One kidnapper had actually succeeded in capturing the boy and dragging him back to his hideout, only for the man and his accomplices to be discovered later that day, reduced to ashes while Naruto slept peacefully in the cage they had placed him in. Danzo could only grumble in response. Unlike him, the rest of the council had given up on their attempts to capture Naruto. After a meeting had been interrupted by an extremely annoyed Ruto dragging the body of an assassin behind him, the civilians had learned to keep their mouths shut about the boy. "Any more questions?" Sarutobi asked. None replied. "Very well," meeting adjourned. "I'm free. Prepare to face me," Shikaku shouted as chaos erupted in the stadium. "Shut up, you annoying creature," a voice shouted back. The demon glared down at the blonde-haired human who dared to challenge him. "Ah, the Kyuubi's vessel, I'm going to enjoy crushing you," the demon laughed, bringing down a massive sandy paw toward the boy and his friends. Gasps filled the air as a second Naruto emerged from the first's chest, effortlessly catching the enormous demon's paw while the first Naruto pulled his friends to safety. Shikaku's eyes widened in horror as he sensed the immense power contained within the human beneath his paw. "Zero!" Those fighting in or around the stadium could only stare in astonishment as a powerful blue beam of energy blasted through the demon and shot into the sky, utterly obliterating the massive sand tanuki. Gaara groaned as he was caught mid-fall. "Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead," a voice said in his ear. His eyes snapped open, and he came face to face with the blonde boy from the exam, except this one had red eyes instead of the blue he was used to seeing. Gaara shuddered as the demon within him screamed various phrases before falling silent. "You scare mother," he muttered weakly. The blonde boy grinned at him. "I know." In the audience, an Anbu quickly jotted down notes in his scroll before rejoining the battle. "You'll never win, Orochimaru. As long as the will of fire lives on, so shall Konoha," Sarutobi declared, blocking the Kusanagi with his diamond bow staff. "The will of fire? You're still going on about that, old man? Orochimaru sneered, attacking once more with his sword. He was caught off guard as his sensei seemed to be into a whirlpool and vanished. Hee, look what I found, a lonely little snake all by itself, a voice chimed from behind him. Orochimaru trembled as he fearfully turned to face the familiar form of Uzumaki Ruto. How did you get in here? He asked shakily, phantom pains shooting through his new arm. The barrier was supposed to keep the boy out so he could deal with his sensei and escape. Now he was trapped within a cage with one of the most terrifying individuals he had ever encountered. Oh, I just tore apart the fabric of time and space and traveled through a separate dimension to exit inside the barrier, the boy replied with a casual wave of his hand. Orochimaru simply stared back at him. That's impossible, he shouted after a moment. Not really. I can show you how to do it if you want, the boy offered. Orochimaru smirked, thinking the boy might have been swayed by his display of power. After all, who would side with a village that was about to be destroyed? Very well, let's see it then, he ordered firmly. His fear returned as the boy smirked at him wickedly. Very well, you asked for it. Orochimaru stiffened as he saw the boy's eyes shift from two crimson orbs to a strange mix of the Byakugan, Sharingan, and Rinnegan. His fear for his life overshadowed his scientific curiosity as he prepared to order his Sound 4 to lower the barrier and escape. Kamui! Crap! Was the Sanin's last thought as his body was torn apart and into a vortex. Outside the barrier, the Hokage reappeared completely unharmed, with his Anbu nearby. Gathering his wits, he looked into the barrier just as his failed student was ripped apart. He saw Ruto send him a grin before disappearing. Sarutobi sighed as his Anbu made quick work of Orochimaru's guards. What is Ruto playing at? He's far too powerful and advanced to simply be a bloodline created by Naruto, he thought wearily. Uzumaki Naruto? Please come with us, the Sasuke lookalike asked, his Sharingan eyes spinning lazily. The blonde boy in front of them smirked in response before his hand went to the crimson blade behind him. Itachi? Didn't the report say his eyes were blue? Kisame asked. Who's at the door, Ruto? A voice shouted from inside the hotel room. The blonde smile widened as his eyes glowed. Ida, what the hell? Sasuke shouted, coming to a stop. Stop right the what the hell? Jiraiya shouted from the other end of the hallway. What's all the noise, Abo, what the hell? Naruto shouted, emerging from his room. Oh hey, guys, Itachi was just telling me about how he was framed for killing the Uchiha clan, Ruto replied nonchalantly. The three could only stare at the scene before them. Ruto sat comfortably sipping tea, perched on the hogtied and gagged form of Hoshigaki Kisame, bound and stuck to the wall in front of him was Uchiha Itachi, nodding furiously at Ruto's comment. Right. Naruto drawled, walking back into the room and closing the door behind him. Whatever, Jiraiya stated dazedly as he stumbled away with the unconscious woman still slung over his shoulder. Can I still kill him? Sasuke asked. It would have saved me plenty of time and anger if he had just told me he was framed. Ruto laughed and sipped his tea. Across the street, an Anbu placed his binoculars down on the table, filled out his notes, and promptly left to get a drink. We finally meet Uzumaki Naruto. You've been a thorn in my side for a long time, Madara drawled. Aha, Naruto replied, sounding uninterested. Tell me, how did you know about my organization and our goal to capture all the demon containers? Madara asked, though he suspected Itachi had let the information slip. A voice in my head told me, Naruto said, maintaining his bored tone. Madara blinked, surprised by the response. And how, pray tell, did the Kyuubi find out? I don't recall ever sharing my plans with the demon, he inquired. He doesn't know your plans, Naruto replied, giving Madara a look as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Then how did the demon tell you? Madara asked, growing increasingly irritated. He didn't, Naruto answered, now looking at Madara as if he were confused. You just said he did. Madara snapped, frustration boiling over. The boy had completely disrupted his plans over the past year. His control over Kiri and their Kage was lost. All the other demon containers had vanished shortly after Naruto was seen with them. Just the other day, The last members of his organization were hunted down and eliminated by the same boy, who was now giving him convoluted answers and looking at him as if he were a child. Madara was officially furious. "Oh, you thought I meant the Kyuubi," Naruto said, understanding dawning in his eyes. No, I meant the other voice in my head," he clarified. Madara glared down at him with his one functioning eye. "What other voice in your head?" he seethed. "This one," a whisper said from behind him. Madara's eye widened as a clawed hand pierced through his chest, holding his heart in its grip. He briefly wondered why his abilities had failed him before feeling a cold grip on his very soul, pulling it from his dying body. Naruto stood in shock, staring at his twin. "You killed him," he stated plainly. "So?" Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow. "Sasuke is going to be so mad at you," Naruto smirked. No, he's going to be mad at you. I'm your bloodline," Naruto replied simply. Naruto's eyes widened. "What?" In the trees several meters away, a team of Anbu stared in disbelief as one of them muttered furiously while writing in a scroll. "So you're finally leaving?" Kyuubi asked. "What do you mean leaving? Who's leaving?" Naruto asked, curious. The other two ignored him. "Yeah, it's time I go. Madara's dead, Orochimaru's dead, Konoha's safe and a better place. My friends are all safe. Not much left to do here," Naruto explained to the demon. "Wait, you're leaving? Where are you going? How can you even leave? You're my bloodline," Naruto exclaimed, trying to get their attention. "I suppose you're right, at least I'll finally have some peace and quiet in here," Kyuubi replied. "Peach, you know you'll miss me, Fox," Naruto scoffed. "Will someone tell me what is going on here?" Naruto shouted. The other two finally looked at him. "So much for peace and quiet," Kyuubi grumbled. "Oh, be nice to him. He's going to need you to look out for him," Naruto stated, locking eyes with Naruto. "I'm leaving, Naruto. The world is safe, and it's up to you to keep it that way." "What do you mean leaving? You're my bloodline?" "This makes no sense," Naruto said, confused. "Don't worry about it," Naruto replied, waving his hand. "Take care, You're going to be a great Hokage," he finished, and with a flash of red light he disappeared. "What just happened?" "I'm so confused," Naruto muttered, realizing he could no longer sense his twin. "PFT, what else is new?" Kyuubi mumbled. "Shut up, Fox." "Well, that was fun," Naruto said, reappearing in the familiar round room of the multiverse. "Oh, you're back," a deep voice rumbled from behind him. Turning, he was confronted by the angry form of Kyuubi. "Oh hey, Fox, so good to see you again after spending close to 10 years with another version of you in my own mindscape," Naruto replied sarcastically. Kyuubi mock glared at him. "Thanks a lot for saving your younger self from dying. Kami was upset with me for the loss of his soul since you went and turned him darker after saving his life." Naruto stuck his tongue out at the demon. "You're welcome," he replied, running toward a black skull-covered door. "Annoying brat," Kyuubi stated. "You know you love me," Naruto called back before jumping through the door. Kyuubi smirked as the door closed. A glance at the plaque made his smirk widen as he rushed back to the viewing pool. "Oh, this is going to be fun to watch," he commented.